Although Lewis refused to attend the seances, he wrote a devastating article on mediums and spiritualism, which was published by the Pall Mall Gazette on May 19, 1868. In particular, according to Lewis, scientists were not allowed to seances to study supernatural phenomena. Wallace wrote a rebuttal letter to the newspaper. He, in particular, referred to the fact that electrical engineer Cromwell Varley was present at the sessions of Daniel Dungla's Home, who confirmed that Home had supernatural abilities. However, the editor of the publication refused to publish Wallace's letter. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 282. Around the same period, Tyndall demanded a public experiment that would once and for all prove the validity or unreliability of such phenomena. In a letter to Tyndall, Wallace replied that experience alone, however successful, is not enough to convince skeptics. Wallace thought it best to make public the existing reports of the many experiments already done. In addition, Wallace described in a letter another experiment in which he was personally present. We were in the studio of my friend, the brother of one of the best artists. Among the witnesses of what was happening were my friend's family and his brother's family, several of their friends, as well as a banker from Moulton, Yorkshire, Mr. John Smith, whom I myself had invited. The medium's name was Miss Nicole. We sat in the center of the room at a round table on one leg, right under a crystal chandelier. Miss Nicole sat opposite me, and my friend Mr. Smith sat next to her. We were holding hands, and both of Miss Nicole's were held by Mr. Smith. I want to draw your attention to the fact that from those present he knew only me, and the rest, including Miss Nicole, he saw for the first time. When everyone was comfortable, the lights were turned off. One of us had a box of matches with him to turn on the light when needed. After a few minutes of silence, I heard the following sounds: a slight rustle, reminiscent of the rustle of a lady's dress, a light knock, as if a glass had been placed on the table, and a barely audible ringing of the pendants of a crystal chandelier. After a moment, Mr. Smith said that Miss Nicole had disappeared. They turned on the light and everyone saw Miss Nicole's chair on the table. She herself was sitting on a chair, and her head almost touched the chandelier. Mr. Smith said that Miss Nicole literally slipped out of his hands. The others were still holding each other's hands and their hands were lying on the table. At the same time, no one heard any other sounds, except for those described by me above, and did not feel any vibrations. You know how big and seemingly heavy Miss Nicole is to imagine the strength it takes to lift her up with the chair and place her right in the center of a large table. You can also imagine how difficult it is to do it quickly, silently, and unnoticed, and in complete darkness. Could this be explained by some known law of physics? Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 291 to 293. If everything was exactly as Wallace described, then it is clear that Miss Nicole could not be on the table without help. If all those present were constantly holding hands, then none of them could lift her along with the chair. This means that her accomplices could have done it. But they would have been taken by surprise anyway if the lights had been turned on the moment Miss Nicole's hand slipped from Mr. Smith's. Be that as it may, any attempt by the guests to lift Miss Nicole along with the chair and place them on the table in the pitch darkness would have made significantly more noise than the sounds Wallace speaks of. We can only assume that Wallace lied. However, this is unlikely. Miss Douglas Sessions. In 1869, Robert Chambers, author of Traces of Creation, introduced Wallace to Miss Douglas, a wealthy Scottish lady with an interest in spiritualism. Wallace repeatedly attended seances at Miss Douglas' residence on South Audley Street and became acquainted with many mediums there, including Darwin's relative, Hensley Wedgwood. Among the most interesting events were the sessions of Mr. Huxby, a young postal worker whom Wallace described as an outstanding medium with the ability to materialize. Huxby used to sit in the dim living room on the first floor, in a curtain-fenced room. Here is how Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 328 to 329, described Huxby's sessions: snow-white turban. Sometimes he made a circle around the living room, easily lifted a very heavy music box, wound it and began to rotate it around his head with one hand. Often an Indian would approach each of us, bow and let us touch his hands and clothes. We asked him to stand near the wall to measure his height, and one day Mr. Wedgwood brought a measuring ruler. At our request, Abdullah, this is how this person appeared to us, took off his sandal, put his foot on the chair and let us take the measurement. After the session, Mr. and his height was more than half a foot. A minute or two after Abdullah disappeared into the small room, Huxby was found instead in a chair in a trance state, with no sign of the stranger in the room. The windows and doors of the small room were securely locked and sealed, and the seal remained intact. Skeptics in such cases believe that either the medium himself or his accomplice are deceiving the audience. In this case, the measurements taken from the medium exclude the possibility of deception. The methods by which the possibility of a stranger in the small room was prevented makes forgery even less likely. All experience as a whole gives grounds to assert that materialization did take place here. One of Miss Douglas's sessions was attended by the famous medium Daniel Dungla's home and Sir William Crookes, an eminent physicist who later became president of the Royal Society and received the Nobel Prize in Physics. Crookes conducted his own research into the phenomena associated with spiritualism. Wallace, 1905. Volume 2. p. 293, found that Crookes's experiments, which had been going on for several years by that time, were ignored by most scientists as if they had never been carried out at all. In one of the sessions, Home held an accordion under the table with one hand, and his other hand rested on the table. When Wallace heard the sound of an accordion, he looked under the table to find out what was happening. The room was sufficiently lit and I could clearly see Holmes' hand holding the instrument, playing by itself, for no apparent reason. Holmes said that he would now take his hand away, and when he did, the instrument continued to play. I saw a hand that continued to hold the accordion, even though both of Holmes' hands were on the table. The same phenomenon has been observed by thousands of other people. Considering the fact that Holmes' sessions were always held in private homes, where he was a guest of honor, that they were attended by many people and that the rooms were well lit or the action took place during the day, it is impossible to explain what was happening by sleight of hand. Darwin agrees to attend the séance. Another scientist, Francis Galton, cousin of Charles Darwin, was present at Holmes' session with a self-playing accordion. At Crookes' invitation, Galton attended 3 sessions with the medium Kate Fox. In a letter dated April 19, 1872, Galton wrote to Darwin, "What surprised me was the complete openness of the mediums, Fox and Home. They allowed viewers, within certain limits, to do practically everything in order to fully explore this phenomenon. I understand them very well when they say that the presence of scientists with their restless minds, prejudices and preconceived judgments in the sessions greatly reduces the likelihood of a successful session. It was very curious to observe the complete absence of tension and excitement in the audience. As far as I saw, Crookes sets up purely scientific experiments. I am convinced that there is no deception or sleight of hand here, and that this subject is worthy of careful study, especially since Home, a medium of the highest order, there are only 3 such people, as far as I have heard, himself proposes this, Pearson." 1914. Darwin agreed to attend Holmes' session and sent him a letter through Galton. However, Home had already left for Russia by this time and never returned to England. Beloff. 1993. pp. 49-50. Who knows how the meeting between Home and Darwin would have ended? Perhaps Darwin would also have taken up the study of spiritualism, like Wallace. However, Home had already left for Russia by this time and never returned to England. Beloff. 1993. pp. 49-50. Who knows how the meeting between Home and Darwin would have ended? Perhaps Darwin would also have taken up the study of spiritualism, like Wallace. However, Home had already left for Russia by this time and never returned to England. Beloff. 1993. pp. 49-50. Who knows how the meeting between Home and Darwin would have ended? Perhaps Darwin would also have taken up the study of spiritualism, like Wallace. Unyielding skeptic Sir David Brewster. Home has long been the object of attention and controversy among English scholars. Born Scotsman, he moved to America as a child and returned to England only in 1855. He lived in London, at the Cox Hotel on Jermyn Street. In his autobiography, Wallace separately describes the meeting between Sir David Brewster and Home. The distinguished physicist once attended Home's session at the Cox Hotel, and then again at Ealing, with the firm intention of exposing the magician. After an article about this meeting appeared in the newspaper, Brewster wrote a letter to the editor with his version of what had happened. It is absolutely true that at the Cox Hotel I with Lord Brougham, and at Ealing with Mrs. Trollope, observed several mechanical phenomena, explain who are not able to. Despite this, I did not at all admit that the reason for them was the perfume hidden under the table. I've seen enough. Thus, it is clear from Brewster's letter that what he saw was a hoax. However, Mr. Coleman, who spoke with Brewster immediately after the session, also wrote a letter to the newspaper, where he quoted this dialogue verbatim. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 288. So, Sir David, you still think that everything is at sleight of hand? No, of course not, Brewster replied. Maybe these are hallucinations? No, such a possibility is not even discussed. Then what is it? I don't know, but last of all I'm ready to believe in spirits. Brewster replied with another letter. Although his tone remained skeptical, it contained curious details of what was happening at the Cox Hotel. When our hands were on the table, we heard a knock, and when we got up, the table seemed to rise above the floor. I cannot explain this in any way. A small bell, which the spirits were supposed to ring, was placed on the floor at my feet. I turned my feet so that no one could touch the bell. The bell never rang, but as soon as it was moved at Mr. Holmes' feet, it quickly moved to me and lay in my hand. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 288 to 289. In his autobiography, Wallace notes that Brewster, shortly after the session at the hotel, Cox wrote a letter to his family, where he spoke of what happened not as skeptically as in the article and letters to the editor, which, by the way, were written only 6 months after the session. After describing how he and Lord Brougham came to the Cox Hotel to meet with Home, Brewster writes, the four of us sat around a modest table, the design of which we were asked to familiarize ourselves with. After a while the table began to move, and a tremor went through our hands. At our will, this movement stopped and resumed. In different parts of the table, knocks of an obscure nature were heard, and when everyone removed their hands from the table, he, in the literal sense of the word, rose into the air. The table was brought beneath larger sizes. Similar movements occurred with him. They put a small bell on the floor, its tongue was on the carpet. After lying down for a while, the bell suddenly rang, although no one touched it. Then the bell moved and settled in my hand. Then the same thing happened to Lord Brougham. These were the first experiments. We could not explain them, nor could we imagine by what mechanism it was possible to do all this. Sometimes we saw hands or felt their touch. One hand suddenly grabbed the other, and it disappeared in the air. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 289 to 290. Wallace noticed some contradictions between this letter to Brewster and his subsequent statements. He said that what he saw was enough to make sure for himself that all these phenomena were within the power of human hands and feet. Whereas earlier in a letter to his family he called these phenomena inexplicable and said that does not represent how they could be done. In a letter to the newspaper, he also does not mention the trembling that was transmitted to his hands, and denies that the bell rang, although he previously claimed that the bell rang by itself. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 290. Wallace argues that this is characteristic of the responses of many opponents of spiritualism from science. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 290. George Mivart and Miracles at Lourdes. George Mivart was one of the more favorable scholars of Spiritism. Mivart learned about spiritualism from conversations with Wallace and from his work, A Scientific View of the Supernatural, and decided to conduct his own research. In the winter of 1870, Mivart was in Naples, where Mrs. Guppy, a psychic with whom Wallace was personally acquainted, lived. Wallace provided Mivart with a letter of introduction and he was able to attend Mrs. Guppy's seances. At one of them, he received the correct answers to the questions that he asked mentally. It struck him to the core. In another session, flowers appeared from nowhere in a dark room. In a letter to Wallace, Mivart wrote that the door was locked, the room was examined to the smallest detail, and all necessary measures were taken against deception. I was not surprised, after all that I heard from you and from other people, but what I saw seemed very convincing to me. One such fact is worth 100, Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 300 to 301. Also in the letter, Mivart drew some conclusions. For example, 1. I faced forces that can manipulate physical objects in a completely new way for me. 2. I faced a different mind than the mind of an ordinary living person. 3. In the sessions, this other mind proved to me that it can read my thoughts, Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 301. A few years later, Mivart visited Lourdes, a pilgrimage site in France, where miraculous healings, presumably performed by the Virgin Mary, took place on several occasions. At Lourdes, Mivart continued his research on unusual healing cases. Wallace received a long letter from him, dated April 5, 1874. Mivart quoted several stories told to him by French doctors, in particular by Dr. Dosins, Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 302 to 304. We share two of these stories here. 50-year-old Blaisette Vieux suffered from a serious eye infection for several years. Her eyelids were twisted outward and covered with growths, eyelashes fell out, and her vision deteriorated. Doctors Dosins and Burgess considered the disease incurable. After the patient washed her eyes with water from Lourdes, her vision was fully restored, her eyelids became healthy and eyelashes began to grow. Justine Bonticharts had a 10-year-old child whose arms and legs atrophied from rickets. A child who had not been able to walk from birth was dying. Dr. Dosins was present when the mother put the baby in a bath of healing water. The child did not move, and it seemed to those present that he was dead. 2 days after returning home, the child, to the amazement of the parents, began to walk normally. Wallace also recommended to his readers 2 books by Henry Lasser, which dealt with miraculous healings at Lourdes, Notre Dame de Lourdes and Les Episodes Miraculeux de Lourdes. The most surprising thing in these cases is that the recovery occurred almost instantly, or very quickly, and this distinguishes them from all other cases of healing, wrote Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 306. Wallace describes other cases. One of the greatest miracles described by Lasser is the healing of Francois Macquarie, a carpenter from La Vaz. For 30 years he suffered from varicose veins. The veins were as thick as fingers, with large nodes and sores that often bleed. For many years he could neither sit nor stand. 3 doctors independently declared his illness incurable. At the age of 60, Macquarie learned about miraculous healings in Lourdes and decided to try his luck. A bottle of healing water was sent to him. In the evening, Macquarie made a compress with this water on both legs. He fell asleep, and in the morning he woke up completely healthy, and only barely noticeable traces of varicose veins and ulcers remained on his legs. All 3 doctors confirmed the fact of healing. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 306. It is very curious how Wallace himself explains these cases of miraculous healing. The scientist claims that it was not the water itself that healed the sick, but spiritual power, the action of which the patients attributed to the Virgin Mary. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 308. However, such miracles did not happen often, and it was impossible to predict who the water from Lourdes would heal and who would not. Wallace noted that this did not depend on the religiosity of the patients or their merits. In this regard, Wallace compared the sick with mediums who, too, are not always examples of virtue. Some patients, like mediums, were hypersensitive, so it was their spiritual essences that were chosen as guides. In many cases, subsequently cured patients were prompted to go to the waters of Lourdes by an unusual combination of circumstances. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 308. As an explanation, Wallace describes the order of events in typical cases. 1. Spiritual entities choose a certain patient according to the level of sensitivity and the presence of a disease that is considered incurable and which can be healed with the help of other energies. 2. Spiritual entities begin to heal the patient, remaining invisible and intangible. 3. Spiritual entities at critical moments of the treatment process inspire the patient with the idea that it is possible to heal with water from Lourdes. 4. The patient acts on their prompting, experiences a miracle and attributes it to the Virgin Mary. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 308 to 309. According to this scheme, spiritual entities act in accordance with the patient's religious and cultural conditioning. This is a very important point, which we will return to in the following chapters. Objections to Yumu about miracles. Cases such as the healings at Lourdes are called miracles in the Catholic tradition, and this word has a religious connotation. The supernatural phenomena that took place in front of Wallace at the seances also seem like miracles, only not from the point of view of religion, but from the point of view of the laws of nature, as they are understood by traditional materialistic science. In contrast to religious miracles, such phenomena can be called secular miracles. Reports of miracles of all kinds, be they religious or secular, have always been a lively debate in society, even among educated people in Europe. Those who stubbornly closed their eyes to such phenomena, undermining the very foundations of materialism, usually referred to David Hume, who a century earlier, in his treatise on human nature, spoke rather sharply about the possibility of miracles. Hume denied miracles on the basis of human experience. For example, he said, if a deceased person comes to life, it will be a miracle, because such a phenomenon has never been observed, in any era and in any country. Wallace noticed two flaws in this reasoning. First, such an appeal to universal human experience denies the very possibility of the emergence and recognition of fundamentally new phenomena. Second, Wallace questioned Hume's version of human experience. Miracles recognized by all have occurred throughout the history of mankind, wrote Wallace. 1896, p. 8. And they continue to happen, nullifying all of Hume's claims. Wallace calls a person's ability to levitate a real miracle, which people have repeatedly observed at different times and in different countries. Among the most famous examples is St. Francis of Assisi, who more than once publicly soared into the air, which, among other things, was witnessed by his secretary, who once could only reach the foot of the saint. Saint Teresa, a nun from a Spanish monastery, also often rose into the air, and all the sisters observed this. Lord Orrery and Mr. Valentine Greytrack reported to Dr. Henry Moore and Mr. Glanville that at Lord Conway's house in Ireland, the butler had soared into the air in daylight and flew overhead across the room in their presence. Glanville talks about this in the Sagicismus Triumphatus. In addition, we know at least 50 trustworthy people in London. Wallace draws attention to another contradiction in Hume's work. As Hume wrote, for a proof of a miracle to be convincing, it must meet the following criteria. Several witnesses must report the phenomenon. The honesty of these people should not be questioned. Their position in society should be such that they have something to lose if they are caught in a lie. As for the miracle itself, it must happen in public and in one of the civilized countries of the world. Hume argued that history knows no miracles that meet such criteria. Hume. Quoted from Wallace. 1896. p. 8. Wallace counters that Hume himself talks about such miracles that meet his own strict criteria. In particular, Hume writes about numerous cases of miraculous healing in Paris at the grave of Abbot Paris, a member of the Jansenist Catholic sect who was revered as a saint. Hume tells the following about these miracles that happened shortly before he wrote his book. This holy tomb healed the sick, returned hearing to the deaf and sight to the blind, but, even more unusual, many of these miracles were immediately witnessed on the spot by judges whose honesty was beyond question. The witnesses were persons who were trustworthy and highly respected, and all this took place in the Enlightened era and in one of the most famous centers of the modern world. But this is not all. The Jesuits who subjected the Jansenists to oppression, it was not possible, despite all their attempts, to refute or expose the miracles. Even the ecclesiastical and state power concentrated in their hands did not help the Jesuits in this. Considering all of the above, it can be assumed that Hume also had to believe in these miracles. He writes, "Where else can we find so much evidence in favor of what happened? And what can we oppose to the stories of numerous witnesses, except for the absolute impossibility and miraculousness of the phenomena they talk about? Without a doubt, this one refutation will be enough for any sane person." Wallace. 1896. p. 9. Wallace openly condemns Hume for such a blatant contradiction to himself. Even the ecclesiastical and state power concentrated in their hands did not help the Jesuits in this. Considering all of the above, it can be assumed that Hume also had to believe in these miracles. He writes, "Where else can we find so much evidence in favor of what happened? And what can we oppose to the stories of numerous witnesses, except for the absolute impossibility and miraculousness of the phenomena they talk about? Without a doubt, this one refutation will be enough for any sane person." Wallace. 1896. p. 9. Wallace openly condemns Hume for such a blatant contradiction to himself. Even the ecclesiastical and state power concentrated in their hands did not help the Jesuits in this. Considering all of the above, it can be assumed that Hume also had to believe in these miracles. He writes, "Where else can we find so much evidence in favor of what happened? And what can we oppose to the stories of numerous witnesses, except for the absolute impossibility and miraculousness of the phenomena they talk about? Without a doubt, this one refutation will be enough for any sane person." Wallace. 1896. p. 9. Wallace openly condemns Hume for such a blatant contradiction to himself. Where else can we find so much evidence in favor of what happened? And what can we oppose to the stories of numerous witnesses, except for the absolute impossibility and miraculousness of the phenomena they talk about? Without a doubt, this one refutation will be enough for any sane person. Wallace. 1896. p. 9. Wallace openly condemns Hume for such a blatant contradiction to himself. Where else can we find so much evidence in favor of what happened? And what can we oppose to the stories of numerous witnesses, except for the absolute impossibility and miraculousness of the phenomena they talk about? Without a doubt, this one refutation will be enough for any sane person. Wallace. 1896. p. 9. Wallace openly condemns Hume for such a blatant contradiction to himself. Wallace goes on to cite another striking case from Care de Montgeron's book about the miracles of Paris, included in the book by English author William Howitt, A Story of the Supernatural. Mademoiselle Corinne suffered from various ailments, including breast cancer, from which she had been suffering for 12 years. The disease completely destroyed her left breast, the miasms were terrible, and doctors believed that the infection had already spread throughout the circulatory system. All of them unanimously declared the case incurable, but after visiting the tomb, the woman was completely cured. What was even more amazing, the breasts and nipple were completely restored, the skin was fresh and clean, without a trace of scarring. This incident is known to the most educated and influential people of the time. When the miracle was denied, Mademoiselle Corinne went to Paris, where she was examined by the royal physician. It was notarized that she was really healed. M. Gallard, the royal physician, officially announced that the breast nipple, completely destroyed by the disease, was created anew, although the nipple is not just an extension of the breast vessels, but a separate organ with a complex structure. Edward Barnett Tyler, one of the founders of anthropology, raises a philosophical objection to spiritualism. He calls the primitive belief in spirits the word animism. Modern supporters of spiritualism, in his opinion, are trying to instill in civilized Europe the primitive ideas of animism. But Wallace notes that modern spiritualists have come to their conclusions through careful and repeated research. It's a matter of fact, he writes, Wallace. 1896. p. 28. And the facts, according to Wallace, prove that both in modern spiritualism and in primitive beliefs there is, at least a grain of truth, and that, the similarity of beliefs is determined precisely by the similarity of the facts underlying them. Smith. 1991. p. 83. Other cases. Wallace defended spiritualism in print and collected factual material at the same time. In 1874 he attended several sessions of the medium Keith Cook. The sessions took place in the London apartment of the artist Senior Randy. The medium sat in an armchair behind a curtain in the corner of the large living room. For every session, Miss Cook invariably came in a black dress, with earrings, and tightly laced boots. Sometimes, a few minutes after the start of the session, a woman in white loose clothing would appear from behind the curtain and stand next to the curtain. Wallace described what was happening. The woman in white asked us one by one to approach her. We spoke to her in whispers. I looked into her eyes, studied the features of her face, hair, touched her hands and could even carefully examine her ears, which were not pierced. The woman walked barefoot and seemed taller than Miss Cook, although a general resemblance was still observed. At the same time, the facial features were different, as well as the hair and figure. After about half an hour she was hiding behind a curtain, and sometimes after a few seconds we heard the words, "Come in and see." We opened the curtain, turned on the light, and each time we found Miss Cook sitting in a trance state in her chair, dressed in a black dress, with earrings in her ears and tightly laced boots. She looked exactly the same as before the session. Wallace had a similar experience with another medium named Eglinton. The sessions took place in a private house in the presence of about 18 people, among whom were both mediums and those simply interested in spiritualism. The medium was sitting behind a curtain in the corner of the room. There was so little space in the corner that there was only one armchair. Wallace noted, we all carefully examined this corner and made sure that the walls did not have secret doors, and the floorboards were nailed down. Wallace. 1905. Vol. 2. p. 329. In other words, the alleged accomplice would never have been able to get there. Eglinton would sit in a chair, and almost immediately after that, a man in loose clothing appeared, walking around the dimly lit room, allowing him to touch his clothes, arms, and legs. Could it have been Eglinton himself? Immediately after the session, according to Wallace, several friends of the medium asked him for permission to examine him so that the results of the experiment could be announced publicly. After some deliberation, the medium agreed, and 4 were selected from those present, who were instructed to conduct an examination. 2 immediately took the medium into the bedroom, while my friend and I examined the chair, floor, walls, and confirmed that there was nothing there. After that we also went into the bedroom, where Eglinton took off his clothes, and everything, down to his underwear and socks, was in the hands of all 4. After that, we stated with complete confidence that he was wearing nothing but his own clothes. The result of this experience was published in the Spiritualist newspaper with the signatures of all those present. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 329. It must be admitted that there were also cases of deception and forgery at spiritualistic seances. This is not surprising, since it is found even in traditional science. One of the most famous cases of deception in science is the Piltdown Man, who has been fooled by scientists for 40 years. And even today, with existing methods of verifying the results in scientific laboratories, the possibility of falsification, both in the field of supernatural phenomena and in the natural sciences, cannot be ruled out. The only thing we can do is to separately consider each specific case and draw conclusions about the likelihood of deception only in relation to this case. With regard to the Eglinton session, Wallace and the other participants took every precaution to ensure that there was no fraud. Considering this, the most unusual incident that Wallace witnessed happened during a session of one of the most famous mediums of the time, Mr. Monk. A nonconformist priest, Monk enjoyed fame and respect. Such no less famous mediums as Hensley Wedgwood and Stanton Moses specially rented him an apartment in Bloomsbury, Lowdon, in order to be able to carefully and systematically study him. Wedgwood invited Wallace to one of these sessions. Wallace, 1905. Volume 2. p. 330, described in detail what he saw. It was a sunny summer afternoon, and everything happened in the light of day. After a short conversation, Monk, dressed in his usual black robe, began to go into a trance. Soon he got up a few steps away from us and, after a moment's hesitation, pointed to his side, saying, "Look." We saw a barely noticeable white speck on his left side of his cassock. It grew brighter, then flickered and began to spread up and down. It soon turned into a cloudy pillar that stretched from Monk's feet to his shoulder and snuggled against his body. Then he stepped aside. The smoky figure remained in the same place, only it was evident that she was connected with Monk by a smoky ribbon at the very place where it had appeared at the beginning. A few minutes later, Monk said again, "Look," and ran his hand along the tape, cutting it off. Then he and the figure moved away from each other at a distance of 1.5 to 2 meters. The figure now took the shape of a woman, wrapped in a cloth so that only her hands and palms were visible. Monk looked at her and said again, "Look," and clapped his hands. In response, the woman stretched out her hands and clapped in the same way, as he did, and we all clearly heard this second pop, although it was quieter. Then the figure slowly swam up to Monk and began to turn pale and shorten until it completely dissolved into his body, just as it had appeared before. The bright daylight completely ruled out the possibility of deception. Monk stood a few feet from Wallace, in the center of an ordinary room. Thus, the figure could be neither a doll nor an optical illusion produced with any kind of equipment. Wedgwood told Wallace that in another Monk session, a male figure appeared next to the medium, tall and also wrapped in cloth. She remained visible for half an hour. Wedgwood and his colleagues were allowed to touch her and carefully examined her body and clothing. Among other things, they found out that the figure could manipulate objects. Once she even raised the chair in which one of the spectators was sitting. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 331. Wallace and Romanes. In 1880, the journal Nature published a letter from an anonymous scientist who spoke of his interest in spiritualistic experiments. Wallace found out that it was George Romanes. He wrote to Romanes and said that several scientists are conducting similar experiments, but their work is ridiculed and hindered in every possible way. Wallace. 1905. Vol. 2. p. 310. On February 17, 1880, Romanes replied that he was aware of these prejudices, but expressed the hope that evidence that would one day be obtained would change the situation. He wrote that Wallace did not even suspect how much his work changed the attitude of scientists towards spiritualistic experiments and how much the willingness of the scientific world to recognize these experiments increased. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 311. When Romanes reiterated his desire to participate in the experiments, Wallace paid him a visit in London, and Romanes told Wallace how he became interested in spiritualism. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 314 to 315. Romanes' sister, either native or cousin, was a medium. In her sessions, Romanes witnessed the transmission of messages through knocking. At the same time, the messages represented answers to unspoken questions of Romanes himself. This made a great impression on the scientist, and in 1876 he wrote several letters to Darwin, telling him about these experiments. Later Wallace got the opportunity to read these letters. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 315. A year or two after meeting with Romanes, Wallace, 1905. Volume 2. p. 330, was surprised to read in a London newspaper an unflattering article by this scientist on reading minds. Wallace didn't answer her. But in 1890, Wallace and Romanes became embroiled in an evolutionary debate. In a critical review of Wallace's book Darwinism, published in 19th Century, 1890, May. p. 831, Romanes wrote that in the last chapter, we see Wallace obsessed with spiritism and astrology. Wallace, no matter what, capable and doing absurd things. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 317. Wallace replied to him in a personal letter dated July 18, 1890, as for your appeal to the common delusions in the world of science, when you talk about my belief in spiritualism and astrology, although I never said that I believe in it, I should remind you something. In 1876 you sent 2 letters to Darwin describing your spiritual experiences. You wrote that you received answers to unspoken questions. You wrote that you received a message from Mr. D. Bellew. You also stated that you believe in the existence of some kind of inhuman intelligence that spoke to you. You have described many physical phenomena that took place in your own home in the presence of the medium Williams. You saw hands, apparently human, but you didn't see their owner. You have seen how bells and other objects move by themselves. You saw the head and face of a man above the table, with lively eyes and mobile facial expressions. All this time, Williams was held tightly, and your brother walked around the table to make sure there were no wires or any mechanisms, and this is in your own room. And nevertheless, the bell that stood on the piano ended up in someone's luminous hand, which carried it around the room, and at the same time it was ringing. Have you forgotten all this? In your second letter to Darwin, you expressed a deep conviction in the reality of these facts and in the existence of a spiritual mind, the existence of a mind that does not need a brain. You wrote that these phenomena have changed your entire worldview. As you once mentioned, you used to think that there were 2 personalities living in Crooks and Wallace, one normal and the other crazy, but now you, by your own words, are on their side. Wallace, 1905. Volume 2. pp. 317 to 318. Based on all this, Wallace considered the publication of this article in the 19th Century magazine a dishonorable act. In subsequent letters to Wallace, Romanes replied that his correspondence with Darwin was of a personal nature and that he took all the phenomena he saw on faith only conditionally. Romanes claimed that he later became suspicious that the medium Williams was a deceiver. To test this assumption, he asked the medium to conduct a session while in an iron cage. At the same time, not a single unusual phenomenon occurred. This is why Romanes changed the opinion expressed in his letters to Darwin. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 319, 321. Wallace replied that the cell experiment did not disprove the phenomena that Romanes had observed before. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. pp. 320 to 321. Wallace said he would only recognize these phenomena as cheating if Romanes could explain them. He drew attention to the fact that these phenomena took place in Romanes' own house, and the medium was constantly monitored, and the scientist's brother carefully checked the room for the presence of wires or any other devices in it. Romanes admitted that the phenomena he described were really inexplicable. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2. p. 322. Wallace also noted that some mediums successfully caused supernatural phenomena, even while in an iron cage. Mr. Edshed of Belper ordered a special wire cage, and the medium Miss Wood, being in it, many times materialized various figures in his own house, men, women, and children. Later, a similar cage was used by the Newcastle Spiritual Society for a year, and Miss Wood performed sessions from the cage every week. Outside, the cage was locked, but despite this, the medium continued to successfully materialize. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, pp. 322 to 323. Romanes was far from the only scientist who tried to vilify Wallace. One day, after a lecture at Queen's University, Wallace found himself next to Dr. Anstead, who was talking with a friend. The topic of conversation was spiritualism, and Dr. Anstead, not knowing about Wallace's presence, said, "What strange things Crooks and Wallace believe." His friend laughed and replied, "Oh, they are just crazy about it, Wallace." 1905. Volume 2, p. 314. The dissemination of such views is the only way that traditional science can maintain its position. Scientists are transparently hinted that certain types of research can have a detrimental effect on their professional reputation. Ouija seances in America. From 1886 to 1887, Wallace was in America, where he gave scientific lectures. During the trip, he met many American mediums, including Professor William James of Harvard University, and attended several sessions. One series of sessions took place in Boston, in the home of the psychic Mrs. Ross, known for her ability to materialize, Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, pp. 338 to 339. In the room on the ground floor, a corner was fenced off for the medium, formed by the outer wall of the house and the inner wall of the back room. There was a sideboard with china dishes against the inner wall. Wallace carefully examined the walls and floors in each room, as well as the basement. Nowhere were there any doors or secret passages through which an outsider could enter, and the only sliding door leading to the back room was sealed with plaster, on which the participants in the experiment discreetly put a pencil mark in case of its substitution. The session took place in the presence of 10 witnesses, including Wallace, who took a seat in front of the curtain in a semicircle. Twilight reigned, but there was enough light for Wallace to see the hands of his watch and everyone present. Suddenly 3 figures appeared from behind the curtain, a woman in white, Mrs. Ross in black, and a man. When they disappeared behind the curtain, 3 women of different heights, all in white, appeared from there. They were followed by a man in whom one of the spectators recognized his son. Later, a man in Native American clothing stepped out from behind the curtain. He danced, spoke, and shook hands with the audience, including Wallace. Finally, a woman appeared with a child in her arms. Wallace, at her invitation, came up and touched the child, making sure it was real. In another session with Mrs. Ross, which was also attended by William James, Wallace again saw 8 or 9 figures emerge from behind the curtain. One of them turned out to be the deceased niece of one of the spectators, Mr. Brackett. Wallace noted that Mr. Brackett had often seen it emerge from the misty veil and disappear almost immediately. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, p. 339. Wallace also saw his acquaintances. Among them was an elegantly dressed woman. She took my hand, smiled at me and, seeing my bewilderment, in a whisper reminded me that she had often met me at Miss Kate Cook's sessions in London. She allowed me to touch her ears, as I had done earlier, to make sure that, unlike the medium, her ears were not pierced. I noticed that she was very reminiscent of the figure with whom I often talked and joked at sessions in the house of Senior Randy, which no one in America could know about. Another figure was an elderly gentleman in a tailcoat, with gray hair and a beard. He took my hand, bowed, and looked very happy, as if he had met an old friend, only later I remembered that he looked like my cousin, Algernon Wilson. The last time I saw him was when we were still children, but I kept a photograph of him and we corresponded for a long time. He was fond of entomology and lived in Adelaide, and not long before my trip to America he died. These 2 cases struck me to the depths of my soul, because no one could know such details, neither the medium, nor my friends present at the session. Wallace, 1905. Volume 2, pp. 339 to 340. A few months later, a group of 12 came to see Mrs. Ross with the intention of exposing the phenomenon of materialization. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, p. 340. When they tried to carry out their plan, they failed to grab any of the suspicious figures. There were 2 men, 1 woman, 2 boys, and a little girl, or hold in their hands any element of their clothing. In a newspaper article, the whistleblowers stated that the medium's accomplices had appeared in the room from behind a curtain covering a removable panel in the wall. Upon learning of this, Mrs. Ross's friends invited the owner of the house and the carpenter and conducted a thorough check. The carpenter confirmed that there were no hidden passages in the wall, and there are not. Wallace wrote about it in the Banner of Light newspaper. His letter stated that the complete failure of the 12 whistleblowers who came with the intention to identify the accomplices of the medium or to obtain tangible evidence of their existence clearly shows that there were no accomplices at all. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, p. 340 to 341. There were, of course, cases of fraud when mediums and their assistants were taken out into the open. But this case definitely does not fall into their category. In Washington, Wallace attended Keeler's sessions, accompanied by a university professor, general and civil servant, Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, pp. 341 to 345. In one corner of the room, 1.5 meters from the floor, a black curtain was drawn. Behind him was a table with a tambourine and a bell. Before the session, Wallace carefully examined the walls and floor and made sure there were no secret doors. He also checked the curtain itself. It was a single piece of fabric with no slits. Other guests were also given the opportunity to inspect the room. Keeler and 2 spectators sat in 3 chairs in front of the curtain. Another curtain was pulled in front of them, so that it reached their breasts. Keeler's palms rested in the palms of the guests seated on either side of him. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, p. 343, says, the tambourine rang, and then a hand appeared over the curtain. A stick was held out to her, and a hand took it. The hand raised the tambourine on a stick to the very ceiling and began to spin it very quickly. At the same time the bell was ringing. All this time, the medium sat quietly and calmly, without taking his palms out of the hands of his neighbors. After that, the hand was given a notebook and a pencil. She wrote several messages behind the curtain and threw them back. The messages contained names known to some of the guests, who admitted that the messages were meaningful. Wallace received the message himself, in an even more unusual way. He did not pass the notebook to his hand behind the curtain, but stood nearby and held the notebook himself. As Wallace watched, a hand with a pencil went through the dense fabric of the curtain and wrote him a message. There was another session in which Wallace observed a similar phenomenon. After passing through the curtain, a stick appeared. Then 2 watches were passed to me through the curtains, which, as it turned out, belonged to 2 spectators sitting next to the medium. A small tambourine, about 25 centimeters in diameter, also passed through the curtain and fell to the floor. These objects passed through different ends of the curtain and did not leave holes in it, as it turned out later upon careful examination. I was even more struck, if this is possible at all, by the medium's vest, which was passed to me from behind the curtain, while the medium's outerwear remained on him, and he was held by the hands all the time. In addition, the room was bright and about 20 spectators were staring at the medium. All this seems inconceivable, but what was described did take place. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, pp. 344 to 345. In San Francisco, Wallace, with his brother John of California and Mr. Owen, editor of the Golden Gate, was invited to sessions of the medium Fred Evans. Wallace. 1905. Volume 2, pp. 346 to 349. Mr. Owen's friend, a physician, was also present. The guests were allowed to examine 4 folding slate boards, wiped with a damp sponge. Then the boards were folded and placed on the table. After that, the guests laid their hands on them. When the guests were signaled, They removed their hands, and it turned out that there were words inscribed on each board. These were messages from deceased relatives of Wallace and deceased spiritualists. Skeptics usually explain this by replacing the boards. But Wallace's account of the session completely rules out such a theory. The guests' hands all the time lay on the boards and the guests did not take their eyes off them. After that, other boards were brought. The medium wrote something on it in pencil, and when it was later opened it had words written in 5 different colors. Wallace noticed that the letters were clearly written over the pencil markings. This eliminates the possibility of any chemicals to change the color of the writing. Wallace's brother specially bought and brought in a new slate. They put her on the floor for a few minutes. Wallace did not take his eyes off her the whole time. When the board was opened, a message was written on both sides. It is important that the board was completely new and had not been used by the medium before. After that, Wallace asked the medium if the inscriptions could appear on the paper embedded in a closed slate board. Evans suggested that Wallace put 6 pieces of notebook paper between the flaps of the board. Wallace did just that. A few minutes later the board was opened. Wallace found on the sheets of paper pencil sketches of portraits of 5 deceased spiritualists and his long-dead sister. The sheets lay one on top of the other between the boards of the board exactly as Wallace had laid them. Taking into account the fact that the request to do this experiment came as a surprise to the medium and that the leaves were tightly clamped between the doors of the board, there can be no question of any falsification on the part of the medium. Wallace, 1905. Volume 2. pp. 348 to 349, writes, a session with 7 slates and 6 sheets took less than an hour. Everything was so simple and open that, given the presence of 4 witnesses, the conditions of the experiment can be called ideal. The report of this session was published with the signatures of all those present. Wallace's spiritual theory, analysis and criticism. Summing up his research, Wallace says, the modern doctrine of spiritualism boils down to the following: the whole world, the entire material universe is intended for the development of spiritual beings. Death is only the transition of a being to a higher, immaterial level of development. Our happiness and the speed of our development depend only on how we use here, in this world, our abilities and capabilities. Wallace. 1892. p. 648. These conclusions are made solely on the basis of carefully studied and repeatedly observed in nature, and therefore are strictly scientific, says Wallace. 1885a. p. 809. However, the observed phenomena limit these conclusions to a certain framework. According to Wallace, only those phenomena from the field of spiritualism that are associated with people and spirits who are in close proximity to the earthly kingdom are provable. Therefore, he warns, any reasoning about the nature and origin of the mind or about higher states of mind that a person can achieve in the boundless future, I consider not deserving of any confidence and devoid of any meaning, since such things are beyond our understanding. Wallace. 1885 quoted from Smith 1991, p. 101. Wallace was content with the limited conclusions that can be drawn from the observable, average level, of human existence. Sometimes, however, he still dared to indulge in untrustworthy speculations about origins and higher states. Wallace viewed spiritualism as a sound scientific hypothesis, since spiritualism gave him the ability to observe and explain a variety of phenomena. For example, spiritualism provided a general explanation for such phenomena as the advice Socrates received from his daemonian, predictions of ancient Greek oracles, miracles described in the Old and New Testaments, miracles performed by such saints as Bernard, Francis and Teresa, the phenomenon of witchcraft, modern Catholic miracles, such as the apparitions of the Virgin Mary, unusual psychic abilities in savages, the miracle of prayer and the phenomena that Wallace observed in seances. Wallace. 1874. Quoted from Smith. 1991. pp. 87 to 89. All this he ascribed to spirits acting through the most sensitive people. If spirits are immaterial beings or beings consisting of the most scattered and subtle forms of matter, Wallace. 1896. p. 44. Then how can they perform any actions, let alone create quite tangible material objects? According to Wallace's observations, all known to us the most powerful forces of nature are only the smallest vibrations of an infinitely subtle form of matter, and that all kinds of natural phenomena originate precisely in these hidden forces. Wallace. 1896, p. 44. As for the infinitely subtle form of matter, Wallace is referring to the all-pervading ether. According to his theory, spirits affect the ether, and this subtle effect is amplified by the forces of nature to such an extent that visible manipulations with matter take place. Wallace further states, etheric beings, if they really exist, should have feelings. This gives them the opportunity to better understand the structure of the universe and endows them with a more developed mind, which allows them to direct the movements of the ether in the right direction. All their abilities are probably proportional to the influence that they themselves have on the ether. The speed of their movements can reach the speed of light or electric current. Their vision can be as perfect as the best of our telescopes and microscopes. Spirits can have a sense organ, somewhat reminiscent of the latest achievement in science, a spectroscope, which enables them to see the composition of matter in any form, be it people, stars, or nebulae. And such creatures with such incomprehensible abilities cannot be called supernatural. The ether, which, as physicists believed in the 19th century, fills the cosmos, is no longer taken seriously. But there are modern scientific theories that give Wallace's concepts the right to live. According to the theory of deterministic chaos, immeasurably small random perturbations of matter can quickly lead to unpredictable large-scale phenomena. Scientists cite a butterfly in the Caribbean as an example. The flaps of its wings set the air molecules in motion. This movement of molecules can grow to the scale of a hurricane, which, formed in the sea, will hit the American coast. If the butterfly flaps its wings a little differently, then the hurricane may not affect the coast. Thus, the spirits that Wallace speaks of can induce the slightest movement at the subatomic level, capable of instantly developing into phenomena observed at spiritualistic seances. It can also be assumed that spirits can somehow change the curvature of Einstein's space-time continuum. This gives them the ability to manipulate gravity, which is considered to be the result of the curvature of the continuum. It can also be assumed that spirits cause minor changes in the quantum mechanical vacuum, which in some respects resembles ether. Of course, all these theories limit the possibilities of explaining supernatural phenomena, and, perhaps, rather than trying to explain these phenomena in terms of already known physical laws, it would be wiser to develop a new theory in which more natural phenomena organically coexist with supernatural ones. One way to do this would be to return to some kind of ether concept. Ether can be defined as a subtle link between matter and consciousness. Wallace was a dualist in terms of modern discussions of body and soul. He recognized the existence of a conscious self, distinct from the physical body. Wallace noted that the bodies of any organism, from primitive to highly developed, are built of molecules, the connection of which is more complicated, the higher the degree of development of the organism. However, this is not enough to explain the phenomenon of consciousness. If a material particle or a combination of 1,000 particles in a molecule does not possess consciousness, then it is impossible to agree that the addition of 1, 2, or even 1,000 other particles to create a more complex molecule will lead to the emergence of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are fundamentally different from each other. There is no escape from this dilemma: either all matter has consciousness, or consciousness is something different from matter. In the latter case, the presence of consciousness in a material body proves the existence of conscious beings who are separate and independent of what we call matter. Wallace. 1870. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 290. Wallace himself was more inclined towards the latter, although some of the provisions of his theory are not entirely clear. Being a dualist, he at the same time, apparently, did not recognize the existence of individual and endowed with consciousness particles before their incarnation in a material body. According to Wallace, there is a single spiritual mind from which all matter originated. The individual spiritual mind associated with the spiritual body, soul, can only develop in the physical body when it is born. Wallace. 1885b. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 100. After the death of the physical body, the individual mind goes to the first stage of spiritual existence, where, depending on the inclinations developed in the process of earthly life, either continues its development or not. But if individual souls are able to exist after the death of the physical body, then why could they not exist before? And why do they even need to incarnate on earth? Because this experience is not always pleasant for them. Why don't they skip this stage and immediately move to a higher level of existence? Only a theory that admits the existence of spiritual particles before their embodiment on earth can answer these questions. According to Wallace, the spirit has free will, so after death he either suffers or enjoys, depending on his actions during earthly life. Therefore, if we assume that the soul existed before its incarnation in the body, and also possessed free will, then in some cases the fact of the soul's incarnation in the physical body can be explained by the abuse of freedom of choice on its part. Only those souls who have misused free will end up in physical bodies, inevitably prone to illness and death. But here another problem arises. In his writings, Wallace describes in detail such spiritualistic phenomena as levitation, communication with spirits and clairvoyance that occurred in his time and before him. However, he ignores the transmigration of souls, which is a fairly common phenomenon. Nonetheless, the reports of transmigration are no less reliable than any other category of facts cited by Wallace. However, the existence of this phenomenon will require a revision of Wallace's theory. After the death of the physical body, the soul does not necessarily get to the first stage of spiritual existence, but may well receive a new physical body. According to religious teachings on transmigration of souls, for example, Vedic teachings, some souls are very strongly attached to their previous body and therefore do not receive a new body, but they remain for some time to exist as spirits. This fits well with the observations of Wallace and other spiritualists, who, when communicating with spirits, often noticed their desire to communicate with their living friends and relatives. Wallace's spiritualism and the theory of evolution. What place did Wallace give to his ideas about spiritualism in the theory of evolution by natural selection, in particular, in the theory of human evolution? First, Wallace was convinced that the course of evolution was in some sense guided. Although the origin of species was largely determined by natural selection, according to Wallace, natural selection is not enough to explain the diversity of species observed on Earth. Certain forces, the nature of which is not fully understood, and perhaps will never be understood, predetermined the path along which evolution had to go. The well-known evolutionist Stephen D. Gould, well known in the modern scientific world, suggested that by replaying the film of evolution again, we would not get the same result again. A man, for example, might not have arisen at all. And if the tape is scrolled 1,000 times, then each time we get a new set of views. In other words, evolution is based on chance rather than inevitability. There are so many variables that no one can predict which path development will take. And if there are so many ways and each of them depends on millions of accidents, large and small, then we cannot exclude the possibility that this primordial intelligence controls the evolutionary processes so that the desired result is achieved. Under certain initial conditions and a given final result, on the path traced by the highest reason, with the participation of natural selection, many oddities may arise that we do not expect from the Creator, but which, nevertheless, are dictated from above and carry a certain meaning. For example, a panda has a false thumb, with which this animal holds its favorite food, bamboo shoots while eating. Gould says that the panda's false finger is actually not a finger, but an extension from the wrist. God would never have created a panda finger, concludes Gould. Only by natural selection could such a strange adaptation come about. But according to Wallace, God's intervention and natural selection are not mutually exclusive. The primordial mind could well have plotted the course of natural selection in such a way, so that a person appears as a result. And one of the byproducts of this process could well have been a panda with her unusual finger. Let's take a closer look at the root cause of evolution according to Wallace's theory. Even before Einstein, Wallace decided that matter is a transformation of force, or energy. Wallace. 1870. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 290. This force, or energy, existed in two varieties. The first energy is the main forces of nature, such as the force of gravity, cohesion, repulsion, electric current, etc. The second energy is our own will. Wallace. 1870. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 290. The age-old question of free will still remains unresolved for many philosophers and scientists. Avoiding a detailed retelling of what Wallace says about this, we will only present his main reasons below. As Wallace observes, many people regard free will as nothing more than the result of molecular changes in the brain. Wallace. 1870. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 701. As Wallace objects to this, no one has ever proved that the powers that a person possesses can be explained by the known laws of nature. If we accept free will as a quality of human consciousness, then the manifestation of free will should involve the use of forces that can set in motion all the other forces of the organism known to us. In this sense, the action of the forces of nature in the body can be traced back to the expression of will. Based on this, Wallace concludes, if we trace the mechanism of action of any force, however small, to its primary source, our own will, then, even without delving into the action of other primary causes of this force, we can assume that any force in us can and be this will power. Thus, the entire universe does not simply depend on the will, but is really the will of the higher intelligences or the single supreme reason. Wallace. 1870. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 291. In other words, all matter and all forces in the universe are the transformation of the will of the supreme reason or intelligences. The will of higher intelligences, according to Wallace, and directs the course of evolution and natural selection. Wallace states, the higher mind directed the development of man along a certain path and for a certain purpose, just as man directs the development of many animals and plants. The laws of evolution may never have led to the emergence of grains so much needed by man as wheat and maize, fruits like bananas and breadfruit, animals like the Guernsey dairy cow or the London draft horse. However, the fact that they were produced by nature without any outside help seems so obvious that it is easy to believe in the existence of a mind that perfectly knows the laws of development of organic forms. We refuse to believe that any other forces were involved in the emergence of all this. And disparagingly reject, as my theory will be rejected here by many who agreed with me earlier, the theory that in these cases the controlling mind ruled the laws of change, reproduction, and survival in pursuit of its own goals. However, we know that this is exactly the case. And we must admit that if we are not the highest mind in the universe, then some higher mind could well direct the development of man with the help of more subtle means than those of which we know. Wallace. 1870. pp. 359 to 360. Cited in Smith. 1991. p. 289. Wallace believed that some aspects of human physiology cannot be explained solely by natural selection and the survival of the fittest. He wrote that the brain of primitive man was as large and developed as the brain of modern man. Thus, the capabilities of the primitive man's brain exceeded his needs. Wallace said that natural selection could only give wild man a brain slightly more developed than the brain of a monkey. Wallace. 1869. Quoted in Smith. 1991. p. 32. Of the human hand, Wallace said that primitive people had no use for such a refined and graceful instrument, and they would hardly find more worthy use for it than a set of instruments without instructions. Wallace. 1869. Quoted from Smith. 1991. p. 32. Wallace also talked about a person's ability to articulate speech. All this he considered evidence that, as we can see, Wallace was convinced that man appeared on Earth much earlier than it is generally believed. And interestingly, he was sure that the level of development of European civilization may not be the culmination of the development of the human race. If one day we have to admit that our knowledge of the laws of nature is not as complete as we used to think, he added, such a result is quite natural. No matter how great the intellectual achievements of the 19th century, it is hardly worth evaluating them so highly as to assert that in some incomplete 20 years we have moved from complete ignorance to an almost perfect understanding of such two deep and important topics as the origin of species and antiquity. The human race, Wallace. 1876. Quoted from Smith. 1991. pp. 43 to 44. Although not 20, but 150 years have passed since then, now, at the beginning of the XXI century. Chapter 6. Man, Body, Soul, and Consciousness. Sir Alfred Russel Wallace's research has shown that if we want to understand where a person comes from, we first need to understand what a person is. Based on materialistic assumptions, most scientists have come to the conclusion that man consists only of gross matter. Such assumptions significantly limit the options for explaining human origins. We only have to build hypotheses about the self-organization of gross matter to create complex biological forms. But even within this narrow framework, science has not been able to accurately explain the appearance of the first biological form and the subsequent development of man from it. That is why we may well consider other premises, which will increase our explanatory power. Having considered all the other facts known to science, we will find sufficient grounds to proceed from the assumption that a person and all other living beings around us do not consist of one type of matter, but of three: the physical body, mind, and consciousness, spirit. By the mind, I mean subtle material energy associated with the human body and capable of influencing gross matter or receiving information through the senses in a way that science cannot yet explain. However, the mind itself does not possess consciousness, although it can carry information for consciousness and partially contribute to the transformation of conscious intentions into physical actions, that is, the manipulation of gross matter. By spirit I mean a particle that has consciousness, sensations, desires, and the ability to act, able to exist apart from mind and matter. The assumption that humans and other living beings are composed of gross matter, mind, and consciousness will indeed require fundamentally new explanations. We'll have to explain the origin of these elements and how they came together in the human body. Consider the scientific evidence in favor of the assumption that a person consists not only of gross matter, but also of such separate elements as mind and consciousness. In the first part of this chapter I will give facts regarding the existence of such an element as the mind, and in the second part, evidence of the existence of a conscious particle, different from the subtle material mind and consisting of the gross matter of the physical body. Part 1. Evidence for the existence of an element such as mind. In selecting the evidence for the existence of such an element as the mind, I decided to start with the contemporaries of Wallace and Darwin. This choice, however, is arbitrary. Since in this book I question the Darwinian theory of evolution, formulated in the mid-19th century and further developed in the 20th century, it seemed reasonable to me to limit myself to references to such scientific evidence of the existence of the mind, which belongs to a similar period. James Esdale. Hypnosis in India. James Esdale was an English physician who worked in Bengal in the 19th century, during the period of British rule over India. He was one of the earliest explorers of hypnosis as a pain reliever. Esdale's patients, who underwent painless surgery, considered him the incarnation of Vishnu. Esdale. 1852. p. 166. Around the same time, ether and chloroform began to be widely used by physicians, and the need for hypnosis was no longer necessary. Then Esdale turned his attention to the mysterious mental phenomena that he observed during hypnosis sessions. He wrote, Esdale. 1852, that some of his patients could, while blindfolded, in a trance state, distinguish between people and objects invisible to normal vision. In addition to reports of his own experiments, Esdale included similar reports from other researchers in his work. For example, Dr. Chalmers, a surgeon in Calcutta, tested the ability of a boy with the gift of clairvoyance. Chalmers experimented at his home. There were 2 candles on the table with a banknote between them. Before the start of the experiment, the bill was in a closet, closed with a key, and no one except the doctor saw it. In another room there were guests and a clairvoyant. Chalmers went out to them and asked the boy what he saw in the other room. The boy replied that he saw 2 candles on the table. When asked if he saw anything else on the table, he said that he saw a bill. Then he accurately named the serial number of the 4-digit banknote and its denomination, 25 rupees. Then Dr. Chalmers returned to the room and, without saying anything to anyone, exchanged the mentioned bill for a 10-rupee bill. He said to the boy that he just turned over a 25-rupee note and asked to read the number from the other side. The boy replied that he saw a 10-rupee note. Chalmers returned to the room and placed a gold watch on the bill. The boy described them exactly. Then Chalmers carried the watch and money to another room, while the boy announced to the guests that the clock and money had been removed from the table. When Chalmers returned to tell the guests about this, he found that they already knew everything. Esdale. 1852. pp. 76-78. Esdale possessed an extraordinary ability to hypnotize people without their knowledge. For example, he described cases when he silently hypnotized people blindfolded to complete paralysis and numbness in the limbs. Esdale also wrote about the introduction of patients into a state of trance at a distance. Esdale. 1852. pp. 226-227. Mr. Grant, a respected official of venerable age, has often witnessed how I trance patients in the next room. At this time, the patients posed for Mr. Grant for a portrait, and he did his best to attract their attention. Esdale conducted a similar experiment with a blind person, which excluded the possibility of visual contact. Esdale. 1852. p. 227. I silently sat him down on a chair and in 10 minutes hypnotized him without ever touching him. Then I picked him up and put him into a somnambulistic state. He began to move with difficulty, while saying that he was in his bed and asleep. Soon he completely lost control of himself, again plunged into a trance and remained in it for 2 hours. This man began to give in so well to suggestion that by focusing my attention on him, I could hypnotize him at any distance within the hospital, regardless of what he was doing at that time. Esdale also writes, without a doubt, people who try to explain all hypnosis by convention all be suggestion, anticipation, and play of the imagination. They will say that the blind learned about my presence and intentions through hearing and smell, or by my irregular breathing and lack of any movements. Esdale. 1852. p. 227. Esdale counters that none of this applies to his hypnotic experiments with the blind, which were carried out at a distance. Esdale wrote, in the first sessions of hypnosis, I just silently looked at the blind man over the partition, while he was having dinner alone 20 meters away from me. Soon he stopped eating and after a quarter of an hour was already in a state of deep trance and numbness. I conducted similar experiments at the most inopportune time, and although the blind could not know about my presence, the result was the same every time. Esdale. 1852. p. 228. Esdale also did interesting experiments with water, which he called charged. He blew into the water through a pipe and held his hands over it. Then he offered his patients charged and ordinary water and found that after drinking the charged water, people plunged into a hypnotic trance, not even knowing what kind of water it was and why they were asked to drink it. Esdale. 1846. pp. 158-164. In one experiment, Esdale gave this water to patients who were treated with nitric acid for ulcers, which is usually very painful. After taking the charged water, the patients did not feel pain at all during the nitric acid treatment. Esdale conducted similar experiments for several years in 6 different hospitals. Patients never knew that they were being offered charged water. Tinctures of cardamom and rhubarb were added to the water, as well as ammonia for smell. Esdale was convinced that the hypnotic effect was caused by a subtle neural fluid that transfers sensory sensations to the brain and transmits the brain's will to the organs, which leads to the performance of certain actions. According to Esdale, the hypnotist is able to transmit this fluid to the patient. Overloading the patient's brain with this fluid causes him to plunge into a hypnotic trance. Reducing this load returns the brain to normal functioning. According to Esdale, thoughts and feelings can also be transmitted through this fluid. Esdale 1852. pp. 234 to 238. Esdale seems to have believed that the mind associated with the brain possesses a consciousness that is completely independent and can operate without the involvement of the physical senses, assuming that sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing are the faculties of the mind, and not the senses, which are only instruments of the mind. And if we assume that the divine reason, from which the human mind originates, dispenses with the senses, while remaining omniscient and omnipresent, then why the human mind in certain circumstances cannot partially manifest similar abilities. Esdale 1852. p. 49. This would also explain the clairvoyance that some people experience in a state of hypnosis. Speaking in terms of the concepts I introduced, body, mind, and consciousness, or soul, Esdale unites mind and consciousness. But this unification is more true than their complete denial by the modern science of thinking. Alexis and Adolphe Didier, two outstanding mediums. Two famous mediums, Alexis and Adolphe Didier, possessed a pronounced gift of clairvoyance. Their abilities were probably passed on to them from their father, who sometimes fell into a hypnotic trance while reading the newspaper. The newspaper fell out of his hands, and he continued to read it aloud, without making any mistakes. Sometimes Alexis and Adolphe jokingly carried the newspaper to another room, and the father continued to read it anyway. Dingwall 1967. pp. 159 to 160. On May 17, 1847, Alexis Didier and the hypnotist Marcel were invited to see Lord Frederick Fitzclarence at the Brighton Hotel on the Rue de Rivoli, Paris, where Alexis was to demonstrate his abilities. Among those present were Lord Normanby, the English ambassador to France, and several other important persons. Neither Lord Frederick nor Lord Normanby believed in hypnosis. Marcel put Alexis into a trance, and Lord Frederick asked him to describe his country residence. Alexis has accurately described the house, its location, and furnishings. Esdale 1852. p. 80. Skeptics might assume that Alexis and Marcel knew these details in advance. But let's see what Marcel writes. Lord Normanby took a book from Lord Frederick's library, gave the page number, and Alexis read the sentence from it, although Lord Normanby did not let go of the book. The experiment was repeated several times, and each was successful. Esdale 1852. p. 81. Before publishing his story about what happened, Marcel sent it to Lord Frederick, who replied, "I read your story about a hypnotic session in my house in Paris in 1847. He is completely faithful to the smallest detail. I have not seen anything more unusual than this session." Esdale 1852. pp. 82 to 83. Chauncey Hat Townsend 1852. Published an account of a session with Alexis Didier in Paris in October 1851. The session took place in Townsend's hotel room. Marcel put Alexis into a trance state and went into another room. Townsend was left alone with the clairvoyant. Townsend later wrote, "I am convinced that he knew nothing about me." To test Alexis' abilities, Townsend asked for a description of his house. Alexis replied that Townsend had two houses, one in London and one outside the city, which turned out to be true. Shortly before the session, Townsend bought a house in London. In addition, he had a country house in Lausanne, Switzerland. Alexis asked which house to describe to him, and Townsend asked him to describe the country house. "I was amazed at the accuracy of my description of my home in Lausanne," writes Townsend, especially when he mentioned a small house on the left side of the plot, where, according to Swiss tradition, the hostess lives. Outsiders could not know about such a feature, and this convinced me of the veracity of the story. Townsend then asked Alexis to describe what he sees in more detail. Alexis replied that he saw water and trees around the house. It was true, the lake was visible from the window of the house, and trees grew next to the house. Townsend then asked Alexis what was in the living room. Alexis replied, "You have a lot of good pictures on your walls." Curiously, they are all modern, except for two. Then Townsend asked Alexis to describe these two pictures. Alexis replied that one painting depicts a seascape and the other a religious subject, sujet religieux. As Townsend noted, this precision made me shudder. And when Alexis began to describe sujet religieux in a painting I recently bought from an Italian refugee, which contained a number of very unusual details, my amazement was boundless. Here is what Alexis said about this painting. It depicts three figures, an old man, a woman, and a child. Can a woman be the Virgin Mary? No. She's too old for that. The woman is holding a book, and the child is pointing at something in the book. And in the corner I see a spinning wheel. Alexis quite rightly conveyed the plot of the picture. Saint Anne teaches the Virgin Mary to read. Townsend then asked Alexis, "What is the painting on?" Alexis replied that it was not canvas or metal. After thinking for a moment, he said that the colors were applied to the stone, and that the back surface of the stone was rough, gray-black, and uneven. All this was true. The painting was done on black marble. Alexis then went into detail about Townsend's just bought a house in Norfolk Street in London. Townsend noted, "He accurately described two of my maids, one young and one old." About the latter, which seemed pretty to him, he spoke with obvious pleasure, unmistakably naming the color of her eyes, hair, etc. Alexis was not mistaken about the park in front of the house and furniture in the style of Louis XIV. Further, he described in detail and correctly the furnishings of all rooms, as well as three paintings. About the first painting, he said that it depicts a woman with two children, a portrait of the Holy Family by Raphael. In the second picture, there was a raging sea, and in the third, the interior of the stable with a lying gray horse. All descriptions were accurate. Townsend then decided to check if Alexis could read the book without seeing it. He brought Lamartine's Jocelyn from another room and opened the book at random. Alexis read several sentences from there with his eyes closed. Then Alexis offered to read him something from an unopened page, the number of which Townsend should have given him. Townsend asked Alexis to read the 8th page from open. Townsend recalls this as follows. He began to run his finger over the open page and read the following line, "Adi vor idionjet tout ma sympathy." I counted out 8 pages and saw right under his finger these words, which he read correctly, except for one mistake. Instead of de vor he said de churi. But my inherent skepticism haunted me, Townsend recalls. Deciding that Alexis knew Jocelyn by heart, I went into the next room and took out of the closet Les Beaux-Arts a large book I bought the same day. Alexis certainly couldn't know her by heart. And again the same thing was repeated. I have already forgotten which place I chose then, because I did not mark it in any way, unlike Jocelyn, where there are still bookmarks in memory of this miracle in the corresponding places. But I confirm that Alexis read in Les Beaux-Arts a few words on a page that was quite far from the open one. And yet, to be more confident, I took the book in English. It was Miss Ferrier's philosophical novel Heritage. In it, Alexis read Gertrude's name and a few more words on an unopened page. Alexis then asked Townsend if he had received a letter in whose author he had some interest. He wanted to tell Townsend something about this letter. Townsend brought a letter from a lady. He notes, the letter was in an opaque envelope, which Alexis did not try to open. I watched him intently. He just held it in his hand. First, Alexis said that there was a newspaper clipping in the envelope with the words, "Brotherhood of Nations," in it. An excerpt from an article on the Peace Society was indeed attached to the letter. Then Alexis took a pencil and wrote on the envelope the address of the lady who sent the letter. And then, and it was a real miracle, writes Townsend, Alexis told me in detail the story of this lady, told me how long I had known her, and mentioned many other details about our acquaintance, as well as about the nature of her sister. To top it off, he wrote, on a still unopened letter, her father's first and last name. In addition, Alexis told Townsend many details about his health and family. Dr. Elliotson, publisher of the Zoist, added further evidence of Alexis' clairvoyance to Townsend's account. For example, Monsieur Sabin, director of the Le Havre train station, also visited Alexis. Even before Monsieur Sabin opened his mouth, Alexis, in a trance state, said, "You came to ask about a loss related to your job." Sabin confirmed this. Alexis asked, "Do you work on the Le Havre railway?" Sabin replied in the affirmative again. Then Alexis said that a basket of leeches, used in medicine to suck blood and other fluids, was lost. Sabin clarified that 2 baskets of leeches were lost. Alexis said that one was taken off the train at Rouen by mistake and taken to the city in a large carriage. Nobody took the basket, and the coachman later found it. Alexis said, afraid of getting scolded, the coachman did not take the basket into the luggage compartment, but hid it in the stable. At this time, you sent a request to Rouen, and received a reply that the basket was not found. And a few days ago the coachman threw the basket into the luggage compartment. She stands at the entrance to the right, under the first window. You will find her there if you come to Rouen. But keep in mind that a long time has passed, so about 200 leeches have died. Sabin traveled to Rouen and found the basket at the location indicated by Alexis, with 200 leeches actually dead. That a long time has passed, so about 200 leeches have died. Sabin traveled to Rouen and found the basket at the location indicated by Alexis, with 200 leeches actually dead. That a long time has passed, so about 200 leeches have died. Sabin traveled to Rouen and found the basket at the location indicated by Alexis, with 200 leeches actually dead. Eric Dingwall, author of Abnormal Hypnotic Phenomena, describes how Alexis Didier himself describes the mechanism of clairvoyance. Something inexplicable happens inside him, which causes convulsions of his nerves and limbs, and also disrupts the work of his entire body. Then the inner spiritual vision opens, unpleasant sensations subside, and a feeling of peace comes, and material objects become transparent. He can, without feeling tired, be transferred from one end of the world to another, talk with Africans, walk around China, descend into Australian mines and even penetrate the Sultan's harem. As soon as his soul wishes, he finds himself in any place, time and space disappear, and the events of the distant past come to life in front of him, so that he can describe them in every detail. Clairvoyance, like communication with spirits, Alexis considers innate abilities that cannot be learned. But if there is such a gift, then it can be developed and strengthened. To understand the mechanism of clairvoyance, one must first believe in the existence of the soul. The purpose of somnambulism is to show the powers that a person possessed in antiquity, and, in particular, the powers that the soul acquires after the death of the body. Didier. 1856. p. 15. Quoted from Dingwall. 1967. pp. 199 to 200. Adolphe Didier had the same abilities as his brother. G. Barth, 1853, described some of Adolphe's clairvoyant experiments in the Zoist. Barth was commissioned by 2 aristocratic British officers to test Didier's abilities. Barth hypnotized Adolphe, and he agreed to read the pages of the closed book. One of the officers took the first book he came across from the shelf and, holding it behind his back, asked Adolphe to say its name. Adolphus answered correctly. It was the book Voyage en Suisse. Then the officer asked the clairvoyant to read the first 4 lines on page 27. Barth, L853. p. 409, describes it this way. Adolphe immediately read several sentences in French. When we opened the book to page 27, we found that he had read 4 lines correctly on page 27, which could not possibly have entered his normal field of vision. Then Adolphe was mentally transferred to an officer's house in one of the central counties of England and described everything absolutely accurately and in detail, right down to the paintings in the dining room and the costumes of the characters depicted on them. Chauncey Hat Townsend, 1853, also described the sessions of Adolphe Didier, which took place at Townsend at the Hotel de l'Echo in Geneva. Townsend put Adolphe into a trance state and asked, "Can you see some of my acquaintances in Lausanne?" However, he did not specifically specify the gender of this person. Adolphe replied, "I can, But first you must help me with your thoughts to get to Lausanne. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I'm boarding a steamer. I swim on it on the lake. The steamer does land from time to time. Now I am in front of a small town. Townsend guessed it was Oshi. Adolf, who, according to Townsend, has never been to Lausanne, continued his story, I'm getting into a boat. I am mooring. I walk along a wide road that rises up the mountain. I turn right. To my right I see a house. He stands as if at an angle between two paths, which are on the same road on which I came. It's just off the road. I climb the steps and walk to the door. I go into a small hallway, from it I go into the living room. The doors to the living room, which connected to the adjacent room, are open. 2 rooms seem to be one large room, and the whole house is visible to me through and through. Is there anyone in the house? Townsend asked. Wait a minute, Adolf replied. There's no one in the living room. I'm going upstairs. I see a woman. Townsend asked to describe her, and Adolf described Townsend's cousin in great detail. Townsend noted that all features, hair, hairstyle, etc., were described correctly. Adolf noticed that the woman was wearing something funny on her head. Townsend thought it was a riding hat. But Adolf claimed that it was a brown mesh. Townsend decided he was wrong. Suddenly Adolf exclaimed, What a strange dress this lady has. The top and bottom of the dress do not fit together. Above she has something like a man's waistcoat, and below she has a regular skirt made of a different material. Townsend again did not believe him. Adolf continued, She goes to the window, looks out of it. She is alarmed and thinks about the weather. She wants to ride a horse, this is her new hobby. Townsend writes, This phrase amazed me, being absolutely true. Adolf was already a little tired and asked Townsend to make some passes. Then he continued his story, Now I am in time a little earlier than the situation that I just described. I see the same lady in another room and in another house. This happened before you left Lausanne for Geneva. She is sitting in a large armchair in front of the fireplace. Are you sitting in a chair, not in a chair, facing her? You tell her that you are going to Geneva. You look interested and lean towards her. I can see both of you perfectly. This description was perfectly accurate, Townsend said. He noted that his sister visited him in Lausanne by chance. Passing by, she saw my carriage at the door and came in to ask where I was going. And then, when I told her about my intention to go to Geneva, she sat exactly as described. This session was also attended by Mr. Lawrence. When Adolf left, Townsend and Lawrence began to discuss what had happened. Townsend confessed to Lawrence that almost everything Adolf had seen was true. Then he added, But it seems to me that in some places Adolf was still mistaken. For example, when he said that he could see right through the house from the hallway, when he talked about the brown net in my sister's dress, and perhaps when he said that my sister was going to ride because she didn't attend riding school on those days. Back in Lausanne, Townsend told his sister about Adolf's session, including what he regarded as his mistakes. Townsend's sister's answer surprised Townsend, but he was not mistaken. The day you left for Lausanne, I opened the doors between the rooms, and since then the doors have remained open. But he was probably wrong about the brown mesh? Townsend asked. No, said the sister. I put it on purpose so that my hair would not get tousled. I'll show you this mesh. I didn't wear my felt hat. Moreover, that day I did take a riding lesson because the schedule had changed. Instead of wearing the entire riding suit, I just put on the jacket right over the dress. Townsend asked her what time it was. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, the sister replied. It was during this time that Townsend was present at a séance with Adolphus in Geneva. Bhaktivinoda Thakura and Bishkishana. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, 1838–1914, is a prominent figure in the history of the Indian Gaudiya Vaishnava religious school. He was one of the predecessors of my spiritual master, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Bhaktivinoda Thakura spent most of his life in the civil service as a magistrate. Before receiving the spiritual name, Bhaktivinoda Thakura was known as Kedaranatha. In 1870 he was appointed deputy magistrate and tax collector in the holy city of Puri in the state of Orissa. In Puri, Bhaktivinoda Thakur served under the national government commissioner Mr. T.E. Raven Shah. In 1872, Raven Shah instructed Bhaktivinoda Thakura to put an end to the riots perpetrated by Bishkishana, the leader of the heretical Ativari sect, McNaughton 1989, p. 110. The yogi of Bishkishana, who possessed mystical powers, proclaimed himself the incarnation of Mahavishnu. In Vedic cosmology, Mahavishnu, the avatar of the Supreme Lord, reclines in the causal ocean, and from his breath countless universes are born. That is, in fact, Bishkishana proclaimed himself God. To impress others, he performed miracles, thereby proving his power. McNaughton, drawing on a number of biographical and autobiographical works, writes, McNaughton. 1989. p. 112. The yogi sat in front of the fire and leaned into the fire. When he straightened up, everyone saw that there were no burns on his face. He read other people's thoughts, healed the sick with one touch, and vomited flames. Bishkishana declared that he would soon punish the Europeans and free India from their oppression. Bhaktivinoda Thakura, with the chief of police and several constables, were sent to pacify Bishkishana, who lived in the jungle near the village of Saradapur. Leaving the constables in the thicket, Bhaktivinoda Thakura went out to Bishkishana and the crowd of his followers alone. Seeing Bhaktivinoda, Bishkishana said, "I know that you are from Bengal and are serving as a magistrate. What brings you here at such a late hour?" "I have come specifically to meet you," Thakur replied. Bishkishana said, "Good. Then please sit down and listen to me. I am Mahavishnu, reclining in the ocean of milk. I came to earth to kill all Europeans, including the British king." Then Bishkishana recounted the entire biography of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, gave his name and true intentions. McNaughton writes, McNaughton 1989, p. 114. Then the yogi, to surprise the Thakura, before his eyes he healed many people suffering from incurable diseases. One had a dart wound that did not heal. Bishkishana plunged the patient into a trance, created a handful of ashes out of nothing and anointed the wound with them. The wound immediately healed, the pain passed, and the man was healthy again. After investigating the surrounding villages, Bhaktivinoda Thakura returned with 100 armed policemen. Bishkishana asked, "What's going on?" "You're under arrest. The governor has ordered to take you to Puri," Thakur replied. The yogi objected haughtily, "What does this governor think of himself? I am the Supreme Lord and the Master of all worlds. Nobody has power over me. Let's see who makes me leave this place." McNaughton. 1989. p. 115. Bhaktivinoda Thakura replied, "If you do not obey, I will have to use force." McNaughton. 1989. p. 116. "Don't come near me," the enraged yogi shouted. McNaughton, based on eyewitness accounts, says the following, with these words, "The yogi shook his head, and from his tangled hair, like fiery snakes, flames fell out. The yogi's eyes became bloodshot and began to spew sheaves of sparks. The policemen were awestruck at this and retreated." McNaughton 1989, p. 116. But Bhaktivinoda Thakura still arrested Bishkishana and took him to Puri. There Bishkishana was put in solitary confinement and kept under heavy guard. The yogi gave up food and water and did not sleep at all. On the 6th day of the trial, Bishkishana began to threaten Bhaktivinoda Thakur, "Stop the trial immediately, otherwise you will lose everything you have. You still don't know what kind of misfortune befell your family." McNaughton. 1989. p. 118. Upon returning home, Bhaktivinoda Thakura found that one of his daughters developed a high fever and often fainted. The girl soon recovered, but the wife of Bhaktivinoda Thakura began to persuade him to release Bishkishana, fearing revenge on his part. The day before the end of the trial, Bishkishana told Bhaktivinoda Thakur, "The last day of the judgment will be the last day of your life." McNaughton. 1989. p. 119. At night, Bhaktivinoda Thakura felt a sharp pain in his chest that did not go away until the morning. When the pain subsided, Bhaktivinoda Thakura went on a palanquin to the court for the final judgment. The court found Bishkishana guilty and sentenced him to prison. Before Bishkishana was sent to prison, a forensic doctor cut his long hair, knowing that yogis usually store energy in their hair. The shorn Bishkishana lost all his witchcraft abilities, and the pain that had tormented Thakura all this time disappeared at once. In 1873 he poisoned himself in the Bishkishan prison. Society for Psychical Research. In 1876, the British physicist Sir William Fletcher Barrett, who later became a Fellow of the Royal Society, read a paper on telepathy at a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science. Barrett proposed the creation of a scientific commission to investigate such phenomena. Most scientists rejected this idea, but Barrett was supported by physicists Sir William Crookes and Lord Rayleigh. Together with Henry Sidgwick, F.W.H. Myers, and Edmund Garney, Barrett founded the Society for Psychical Research in 1882. In 1884 he became the first publisher of the Society's magazine. During a trip to the United States, he convinced William James and other American scientists to found the American Society for Psychical Research. By 1887, members of the British Society for Psychical Research included Gladstone, former Prime Minister, Arthur Balfour, future Prime Minister. 8 members of the Royal Society: naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace, Cambridge astronomer John Couch Adams, physicist Lord Rayleigh, physicist Oliver Lodge, A. McAllister, mathematician John Venn, inventor of the diagrams named after him, physicist Balfour Stewart, the physicist D. Thomson, discoverer of the electron, 2 bishops, and the writers Lord Alfred Tennyson and John Ruskin. Lewis Carroll, author of Alice in Wonderland, was also a member of this society, called 1968. p. 140. The American Society for Psychical Research included many famous astronomers, such as Samuel Pierpont Langley, 1834 to 1906, Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution. NASA Research Center is named after him. The president of the society was Simon Newcomb, 1835 to 1909, an American of Canadian descent, astronomer, admiral of the United States Navy and professor of mathematics at the Naval Observatory. Other astronomers who were members of the society included Percival Lowell, 1855 to 1916, professor of astronomy at Harvard University, founder of the Lowell Observatory in Arizona; Edward Pickering, 1846 to 1919, professor of physics at MIT and professor of astronomy at Harvard University; and also William Henry Pickering, 1858 to 1938. Research by William F. Barrett. Sir William F. Barrett conducted independent research in addition to being a member of the Society for Psychical Research. One of his first experiments took place at the end of the 19th century in Dublin. Barrett attended a session where the medium was the daughter of a famous photographer. He calls her Miss L, and her father, Mr. L. The session was conducted in bright daylight, which allowed Barrett to see everything and everyone around. Only Barrett, Miss L. and Mr. L. were present at the session. They sat at the table for a while. Barrett recalled, "We all took our hands off the table and moved a little away from it. We all saw each other's hands and feet and no one touched the table, but he suddenly began to move strangely. It was a table with 4 legs, an area of about 1 square meter, rather heavy. At my request, the 2 legs closest to me, and then the 2 distant ones, rose 20 to 25 centimeters above the floor. For some time the table remained in this position, and no one touched it. I moved away from the table in the chair, and the table itself came closer to me, although Mr. and Miss L. did not touch it. In the end, the table came close to me, so that I could not get up from the chair. In this position, right in front of me, the table rose several times, allowing me to touch it and make sure that it really hovers above the floor without assistance. Of course, skeptics might argue that the table was raised with invisible and intangible threads, which were controlled by an invisible assistant, obviously. In December 1915, Dr. Crawford, who was lecturing on mechanical engineering at Queen's University in Belfast, introduced Barrett to a family he described as highly respected and intelligent. Crawford studied psychic phenomena that happened to family members in sessions. The medium was the eldest daughter, 17 years old. In sessions to which Barrett was invited, the room was lit by a gas lamp with a red shade. Barrett wrote about one of the sessions. The tin funnel, which had previously been under the table, rested its narrow end against the tabletop next to where I was sitting. I was offered to try to catch the funnel, but it did not come into my hands, which at times looked pretty funny. The medium on the other side of the table was sitting quite calmly. Everyone present was holding hands so that I could see that none of them touched the funnel. Then the table rose about half a meter above the floor and remained hanging so without changing its horizontal position. I was allowed to approach the table, and I clearly saw that no one was touching the table. It was separated from those present by a rather large distance. I pressed hard on the table to put it in its place, but to no avail. Then I climbed onto the table and sat down, while my legs did not reach the floor. The table started to sway and eventually threw me off. Then the table by itself turned upside down and sank to the floor, and, again, no one touched it. I tried to lift the table off the ground, but it couldn't be moved. It seemed to be bolted to the floor. At my request, all the participants in the session, without separating their hands, raised them above their heads, and it was obvious that none of them could manipulate the table. When I gave up trying to put the table, it returned to its normal position. Even the most skillful magician, using the most sophisticated mechanism, could not have done such a thing. Barrett. 1918, pp. 47-48. Frederick Myers, a member of the Society for Psychical Research, wrote in 1900, "It must be said that we are more like those critics who attack our work consistently and scrupulously than those who completely take information on faith without conducting their own research. We must experiment fearlessly. We must continue to expose deceptions and collect real facts. At the same time, we should not completely go into meaningless mysticism and engage in unconscious self-deception." Gould. 1968. p. 143. Myers expressed not only his own opinion, but also the opinion of his colleagues, who did not at all correspond to modern stereotypical ideas about researchers in the field of the psyche as sentimental and incompetent people. Myers' own research was devoted mainly to the immortality of consciousness. He cites many facts about this in his 2-volume Human Personality and Its Survival of Bodily Death, Myers. 1903. Myers believed that if we recognize the existence of extrasensory perception, then naturally a chain of facts and evidence will be built that this ability is inherent in that part of our being that does not come from material elements, is not bound by any mechanical limitations, but is able to survive the death of the body and, without receiving any damage, perform actions in the spirit world. Myers. 1903. Volume 1. p. 24. In the book, Human Personality, Myers begins this chain of facts about the ability of human consciousness as telepathy. He then gives evidence of phantom projection when some people see the ghosts of other people living today. Then he analyzes the appearance of the ghosts of people at the time of their death, and then proceeds to the appearance of the ghosts of the dead in communication with them. For each category of phenomena, Myers provides a wealth of documentary evidence. For the purposes of this chapter, which is intended to demonstrate the existence of such an element associated with the human body as the mind, the actions of which are not always explained by the now known laws of physics, we will focus on the information collected by Myers about telepathy, the projection of phantoms and the appearance of ghosts of a person at the time of his death. The appearance of the ghosts of dead people and communication with them will be discussed in the 8th chapter. Myers did some of his research with fellow members of the Society for Psychical Research, Edmund Garney and Frank Pogmar. The research results were published in Phantasms of the Living, Gurney et al. 1886. Let's consider the most interesting cases. In the early morning of November 2, 1868, in India, Mr. R.W. Boyle had a very realistic dream. He stood on the doorstep of a house in Brighton, England. On the bed, he saw his father-in-law, William Hack, and his wife, silently standing beside him. Boyle was certain that his father-in-law was dead. He immediately woke up. When Boyle fell asleep again, the dream was repeated. He was so impressed by the reality of the dream that he wrote it down in his diary. 15 days later, Boyle received a telegram from England that his father-in-law had died on November 1st in Brighton. William Hack was 72 years old, but his health was in good order, and Boyle received no word from his wife about his illness. At the time Boyle had this dream in India, it was November 1st in England. Fellow of the Society for Psychical Research, Edmund Garney, confirmed the accuracy of Boyle's diary entry. Myers. 1903. Volume L. pp. 138 to 139. On December 18, 1883, M. T. Manier, director of Torrey College in Torquay, England, spoke of an event that happened 26 years ago. At that time his wife's brother, Mr. Wellington, was staying in Sarawak with Sir James Brooke, a British traveller who became the Raja of that kingdom. One night, Manier's wife woke up and told of her nightmare. According to Manier, the wife saw her brother in a dream beheaded. He was standing by the bed, and his head lay next to him in the coffin. That same night, the dream was repeated again. After a while, it became known that Mr. Wellington was killed and beheaded during the Chinese uprising against Brooke, who mistook Mr. Wellington for Brooke's son. Only the head was buried. Manier wrote, I calculated the approximate time of the murder, and it corresponded to the time when the wife had this nightmare. Myers. 1903. Volume L. pp. 424 to 425. Society for Psychical Research, Henry Sigwick, spoke with Manier, who confirmed that the wife had no reason to believe her brother was in danger. Myers. 1903. Volume 1. p. 425. On a Sunday night in November 1881, Mr. CHB attempted to project his image in such a way that two of his acquaintances could see him, 25-year-old Miss L. S. Verity and 11-year-old Miss E. S. Verity. At that time they were resting in their bedroom on the second floor of House 22, on Hogarth Road in Kensington, one of the districts of London. Mr. B. lived at 23 Kildare Gardens, about 5 kilometers from their home. Mr. B. did not tell any of the girls about this experiment, as the idea did not occur to him until the evening when he returned home. The experiment was carried out at about 1 in the morning. Mr. B. said, the next Thursday I came to visit the girls, and in a conversation, without any leading questions from my side, the eldest talked about how she was frightened on Sunday night, seeing me standing by her bed, and screamed as the ghost walked towards her. The scream woke up her little sister, who also saw me. I asked if she really woke up at that moment, and she replied in the affirmative, adding that the time was about 1 in the morning. At my request, the girl put her story on paper and signed it, Gurney et al. 1886. Volume 1. p. 105. The following statement is given by Miss L.S. Verity on January 18, 1883. This happened about a year ago one Sunday night at our home in Kensington on Hogarth Road. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, I clearly saw Mr. B in my room. All this was happening in reality and very frightened me. My little sister woke up from my scream. She also saw a ghost. 3 days later, when I met Mr. B, I told him about the incident. It took me some time to recover from the shock, and the memories of what happened are still alive in my memory. Gurney et al. 1886. Volume L. p. 105. One of the authors of Phantasms of the Living questioned the Verity sisters in detail and found that Miss L.S. Verity had never had hallucinations before. He also verified that Miss E. C. Verity had seen the ghost as well. The third sister, Miss A.C. Verity, remembered how they had told her about the strange appearance of Mr. B. in their bedroom at 1 in the morning. The author also wrote that Miss L.S. Verity did not believe in miracles, much less in the existence of ghosts. Gurney et al. 1886. Volume 1. p. 105. In February 1850 MRS. Georgiana Paulson hosted a reception at her home in Woolstone, Berkshire. She went upstairs to give the maid instructions on the duties of another maid, a girl from Cornwall. MRS. Paulson recalled, as I climbed the stairs, a lady passed me who had left shortly before. She was wearing a black silk dress with a muslin veil on her head and shoulders, and I could hear the rustle of silk. I just glanced at her face. She glided past me with almost no noise, apart from the rustle of her dress, and disappeared at the end of a long flight that led to my bedroom. I exclaimed, "Oh, Carolina," and suddenly realized that something strange was happening. I returned to the living room and knelt beside my husband and fainted. Only after some time did I hardly come to my senses. Gurney et al. 1886. Volume 1. p. 178. Caroline, MRS. Henry Gibbs was MRS. Paulson's first cousin. She was staying with them and had left a few days earlier. MRS. Paulson immediately began to write her a letter, but did not have time to finish it. The next morning MRS. Paulson learned that her maid in Cornwall had seen the same ghost. MRS. Paulson was informed that the girl saw a lady sitting next to her in black, with something white on her head and shoulders, and her arms crossed on her stomach. The next morning MRS. Paulson was visited by Mr. Tufnell, a neighbor from Uffington. Upon hearing of the vision, Mr. Tufnell wrote the story down in a notebook and advised MRS. Paulson to inquire about her cousin's health. She immediately wrote to her uncle, Priest C. Crowley of Hartpury, near Gloucester, and learned that Caroline is very ill, is in Belmont and is unlikely to survive. After a while MRS. Paulson learned that Caroline had died, the very evening she was seen in the house. It was February 16, 1850, according to the Times obituary. Gurney et al. 1886. Volume 1. p. During a conversation with one of the researchers, author of Phantasms of the Living, MRS. Paulson confirmed that she had never had any hallucinations before or after this incident. The written testimony was written in 1883, when MRS. Paulson was living in France, in Nice, at Nouvelle Route de Villefranche, 4. MRS. Paulson's housekeeper wrote the following about this case on January 11th, as well as their children, sat in the living room at Woolstone in the evening. At some point, MRS. Paulson left the room, and soon returned. She silently took a few steps and fainted before my eyes. When she regained consciousness, she said that she saw MRS. Gibbs on the stairs. I also heard that one of the maids, a girl from Cornwall, also saw MRS. Gibbs, Gurney et al. 1886. Volume 1. p. 179. On the evening of August 21, 1869, MRS. James Cox was sitting in her mother's bedroom in Devonport. Between 8 and 9 p.m. her 7-year-old nephew walked into the room looking scared and said, "Aunt, I just saw my dad walking around by my bed." MRS. Cox replied, "You must have dreamed that." The boy replied that it was not a dream and refused to return to the room. MRS. Cox put him to sleep on her bed, and he fell asleep, while she was awake for a while. Then MRS. Cox recalled, "Between 10 and 11 o'clock I fell asleep. About an hour later, through my sleep, I looked at the fireplace and clearly saw my brother sitting in an armchair, and I was especially struck by the deathly pallor of his face. My nephew was fast asleep at this time. I was so scared that I hid my head under the covers. I knew for sure that my brother was in Hong Kong. Soon I heard him call my name. He repeated my name 3 times. When I looked in that direction, he was gone." The next morning MRS. Cox told her mother and sister about the incident and described the event in her diary. Soon, MRS. Cox received a letter from China that her brother was dead. It happened on August 21, 1869 in Hong Kong. Soon the official confirmation of his death came from the Ministry of the Navy. MRS. Cox wrote the story on December 26, 1883, while in Ireland, in Summerhill. On February 21, 1884, Mr. James Cox responded to a letter from one of the authors of Phantasms of the Living, confirming, on behalf of his wife, the details of the incident. Mr. Cox was secretary to the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy at Devonport. In a personal conversation with the author of Phantasms of the Living, MRS. Cox said, "Skeptics explain such visions by chance, which forces researchers to turn to statistics. And the statistics seem to indicate that the appearance of the ghosts of people in critical situations cannot be accidental. William James, for example, cites research data showing that the ghosts of the dying appear 440 times more often than can be explained by chance. James 1897. Cited in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. pp. 35-36. Thus, it can be assumed that the appearance of these ghosts is somehow related to the ability of the mind to receive information from the senses at large distances, beyond the usual physical perception. In addition to the notes of the Society for Psychical Research, similar cases are mentioned in other sources. The next case of the appearance of a ghost of a living person is very interesting, since it was repeated several times. In 1863, Mr. S.R. Wilmot sailed from Europe to the United States. He shared a cabin with his friend William D. Tate. At night, Wilmot slept on the bottom bunk, and Tate on the top. The layout of the bunks was somewhat unusual. The upper bunk was not positioned directly above the lower one, but slightly moved back. At night, Wilmot dreamed that his wife entered the cabin in her nightgown. She stopped indecisively at the door, seeing that there was another passenger, then approached, kissed me, stroked me affectionately and disappeared. The next morning, Tate made it clear to Wilmot that he had seen a woman visit him at night. His description was entirely consistent with Wilmot's dream. When Wilmot returned home, his wife immediately asked if he had seen her last Tuesday. Wilmot said this was not possible as he was sailing on a ship at the time. The wife replied, "I know, but it seems to me that I came to you." She told him that she was very worried about him and suddenly felt herself flying in her thoughts over the sea in search of a ship. Having found the ship, she entered her husband's cabin and noticed the unusual arrangement of the bunks. She said, "The man on the upper bunk looked at me, and at first I was afraid to enter, but then I went to your bed, bent down, kissed you, hugged you and left." Griffin. 1997. pp. 225-226. Because at that time he was sailing on a ship. The wife replied, "I know, but it seems to me that I came to you." She told him that she was very worried about him and suddenly felt herself flying in her thoughts over the sea in search of a ship. Having found the ship, she entered her husband's cabin and noticed the unusual arrangement of the bunks. She said, "The man on the upper bunk looked at me, and at first I was afraid to enter, but then I went to your bed, bent down, kissed you, hugged you and left." Griffin. 1997. pp. 225-226. Because at that time he was sailing on a ship. The wife replied, "I know, but it seems to me that I came to you." She told him that she was very worried about him and suddenly felt herself flying in her thoughts over the sea in search of a ship. Having found the ship, she entered her husband's cabin and noticed the unusual arrangement of the bunks. She said, "The man on the upper bunk looked at me, and at first I was afraid to enter, but then I went to your bed, bent down, kissed you, hugged you and left." Griffin. 1997. pp. 225-226. The philosopher David Ray Griffin wrote of such ghost sightings. Griffin. 1997. p. 211. Most people who report ghost encounters have never encountered them before. The appearance of ghosts has nothing to do with the diseases of the person who sees them, and the telepathic connection, as a rule, manifests itself visually, in contrast to the auditory hallucinations that mentally ill people suffer. Sir William Crookes, physicist. The research of Sir William Crookes, Nobel laureate in physics and president of the Royal Society, has an important place in the history of psychic research. Some of the experiments he conducted with Sir Alfred Russel Wallace were described in Chapter 5. Crookes conducted many experiments with the medium Daniel Douglas Home, who was never caught in deception. For some of Home's experiments, Crookes made special scales. They consisted of a mahogany board, 90 centimeters long, 24 centimeters wide, 2.5 centimeters thick. At one end, the board rested on the edge of the table, positioned horizontally, like an extension of the table. The free end of the board rested on a spring balance, which, when the board was lying horizontally, showed 1.5 kilograms. Home was sitting on a low chair, his fingertips resting on the end of the board that was on the table, no more than 5 centimeters from the edge of the board. Crookes noticed that the other end of the board began to wiggle up and down as it did so, and the arrow of the scale also wiggled to indicate the change in weight. To make sure Home was not pressing on the board, Crookes placed a matchbox between his fingers and the board. If Home had really pressed down on the board, the box would have broken, but it would have remained intact. During these experiments, the balance recorded an increase in load from 1.5 to 3 kilograms. Once Crookes stood on the end of the board, which was lying on the table, and his entire body weight increased the load by only 700 to 900 grams. Also involved in the experiment was William Huggins, a renowned physicist and astronomer who, like Crookes, was a member of the Royal Society. Crookes. 1871a. Cited from Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. pp. 28 to 29. Crookes conducted a number of other experiments that did not involve direct physical pressure on the board. The medium's fingers were dipped into a glass of water, which stood on a separate stand, which only slightly touched the board. The result was the same. Also involved in the experiment was William Huggins, a renowned physicist and astronomer who, like Crookes, was a member of the Royal Society. Crookes. 1871a. Cited from Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. pp. 28 to 29. Crookes conducted a number of other experiments that did not involve direct physical pressure on the board. The medium's fingers were dipped into a glass of water, which stood on a separate stand, which only slightly touched the board. The result was the same. Also involved in the experiment was William Huggins, a renowned physicist and astronomer who, like Crookes, was a member of the Royal Society. Crookes. 1871a. Cited from Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. pp. 28 to 29. Crookes conducted a number of other experiments that did not involve direct physical pressure on the board. The medium's fingers were dipped into a glass of water, which stood on a separate stand, which only slightly touched the board. The result was the same. On June 15, 1871, Crookes sent a report on his experiments to the Royal Society and asked the secretaries of the Society, Professor Sharpe and Professor Stokes, to come and see the experiment with their own eyes. Sharpe refused, and Stokes said that he would come to look at the scales, but did not want to meet with the medium and participate in experiments. Crookes responded on June 20th, and again invited Stokes to the experiment. Crookes promised that the experiment would be run under the strictest control and that any results would be published. Stokes never showed up, but asked a few questions about previous experiments. Crookes replied, "To obtain the result we have observed, even with all your requirements, Mr. Home had to apply a force of 34 kilograms. And if we take into account the fact that he was sitting on a low chair and was closely watched by 4 people in order to make sure that he was not making any effort, but just keeping his fingers on the board, then it becomes obvious that there was no pressure on the board." Crookes. 1871b. Cited in Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. p. 45. Stokes suggested that vibrations of the scale needle could be partially explained by vibrations from carriages passing outside the window. Crookes replied, "The movement of the up and down arrow was very slow and smooth, taking several seconds to go up and down. As for vibrations from passing carriages, then they could hardly cause a stable stroke of the arrow from 1.5 to 3 kilograms within a few seconds. Crookes. 1871b. Cited in Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. p. 46. In a letter to Stokes. Crookes also wrote, "Now these strange phenomena are being studied by so many scientists, including many members of the society, that it will not be a few years before this subject will be presented to the scientific world in such a way that it will be impossible to dismiss it." Crookes. 1871b. Cited in Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. p. 46. Home also knew how to play the accordion, holding it with one hand on the other side of the keys. Skeptics will immediately argue that this is a trick. To discourage such a possibility, Crookes bought a new accordion that Home had never seen or held in his hands. In addition, it could be assumed that Home was somehow using his free hand to play. To exclude this possibility, Crookes placed a cage specially made for this purpose under the table. The accordion was in the cage, and Home had to put one hand in there and take the instrument from the side where there were no keys. The accordion played as usual. Crookes wrote, "The accordion seemed to be in someone's hands, although now Home completely let go of it, put the hand that had previously held it on the table, and the person sitting next to it took it. Thus, both of his hands were visible to everyone present. Me and two others saw the instrument floating in a cage for no apparent reason." This was repeated twice with a short break. Then Mr. Home again took the accordion with one hand, and he played first the scales and chords, and then the famous mournful melody, and the performance was very beautiful and impeccable. While the accordion was playing, I took Mr. Home's hand just below the elbow and ran it down to the accordion. Not a single muscle in his arm moved. The other hand was on the table and everyone could see it, and his legs were under the table next to the neighbor's feet. Crookes. 1871a. Quoted from Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. p. 27. And the performance was very beautiful and impeccable. While the accordion was playing, I took Mr. Home's hand just below the elbow and ran it down to the accordion. Not a single muscle in his arm moved. The other hand was on the table and everyone could see it, and his legs were under the table next to the neighbor's feet. Crookes. 1871a. Quoted from Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. p. 27. And the performance was very beautiful and impeccable. While the accordion was playing, I took Mr. Home's hand just below the elbow and ran it down to the accordion. Not a single muscle in his arm moved. The other hand was on the table and everyone could see it, and his legs were under the table next to the neighbor's feet. Crookes. 1871a. Quoted from Medhurst, Goldney. 1972. p. 27. In another home session, Crookes observed the messages themselves being written. The session took place in good lighting at Crookes' house, in the presence of his friends. Crookes expressed a desire to receive the message. Here is how he describes what happened. In the middle of the table lay a pencil and several sheets of paper. Soon the pencil rose on its point and, making several hesitant jerks towards the paper, fell. Then he got up again and fell. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, a small wooden board lying nearby on the table slid towards the pencil and lifted several inches above the table. The pencil rose again and, leaning on the tablet, tried to touch the paper with it. He fell, and after that, a joint effort was made again. After the 3rd attempt, the Ouija board gave up and returned to its place. At another session of Home on May 22, 1871, where Wallace was also present, Crookes observed the following. This time the table soared into the air several times, and the participants in the session took a candle and, kneeling, carefully studied the location of Mr. Home's legs. At the same time, they noticed that all 3 table legs were completely lifted off the floor. This was repeated until everyone was convinced that the levitation was not the result of mechanical movements by the medium or anyone else present. Crookes. 1889. Cited in Gould. 1968. p. 214. Home didn't just make things fly. He himself rose into the air. Crooks observed this 3 times and heard and had hundreds of records of Holmes' flights. About those cases of levitation, which Crooks observed at home, he told the following: Home got up in the free part of the room, stood quietly for a minute and said that he was taking off. I saw how he slowly soared into the air, and for several seconds remained 15 centimeters above the ground, and then slowly descended. None of those present at this time moved. Another time I was invited to a session with Home, and when he got up half a meter from the floor, I ran my hands under his feet, around him and above his head. Sometimes Home rose into the air along with the chair in which he was sitting at the table. Usually he did this on purpose, while he put his feet on the chair and stretched out his arms for everyone to see. Once I sat down next to the chair and made sure that all of its legs were off the floor, and Holmes' legs were up. On rare occasions, he was strong enough to lift other participants in the session. Once he made my wife float in the air with an armchair. Carrington. 1931. p. 158. Such reliable and credible accounts of Holmes' levitation bring to mind other earlier accounts of the flights of Catholic saints. For example, several people saw Francis of Assisi, 1181 to 1226, flying in about 1261 St. Bonaventure wrote of how the radiant St. Francis sometimes rose above the ground during prayer. Thurston. 1952, p. 6. In The Little Flowers of St. Francis says that Brother Leo, a member of the Franciscan order, more than once witnessed how St. Francis, in a state of spiritual ecstasy, soared 3 or 4 cubits above the ground, and sometimes even to the height of a beech tree. Thurston. 1952. p. 5. One elbow is approximately 45 centimeters. William James, psychologist. William James, 1842 to 1910, one of the founders of modern psychology, was an active member of both the American and British Societies for Psychical Research, and for a time, 1894 to 1896, headed the latter. Many famous psychologists who played a significant role in the development of this science were also members of the Society for Psychical Research. Freud and Jung published articles in the Journal of the Society and his notes. Gould. 1968. pp. 338 to 339. James had a very high opinion of the scientific publications of the Society for Psychical Research. He said, and if I were asked to point out a scientific journal in which vigilance with respect to possible sources of error would be particularly vivid, I think I would have to point to the notes of the Society for Psychical Research. A regular stream of articles, say. James' first major study of the psyche was conducted with the medium, MRS. Leonora F. Piper. She learned information about the participants in the session with the help of an entity called Finute, who spoke to her while the medium was in a trance. Skeptical scientists believed that either the medium had good informants, or she receives information about the visitors from themselves, using special psychological techniques. After learning about MRS. Piper from his mother-in-law, James went to her and conducted a series of experiments. In 1885 and 1886, James sent a total of 25 unknown people to MRS. Piper, none of whom told her their real names. Finding that MRS. Piper had information about each of them, James became convinced that there can be no question of any quackery in this case. Gould. 1968. pp. 251 to 253. In 1887, Richard Hodgson came to America to head the American Society for Psychical Research. He intended to expose MRS. Piper. Hodgson was originally from Australia, so MRS. Piper could hardly know anything about him. However, she told Hodgson about his family, including his deceased relatives. Hodgson gave several more sessions in 1888 and 1889. To rule out the possibility of deception, Hodgson hired detectives. They found out that neither the medium herself, nor her friends or relatives approached anyone with suspicious questions. They also did not use the services of hired agents. Then Hodgson and James sent Mrs. Piper to England. There, the researchers randomly selected participants in the sessions and introduced them to Mrs. Piper immediately prior to the session. But even then Mrs. Piper told the participants of the sessions the most unexpected things about themselves and their families. When the medium returned to Boston, Hodgson continued to research her for many years until he fully believed in her ability. Gould. 1968. pp. 254 to 258. James wrote in the report, "I am convinced of the medium's honesty and the authenticity of the trance in which she is immersed, although at first I thought that her guessing was either a fluke, or based on knowledge of the person sitting in front of her and his family affairs. Now I am sure that some forces are cooperating with her, which we cannot yet explain." James. 1886 to 1889. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 97. Until he fully believed in her ability. Gould. 1968. p. 254 to 258. James wrote in the report, "I am convinced of the medium's honesty and the authenticity of the trance in which she is immersed, although at first I thought that her guessing was either a fluke, or based on knowledge of the person sitting in front of her and his family affairs. Now I am sure that some forces are cooperating with her, which we cannot yet explain." James. 1886 to 1889. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 97. Until he fully believed in her ability. Gould. 1968. p. 254 to 258. James wrote in the report, "I am convinced of the medium's honesty and the authenticity of the trance in which she is immersed, although at first I thought that her guessing was either a fluke, or based on knowledge of the person sitting in front of her and his family affairs. Now I am sure that some forces are cooperating with her, which we cannot yet explain." James. 1886 to 1889. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 97. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 97. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 97. Nevertheless, James understood his opponents as well. He said, James. 1897. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou 1960. pp. 39 to 40, "The disgust, and I can't find a softer word, which in many honest scientists cause references to, psychic research and researchers' psyche is not only natural, but in a sense commendable. A person who himself is not able to imagine such mental phenomena can only be perplexed why Garney, Myers, and company are so delighted with these unrelated miracles. And what miracles?" James emphasizes that scientists must view psychic phenomena in the context of the theories that allow them. As James notes, most critics therefore deny the existence of certain mental phenomena, that they are contrary to their ideas about the laws of nature. But James understood that, the more often we deny certain facts on the basis of our assumptions, the weaker these assumptions become, and over time they can simply exhaust themselves. James. 1897. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 40. In particular, James understood that the facts of telepathy in the case of Piper and other mediums knock the soil out from under the feet of orthodox scientists, who are convinced that there is nothing in the human mind that would go beyond physical perception and understanding. James. 1897. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou. 1960. pp. 40 to 41. James believed that the ultimate solution to all controversies about the reality of psychic phenomena could be an immutable fact that dispels confusing darkness. "For me," James said, "Piper's supernatural powers became such a fact. When I watched her in a trance state, I could not get rid of the thought that the knowledge that she suddenly appeared could not be obtained with the help of ordinary senses or the waking mind. And when I consider other facts, for example, those related to ghosts, then I cannot rely on my strictly scientific mind, with its invariably preconceived notions of how the world should be organized. James 1897. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 41. James was not only fully convinced of the reality of the mental aspect of mediumship, but also did not deny its physical aspect, as, for example, in the case of the floating accordion of home. Clearly documented evidence of a poltergeist led James to relate to trust in other phenomena that took place in the sessions of mediums. In his presidential address to the Society for Psychical Research, James listed 10 credible cases of poltergeist and ghosting. He wrote, "In all these cases, if my memory serves me, many witnesses saw how various objects moved unaided in the bright light of day. In many cases, there were many such subjects. I have to admit that until these or similar cases receive a positive explanation, I will not be able to say." Regarding the occasional deception by mediums, James said that scientists themselves often mislead others with their lectures, instead of admitting that most of their experiments fail. James 1911. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 312. James cited the example of several physicists who would customize the hardware to get the results they wanted when publicly demonstrated. James himself admitted to this kind of fraud himself. Professor Newell Martin once gave a public lecture on the physiology of the turtle heart. Those attending the lecture could see a shadow image of a turtle's heart projected onto a screen. When the nerves were stimulated, the heart had to make certain movements. At some point, the heart completely stopped working. James, who was there as an assistant, recalled, "With my index finger, I began to involuntarily simulate the rhythmic movements that, according to my colleague, the heart should then perform. And until now, remembering that situation, I cannot be strict with mediums who deliberately direct the course of events in the right direction, if there is no way to achieve this in a different way. If we proceed from the principles of the Society for Psychical Research, then my behavior in that lecture should discredit me for the rest of my life, and everything I write in this article should also be considered a lie, which is clearly unfair." James 1911. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 313. James further objected to the Society for Psychical Research policy of refusing to work with those mediums who had at least once been caught cheating. James was ready to agree with the existence of a wide variety of phenomena, and not just those that fit into the views of orthodox science. This is very important, since the facts accepted by science largely influence theories and laws, which later establish a connection between these facts. When science recognizes a certain category of facts, builds theories and laws on their basis, and then uses these theories and laws to explain and predict the possible connection and relationships between these facts, it becomes difficult to seriously consider those facts that do not fit into these schemes. James 1897. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 26, wrote, "Phenomena that are not subject to classification in accordance with the criteria of the existing system are considered paradoxical and absurd, and therefore rejected as a deliberate lie." He called this collection of paradoxes unclassified remnant. According to James 1897. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. pp. 25 to 27. No other phenomenon in the category of unclassified residue elicits such a contempt among scientists as those commonly referred to as a mysticism. And these phenomena, nevertheless, lie on the surface of history. Whichever page you open the annals of history, you will surely come across what is called prophecy, divine revelations, demonic possession, ghosts, trance, ecstasy, miraculous healings and damage induction, as well as other supernatural abilities that give individuals power over by their surroundings. James hoped that future generations of psychologists and anthropologists would carefully study these phenomena with the proper patience and impartiality and incorporate them into the scientific framework, instead of simply taking them for granted or categorically denying them. The fact that this has not yet happened, James considered a real scientific scandal. James 1897. Quoted in Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 31. He said, I am aware of the urgent need to restructure science in such a way that such phenomena have a worthy place in it. James. 1897. Quoted from Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 42. Unfortunately, this has not happened yet. Therefore, James can be considered the main inspiration for this book and, in particular, this chapter, in which I tried to outline in general terms the unclassified remnant of scientific observations related to the human mind. Even more so than science, the unclassified remnant is neglected by religion, with dire results when considering the impact of religion on society. If the situation changes, then the impetus for this will most likely be given by science, which has stopped its long-standing flirting with materialism and has ceased to close its eyes to a number of phenomena available to rational study. The result of such changes may be the recognition of the latent powers of the individual as an explanation for the phenomena that actually took place. One of the features of modern science is its reluctance to consider the possibility of subjective, personal causes of natural events. James 1897, wrote, The systematic denial by science of personality is one of the conditions of events, and the unshakable belief that the world is inherently completely impersonal may very much surprise our descendants. Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 47. James's prediction has begun to come true, and I am sure that this will happen completely in the current century. Lord Rayleigh, physicist. John William Stritt, 3rd Baron Rayleigh, 1842 to 1919, made an enormous contribution to the development of physics. He studied mathematics at Cambridge, and then became interested in physics. Rayleigh conducted many experiments in his own laboratory, which he set up at home. He spoke frequently with physicist James Clerk Maxwell. In 1871, Rayleigh married Evelyn Balfour, sister of Arthur James Balfour, who later became Prime Minister of England. After Maxwell's death in 1879, Rayleigh took his place at Cambridge. From 1905 to 1908 he was president of the Royal Society, and in 1904 he received the Nobel Prize in Physics for his discovery of argon. In 1919, Rayleigh became president of the Society for Psychical Research. In his presidential address, Rayleigh, 1919, quoted from Lindsay, 1970, he summarized his own experience and expressed his attitude to the scientific study of supernatural phenomena. Rayleigh began his speech by paying tribute to Sir William Crookes, who was also a Nobel laureate in physics and chaired the society from 1896 to 1899. Rayleigh noted that his own interest in psychic research emerged during his studies at Cambridge and intensified after reading Crookes's Notes of an Inquiry into the Phenomena Called Spiritual during the years 1870-73. Rayleigh was aware of Crookes' impeccable reputation as a scientist and was confident that he was able to distinguish between truth and illusion. Therefore, Rayleigh had great confidence in Crookes' reports on psychic phenomena. The most credible, in his opinion, deserved the sessions of Crookes with the medium Daniel Dunglas Home. Skeptics believed that Crookes was the victim of a fraud, but Rayleigh said, I thought, and still think, it is impossible to explain these cases by meeting a cheater with a fool. Therefore, he believed that it is necessary to recognize the possibility of the existence of many phenomena that run counter to generally accepted ideas. Lindsay. 1970. p. 231. Rayleigh decided to stage his own experiments and invited Mrs. Jenkin for this medium. The sessions were held in his country house, where the medium spent 2 weeks. Rayleigh got interesting results, but not as incredible as Crookes and Home. Rayleigh wrote, before the session, the room was thoroughly checked, the doors were locked. Besides Mrs. Jenkin, Lady Rayleigh, and myself were present at the session. Sometimes my brother or one of my friends would come. We sat at a small but rather heavy table on one leg. When something started to happen, we held Mrs. Jenkin's hands and watched her feet. There was no point in doing this throughout the session. Lindsay 1970, p. 232. Rayleigh said that various small objects like a paper knife were flying around the room. Most of all, they were struck by the light that appeared in the dark room and shone in different directions. I also find it difficult to explain another event, Rayleigh continued, that happened at the end of the session when we all got up. The table we were sitting at began to tip over, and the round tabletop almost touched the floor, and then the table slowly returned to its normal position. MRS. Jenkin was standing next to us at the time. I have since tried several times to knock the table over with both hands. I was able to achieve some semblance of what happened in the session, but MRS. Jenkin clearly could not do it herself. For these purposes, a hook and wire device would be more suitable, but MRS. Jenkin is a frail woman, apparently of little muscular strength, and the table, despite its size, is rather heavy, Rayleigh. 1919. Quoted from Lindsay. 1970. p. 233. Rayleigh denied the possibility that it was all a hallucination. After the mysterious movements of the table, the participants in the session did not doubt the reality of what had happened. Rayleigh also attended the sessions of the Italian medium Eusebia Palladino, which we will talk about later. His reaction to what he saw was as follows: she certainly uses some tricks, but this conclusion of mine is not final. Lindsay. 1970. p. 235. A talented experimental scientist, Rayleigh recognized that there is a difference between ordinary physical phenomena and mental phenomena that cannot be repeated at will or subject to systematic experimental control. Lindsay. 1970, p. 236. But he noted that in the history of science there were other cases when rare, isolated phenomena that contradict scientific knowledge were subsequently accepted as fact. He cited meteors as an example. Until the 19th century, scientists refused to believe reports of stones falling from the sky. Rayleigh wrote, the witnesses of such phenomena were treated with the same disdain as the witnesses of any unusual phenomena, and their so-called delusions were simply ridiculed. This is not surprising, since there were usually few eyewitnesses to the meteor impact. They did not know the method of making observations, were frightened by what they saw and heard, and also had an understandable tendency to exaggeration and superstition. Lindsay. 1970, p. 236. However, over time, scientists still recognized the existence of meteors. Rayleigh wrote, I want to remind those scientists who are so confident in their knowledge of the laws of nature that they consider themselves entitled to deny without any consideration reports of cases that contradict established views. Lindsay. 1970, p. 237. In an address to his contemporaries, Rayleigh said, if serious researchers could hear me, I would ask them to pay more attention to the work of our society, led by experienced scientists, among whom, by the way, there are skeptics. And not to make hasty conclusions on the basis of questionable newspaper articles or stupid gossip spread by uninformed people. Many members of our society are no less aware of the a priori difficulties associated with its work than any outsider. Lindsay. 1970, p. 239. Pierre and Marie Curie. Marie Curie and her husband Pierre Curie are known for their discoveries in physics, for which Marie received 2 Nobel Prizes and Pierre one. But few people know that the Curies were also engaged in serious research in the field of the supernatural. In the late 19th century, Pierre Curie was exploring the mysteries of ordinary magnetism and simultaneously became interested in the spiritualistic experiences of several European scholars, including Charles Richet and Camille Flammarion, whose work we will also touch upon in this chapter. Pierre Curie's initial interest in supernatural phenomena was due to his hopes that a systematic study of these phenomena would help him answer some questions about magnetism. Heurwick. 1995, p. 65. Pierre Curie wrote to his fiancée Maria, whom he married in 1895, I confess, I am becoming more and more interested in these spiritualistic phenomena. It seems to me that they are somehow related to physics. Heurwick. 1995. p. 66. From the diaries of Pierre Curie, It is clear that he read many books on spiritualism at that time. Herwick. 1995. p. 68. 10 years later, the scientist's attention, under the influence of his wife, switched from magnetism to radioactivity. And he again decided that spiritualism could give him answers to some questions in the field of physics. The couple began attending seances again. Historian Anna Hervik writes in her biography of Pierre Curie, he hoped to find in spiritualism a source of unknown energy that would reveal the secret of radioactivity. Perhaps that is why he approached both spiritualism and radioactivity with the same methods. For example, he measured the level of air ionization in the room where the session took place. Curie did not come to the sessions as an outside observer, and his goal was not at all to communicate with spirits. He viewed these sessions as scientific experiments and tried to record the data, compiling detailed reports on each observation. Pierre Curie wrote to the physicist Georges Guy about several sessions of USPA in a letter dated July 24, 1905, Herwick. 1995. p. 248. At the meeting of the Psychological Society we conducted several sessions with the medium USPA Palladino. It was very interesting. Indeed, the phenomena that we observed did not seem to us to be some kind of trick. The table suddenly rose a meter above the floor, various objects suddenly began to move, we felt the touch of someone's hands, which either pinched or stroked us, and suddenly there was some kind of glow. There were few of us watching what was happening in the room. We all knew each other well, and the medium among us could not have an accomplice. Deception was possible only if the medium possessed extraordinary magical abilities. But how to explain all these phenomena, if we ourselves held her hands and feet? Curie continued to keep detailed records of the sessions his wife attended. He recalled the session on July 6th. For a second, the table rose into the air to a height of more than a meter, then dropped sharply downward. Herwick. 1995. p. 249. On April 6, 1906, he wrote, "The table has risen to a height of more than a meter, full control over the medium on my part, horizontal table movements without any of those present touching it, good view from both sides." Herwick. 1995. p. 250. Herwick notes, "We can judge how much he believed in these phenomena by the fact that he was going to include them in the official reports of his research." Herwick. 1995. p. 250. On April 14, 1906, Pierre wrote to Georges Guy, "Maria and I are working on the precise dosage of radium using its own radiation. It would seem that there is not so much work, but we have been doing this for many months and only now we are getting at least some results." We attended a few more sessions with USPA Palladino. We already attended her sessions last summer. As a result, I no longer doubt the reality of these phenomena. It's impossible to believe in something like that, but it's true. It is impossible to argue with this after a series of sessions, which took place under close supervision and control. Herwick. 1995. pp. 263 to 264. Then, in addition to the previously described phenomena, he described how a medium materializes human limbs. Pierre Curie wrote to Guy, "I want you to attend several such sessions and I have no doubt that this will convince you too." Herwick. 1995. p. 264. Like Rayleigh, Curie acknowledged that such phenomena could not always be repeated, but he hoped that targeted research would bear fruit. He made the following conclusion: "I believe that this is a completely new layer of facts in physical states of space, about which we know nothing." Herwick. 1995. p. 264. As Herwick herself notes, for an experimental scientist, such a statement is at least unusual. Herwick. 1995. p. 263. Pierre Curie remained interested in spiritualism until his death on April 19, 1906, when he died in a car accident. Recalling the events that took place the day before her husband's death, Marie Curie spoke about the conversation between Pierre and the French mathematician Jules Henri Poincaré, At some point you started talking about euspia and the phenomena it causes. Poincaré objected with a skeptical smile, although this new topic clearly interested him, and you Pierre insisted on the reality of the phenomena you saw. You spoke, and I looked at you, admiring your face, illuminated with a smile, and your enchanting speech. This was the last time I heard you express your thoughts, Herwick. 1995. p. 262. Camille Flammarion, astronomer. Camille Flammarion, 1842 to 1925, was a French astronomer who became famous for his works on double stars and the topography of Mars. In 1861, Flammarion became a member of the Society for Psychical Research, which kicked off his long career as a supernatural researcher. In 1870 he was asked to write a report for the London Dialectical Society, which convened a commission to study phenomena supposedly caused by spirits. Flammarion. 1909, p. 289. In a letter to the commission, Flammarion acknowledged that investigations into the supernatural were complicated by cases of deception and the inconsistency of the phenomenon itself. Flammarion. 1909, p. 302. Skeptics have also discouraged such research. Flammarion said that any researchers free from such prejudices can be convinced of the reality of supernatural phenomena. In the second volume of his excellent book, Death and Its Mystery, Flammarion. 1922, Flammarion provided documentary evidence of the appearance of ghosts, both living people and those on the verge of death. Flammarion wrote, "It seems that we are observing here the transmission of an image by means of psychic waves from one brain to another, and both brains are tuned in unison, and one brain serves as a transmitter of the wave, and the other as a receiver." Flammarion. 1922. p. 37. Flammarion tells about the following case of the appearance of the ghost of a living person. Flammarion. 1922. p. 47. This message first appeared in English newspapers, including the Daily News of May 17, 1905. Member of Parliament, Major Sir Carn Rushes fell ill with the flu and therefore could not attend the evening session of Parliament, although he really wanted to support the government when voting on one important issue. Rush's friend, Sir Gilbert Parker, was very surprised to see him at the meeting. Sir Gilbert said, "My gaze fell on Sir Carn Rush, who was sitting almost where he usually was. I knew that he was sick, and waved his hand to him and said, 'I hope you are already better.' But he didn't show that he recognized me, and this surprised me greatly. He was very pale, sitting with his head on his hand. The face was completely expressionless and as if frozen. For a moment I thought about what to do, and when I turned to him again, he had already disappeared. I regretted that he had gone and went looking for him, hoping to find him in the lobby. But he was not there, and no one saw him." Sir Arthur Hayter said he also saw Rush and spoke to Sir Henry Bannerman about him. As Flammarion notes, Rush himself had no doubt that his spirit was really in Parliament, since all his thoughts were only about the meeting and discussion, which was of great interest to him. Flammarion. 1922. p. 48. Another example, which Flammarion gives, concerns the English physicist, Dr. Roland Boasted. Flammarion. 1922, p. 87. One day, while playing cricket, he and another player chased the ball to the fence. On the other side of the fence, Boasted noticed his brother-in-law in a hunting suit and a gun. He smiled and waved at Boasted. As for Boasted's friend, who played cricket with him, he saw nothing. When Boasted looked toward the fence again, there was no one there. Somewhat depressed, he went to his uncle and told him what he had seen. It was 2:10. Bout wrote, 2 days later I received a letter from my father saying that my brother-in-law had died at the exact time I saw him. The death of a brother-in-law was unusual. On the morning of that day, he had just recovered from his illness and said that he would go hunting. Brother-in-law took the gun, turned to my father and asked if he had sent for me. The father answered in the negative. Brother-in-law flew into a rage and replied that he would meet with me, no matter what. Suddenly he fell as if struck by lightning. Death came from a ruptured blood vessel in the lungs. He was in a hunting suit and with a gun exactly as I saw him. On November 10, 1920, Monsieur Agnew, a member of the Moroccan branch of the French Astronomical Society, wrote to Flammarion about the solar eclipse he observed that day. He attached a description of a telepathic communication incident to the letter. In 1906, Agnew lived in Nice. One day, without warning, he decided to stop by to visit his sister in Nimes. His sister loved orange flowers and Agnew bought them on the train. He wrote, "I was alone in the compartment and decided to experiment while the train was halfway between Golfe-Juan and Caen. I focused my thoughts on the flowers, closed my eyes, mentally went to Nimes, to my sister's house, and told her, I am going to visit you and bring you flowers that you love. I imagined myself standing by her bed and holding out to her a bouquet of flowers, the mental image of which I had previously created." Flammarion. 1922. pp. 98-99. When Agnew met his sister the next morning, she said, "Very strange. Last night I dreamed that you would come and bring me orange flowers." Flammarion. 1922. p. 99. In the third volume, Death and Its Mystery, Flammarion, 1923, talks about the appearances of the ghosts of the dying. One such report was published by the magazine, Luci Ombra, in 1905. In 1882, two officers of the Italian army entered into a kind of agreement. If one of them is about to die, he will let the other know about it by mentally tickling his leg. On August 5, 1888, one of them, Count Charles Galateri, was lying in bed with his wife, who suddenly said, "Don't tickle my foot." Galateri objected that he hadn't done anything, but his wife still felt ticklish. They decided that some kind of insect had climbed into bed, took a candle and began to look for it under the covers, but found nothing there. When they went to bed, Countess Galateri exclaimed, "Look! Look, there, at your feet." But the Count saw nothing. The Countess said, "There is a tall young man in a colonial helmet. He looks at you and laughs. Unhappy. What a terrible wound he has in his chest. And the knee is broken. He waves to you with a contented look. And now it disappears." The next day, the Countess told her friends and relatives about it. On August 14th, the newspaper reported that Lieutenant Virginie, a longtime friend of the Earl, had died during the hostilities in Ethiopia. He was wounded in the knee, and a second bullet hit in the chest. Flammarion. 1923. p. 59. Died during the hostilities in Ethiopia. He was wounded in the knee, and a second bullet hit in the chest. Flammarion. 1923. p. 59. Died during the hostilities in Ethiopia. He was wounded in the knee, and a second bullet hit in the chest. Flammarion. 1923. p. 59. Can this vision be explained by chance? Flammarion did not think so. In Les Hallucinations Télépathiques, Monsieur Marie Lyre carried out calculations, from which it follows that the probability of an accidental coincidence is, in the case of a visual hallucination, only 1/40th 0.0000000000000. In other words, out of 40 trillion visual hallucinations, only one can be explained by coincidence. In fact, this reduces the probability of coincidence to zero. Flammarion. 1922. p. 167. Flammarion was convinced that a certain type of vibration was transmitted by a dying person to his well-wisher, whose body then converts this vibration into sensations, just as a radio receiver converts electromagnetic waves into sound. Flammarion wrote, "All these observations prove that a person consists not only of a body that can be seen and touched, the structure of which is well known to everyone, and especially to doctors. A person also consists of a psychic element, imperceptible and having the inherent only ability to act independently of the physical organism and to manifest itself at any distance with the help of the laws of nature, about which we still do not know anything. This psychic element is not limited by the framework of time and space." Flammarion. 1922. p. 369. In my system, this psychic element corresponds to the mind. Like Curie, Flammarion seriously studied Euspia Palladino's abilities. His first session with her took place on July 27, 1897 at the home of the Black family in Paris. One corner of the room was fenced off by a light curtain. This makeshift office contained a small couch, a guitar, and a chair on which a bell and music box sat. The office was equipped at the request of Euspia, who explained that these conditions are necessary to obtain the expected effect. Flammarion would have preferred not to fence off the corner of the room, but he realized that any scientific experiment might require special conditions. If you develop a photographic plate in light, it will light up and nothing will work out. Anyone who denies the existence of electricity just because he cannot get a spark in damp air is deeply mistaken. The person is not much smarter, not believing in the existence of stars, because they are visible only at night. Flammarion. 1909. p. 68. Although Flammarion accepted the conditions set by the medium, he noted that it is important not to be fooled. Flammarion. 1909. p. 68. That is why Flammarion carefully examined the office and the rest of the room, making sure there were no hidden mechanisms, batteries, or wires, neither in the floor nor in the walls. Before the start of the session, in order to remove all possible suspicions from Euspia, Madame Zelma Black, whose honesty Flammarion did not question, personally stripped and dressed the medium. That is why Flammarion carefully examined the office and the rest of the room, making sure there were no hidden mechanisms, batteries, or wires, neither in the floor nor in the walls. Before the start of the session, in order to remove all possible suspicions from Euspia, Madame Zelma Black, whose honesty Flammarion did not question, personally stripped and dressed the medium. That is why Flammarion carefully examined the office and the rest of the room, making sure there were no hidden mechanisms, batteries, or wires, neither in the floor nor in the walls. Before the start of the session, in order to remove all possible suspicions from Euspia, Madame Zelma Black, whose honesty Flammarion did not question, personally stripped and dressed the medium. The session took place in different lighting conditions, from bright light to dim red. Euspia sat outside the curtain with her back to it. In front of her was a rectangular wooden table weighing 7 kilograms. Flammarion examined the table and found nothing suspicious about it. He and another participant in the experiment, sitting on both sides, took the medium's hands and stepped on her feet. In addition to this, Flammarion placed his free hand on the medium's lap. The room was brightly lit by a kerosene lamp and 2 candles. Flammarion said, after 3 minutes, the table began to sway to the right and then to the left, then coming to balance. In a minute, he completely lifted off the floor by about 20 centimeters and remained at this height for 2 seconds. Flammarion. 1909, p. 70. At the same session, other cases of levitation were observed, after which Flammarion concluded, objects rose into the air by themselves, overcoming the law of gravity, without the help of anyone's hands. Flammarion. 1909. p. 70. Then the round table, which stood to the right of Flammarion, spontaneously touched the table that was floating in the air. Flammarion said that the table seemed to be trying to climb onto a rectangular table. Then he rolled over and fell. All this took place in bright light. Then the medium asked to reduce the illumination. Both candles were extinguished, and the lamp was extinguished, but there was still enough light to see everything that was happening in the room. The round table, which Flammarion lifted and set on its legs, again made several movements, as if trying to climb onto a rectangular table. Flammarion tried to throw him to the floor, but he resisted. Flammarion. 1909. p. 71. Flammarion decided that the actions of the table were not subject to the medium. The medium asked to dim the light still. The kerosene lamp was extinguished and a lamp similar to those used in photographic laboratories was lit. A dim red light emanated from the lamp, enough to see everything around. Many strange things happened during the session, among which the following is the most interesting. First, behind the curtain, a music box began to play, as if someone were twisting its handle. At the same time, the hands and feet of the medium were still under the control of Flammarion and another participant in the session, De Fontenay. Euspia moved the hand that De Fontenay was holding, and taking his finger, touched it to Flammarion's cheek, making circles with her finger, as if turning the handle of a barrel organ. When she stopped doing this, the music box fell silent. When she again began to move her finger, the play of the box resumed. According to Flammarion, the beginning and the end of the playing of the music box completely coincided with the beginning and the end of the movement of the finger on his cheek. Flammarion. 1909. p. 72. Describing what is happening in this session, I catch myself thinking that it is better to omit some phenomena. They seem too incredible to me. But still I will tell you about them. A small round table moved to the table at which the participants of the session were sitting and stood on it. Everyone heard the guitar begin to play and begin to move behind the curtain. She emerged from behind the curtain, flew up to those at the table, climbed onto the table and lay on De Fontenay's shoulder. Then she rose above the heads of the participants in the session, making sounds at the same time. Flammarion noted, all this happened in 15 seconds. One could clearly see how the guitar was floating in the air, and the light of a lamp was reflected on its shiny surface. Flammarion. 1909, p. 73. Flammarion observed another striking phenomenon. After that, a chair appeared from the office and stood next to MRS. Bleck. Then he rose into the air and landed on MRS. Bleck's head. Flammarion. 1909, p. 74. After a session at Bleck's house, Flammarion conducted 8 sessions at his home. He wrote, before each session, Euspia was undressed and dressed by 2 ladies, who made sure that there were no hidden mechanisms under her clothes. Flammarion. 1909. p. 85. Arthur Levy, who was very skeptical, describes the session on November 16, 1897. Levy scanned the room, paying particular attention to the study behind the curtain. He made sure that there were no mechanisms and no entrances and exits, except for the curtain, which was always in front of the audience. The 5 participants and the medium were seated at a white rectangular table in front of the curtain. There were several musical instruments in the study. One of the participants in the session put the scales on the table to weigh the letters. Euspia placed her hands on either side of the scale, 10 centimeters away, and the needle began to move. Levi wrote, Euspia herself invited us to make sure that there is no thread or hair between her hands and the device, with which it would be possible to control the scales. The experiment took place in a brightly lit living room. Flammarion. 1909. p. 88. Levy and George's Matthew were holding the medium by the arms and legs. Everyone else's hands were on the table. After a few moments, Levy wrote, the table began to vibrate, stand on one leg, knock on the floor with other legs, rears up, completely lift off the floor, sometimes 20 centimeters, and sometimes 30. All this happened in bright light. Flammarion. 1909. p. 88. Euspia asked to dim the light, saying that the bright light hurts her eyes. They put the lamp on the floor behind the piano. But there was still enough light to see what was happening. The tambourine and violin flew out from behind the curtain and fell on the table. Levi took the tambourine in his hand, and the invisible creature tried to take it away, while cutting Levi's hand. The table shook violently. Then the accordion flew out from behind the curtain. Levi wrote, I took it by the lower part and asked the invisible man, can he take the accordion from the other side to make the instrument play? The curtain flew in my direction. The accordion began to stretch and contract rhythmically, the keys pressed by themselves, and a few notes were played. Flammarion. 1909, p. 90. Euspia asked everyone to join their hands in a chain. Then she cast a piercing glance at the large couch, and she, in Levi's words, walked to the table. Euspia glanced at the couch, with a devilish grin, blew on it, and it returned to its place. According to Levy, she approached the table. Euspia glanced at the couch, with a devilish grin, blew on it, and it returned to its place. According to Levy, she approached the table. Euspia glanced at the couch, with a devilish grin, blew on it, and it returned to its place. The miracles did not end there. Levy wrote, the tambourine rose almost to the ceiling, pillows began to play with each other, knocking over everything on the table. Mr. Matthew was thrown from his chair. The heavy black walnut chair lifted into the air, landed on the table with a loud thud, and then was thrown to the floor. Euspia cringed all over, and it seemed that what was happening had a detrimental effect on her. We felt sorry for her and asked her to stop it all. But she cried out, no, no. Euspia got up, and we got up with her. The table broke off the floor, rose 60 centimeters and fell to the floor with a thud. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 91 to 92. Soon the session, which lasted 2 hours, ended. Levy stated, we took all measures not to become victims of deception. And now, when, remembering this, doubts begin to creep into my mind, I have to admit the following. If we take into account the conditions of the experiment, then the tricks with the help of which it would be possible to cause the phenomena we have seen deserve at least the same admiration as these phenomena themselves. How, then, can one characterize this riddle? Flammarion. 1909. p. 93. MRS. Flammarion composed a description of the session that took place on November 19th of the same year. The room was lit by a dim night lamp not far from the table. 2 of the participants in the session, Mr. Brisson and Mr. Pallotti, watched the medium. MRS. Flammarion and MRS. Brisson sat a little way off the table, facing Euspia. Suddenly the curtain behind the medium moved. And what did I see? Writes MRS. Flammarion. A small 3-legged table, clearly in a good mood, bounced about 20 centimeters from the floor, and a gilded tambourine bounced at the same distance from the table, jingling loudly. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 126 to 127. Mrs. Flammarion called Mrs. Brisson's attention to this. Then, she wrote, the table and the tambourine began to dance in perfect harmony. One of them, as if under duress, fell to the floor, and the other on the table. Flammarion. 1909. p. 127. During a session on November 21st, Flammarion and the other participants saw a book pass through the curtain. Flammarion wrote, the book passed through the curtain without leaving a hole in it. The fabric remained intact. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 129 to 130. Flammarion's wife, looking up through the curtain, saw the book, passing through the curtain, into the study. Flammarion, who was at that time on the other side of the curtain, wrote that the book disappeared from sight of all those present, including Mr. Basque, Mr. Brisson, Mr. J. Bois, Mademoiselle Furton, and myself. A collective hallucination? But we were all calm and completely in control. Without leaving a hole in it, the fabric remained intact. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 129 to 130. Flammarion's wife, looking up through the curtain, saw the book, passing through the curtain, into the study. Flammarion, who was at that time on the other side of the curtain, wrote that the book disappeared from sight of all those present, including Mr. Basque, Mr. Brisson, Mr. J. Bois, Mademoiselle Furton, and myself. A collective hallucination? But we were all calm and completely in control. Without leaving a hole in it, the fabric remained intact. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 129 to 130. Flammarion's wife, looking up through the curtain, saw the book, passing through the curtain, into the study. Flammarion, who was at that time on the other side of the curtain, wrote that the book disappeared from sight of all those present, including Mr. Basque, Mr. Brisson, Mr. J. Bois, Mademoiselle Furton, and myself. A collective hallucination? But we were all calm and completely in control. Mr. J. Bois, Mademoiselle Furton, and myself. A collective hallucination? But we were all calm and completely in control. Mr. J. Wah, Mademoiselle Furton, and myself. A collective hallucination? But we were all calm and completely in control. In his book on psychic research, Flammarion also incorporated the observations of other scientists. In 1891, the eminent Italian psychiatrist Cesare Lombroso, upon learning about the phenomenon of euspia, traveled to Naples to personally attend her session. 6 people took part in the experiment. The room was lit by candles. Lombroso and another of the participants controlled the actions of euspia. During this session, a table levitated. Then there were several more sessions, and at each unusual events occurred. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 142 to 146. Following reports from Professor Lombroso, the scientific committee conducted 17 sessions with euspia in Milan. The group included the astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli, director of the Milanese Observatory, physicist Giuseppe Girosa, and Nobel laureate psychologist Dr. Charles Richet from Paris. Lombroso also attended several sessions. Based on the results of the sessions, the researchers compiled a report confirming the reliability of the phenomenon. Flammarion. 1909. p. 151. Several times they observed a large table completely detached from the floor. At the same time, the medium was carefully controlled. 2 participants in the session, seated on either side of the medium, held her hands. Their feet were on top of hers, and they squeezed her knees with their knees. Here is how the levitation of the table was described in the report. After a few minutes, the table moves to the side, rises first to the right, then to the left. Finally, all 4 of his legs come off the floor and the table takes off. Having risen to a height of 10 to 20, and in some cases 60 to 70 centimeters, the table turns horizontally, as if it were floating in a liquid, and then drops to the floor and stands on all 4 legs. It often stays in the air for several seconds, while making wave-like movements. This is enough time for a thorough examination of the table legs. Flammarion. 1909. p. 154. The researchers concluded that the experimental conditions excluded the possibility of deception by the medium and the use of hidden supports and levers. It often stays in the air for several seconds, while making wave-like movements. This is enough time for a thorough examination of the table legs. Flammarion. 1909. p. 154. The researchers concluded that the experimental conditions excluded the possibility of deception by the medium and the use of hidden supports and levers. It often stays in the air for several seconds, while making wave-like movements. This is enough time for a thorough examination of the table legs. Flammarion. 1909. p. 154. The researchers concluded that the experimental conditions excluded the possibility of deception by the medium and the use of hidden supports and levers. In the joint report of all participants, several cases of spontaneous movement of objects are mentioned without anyone present touching them. The report states, in the second session, an interesting phenomenon was observed, and everything from start to finish took place in bright light. A heavy chair, weighing 10 kilograms and standing a meter from the table behind the medium, moved towards Mr. Schiaparelli, who was sitting next to the medium. Schiaparelli got up and put the chair in place. However, before he had time to sit down, the chair again moved towards him. Flammarion. 1909, p. 156. In addition, the researchers noted the movement of objects through the air. The hands of the medium were firmly tied to the hands of the researchers sitting next to them, which excluded the possibility of manipulating objects. Flammarion. 1909. pp. 157 to 159. Twice the medium itself rose into the air. Her chair stood up on the table, while she continued to be held. In the first case, euspia was held by Richet and Lombroso, who, according to the report, are confident that they did not help her up onto the table. As the medium descended on the chair from the table, she was held by Finzi and Richet, who, according to the report, followed her movements. Charles Richet, psychologist. In 1913, Charles Robert Richet, professor of psychology at the University of Paris, received the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Psychology for his discoveries in immunology. Richet's interest in the occult began with hypnosis. After attending a public session of hypnosis, he began to set up his own experiments. Then he became interested in clairvoyance and wrote an article on the statistical reliability of extrasensory perception, Richet. 1884. His research involved people who correctly guessed the cards. The results significantly exceeded the number of likely matches. Richet convinced his friend, the wealthy industrialist Jean Meyer, to establish a society that would engage in the impartial scientific research of psychic phenomena. Such a society was founded in 1919 and received the name of the Institute of Metapsychology. According to Richet, just as chemistry was born out of alchemy, a new science of the mind will arise out of metapsychology. Richet summarized his work in 30 years of psychical research. Richet. 1923. According to Richet, there are two types of metapsychic phenomena, objective and subjective. Objective phenomena include the movement of physical objects under the influence of psychic forces. Subjective phenomena are pure mental phenomena, such as remote vision. Richet wrote, the forces governing intuition, telepathy, the appearance of ghosts. The movement of objects and some mechanical and light phenomena can in no way be called blind and unreasonable. These forces are not characterized by the fatality inherent in mechanical and chemical reactions of matter. These forces, apparently, are reasonable, have will and intuition, which may not be human, but very much like those. Intelligence, by which I mean freedom of choice, the presence of purpose and the ability to make decisions inherent in human will, is characteristic of all metapsychic phenomena. Richet. 1923. pp. 4-5. Richet experimented with telekinesis with Euspia Palladino. He attended more than 100 of her sessions. Richet. 1923. p. 412. Richet noted, all scientists, without exception, who set up experiments with it, in the end became convinced of the reality of the phenomena it caused. Richet. 1923. p. 413. He acknowledged that sometimes Euspia tried to resort to deception when given the opportunity. But Richet considered it the duty of the researcher to avoid deception. In his experiments, he took all the necessary measures for this. When any movement of an object was to occur without touching it, Richet wrote, Euspia signaled us. All the attention of the researchers thus turned to her, and all measures were taken to exclude the possibility of deception at these decisive moments. The kings of deception do the opposite, they distract the audience in every possible way at the critical moments of their tricks. Richet. 1923. p. 413. First of all, the scientists took control of Euspia's arms and legs so that she could not use them in any way when moving objects. In 1893 and 1894, ethologist Henryk Semiradsky, 1843-1902, and philosopher Julian Ohorovich, 1850-1917, conducted a series of experiments with Euspia in Rome. Richet attended these sessions. We were holding Euspia's hands, while a human hand was floating above the table, making such a sound as if it were rotating a handle, Richet wrote. Richet. 1923, p. 416. Ohorovich studied these phenomena carefully. While Euspia's arms and legs were being watched, interesting psychokinetic phenomena took place. According to Richet, the lighting was dim, but sufficient for a good view. At this time the table rose into the air 3 times in a row. Richet. 1923. p. 416. Richet's most important account came after a series of sessions with Euspia at his home on the Isle of Ribot. Richet had a summer house on this small island in the Mediterranean. The only inhabitants of the island were the lighthouse keeper and his wife. Richet invited Ohorovich to the sessions. For 3 months we conducted 3 sessions a week, and constantly observed moving objects without any contact with them from the medium, Richet wrote. Richet. 1923. pp. 416-417. Richet also brought in Frederick Myers and physicist Oliver Lodge. Richet included in his book the following account of events given by Lodge: the chair, which was standing by the window a meter away from the medium, moved, rose and fell to the floor with a bang. The medium was under surveillance, and there was no one near the chair. I heard a few notes being played on the accordion next to us. The music box floated through the air above our heads. The key in the door lock turned, flew onto the table and again inserted itself into the lock. The massive 20-kilogram table rose 20 centimeters from the floor when the medium stood up and put her hands on the corner of the table. Richet. 1923, p. 417. The reports from Ribbit Island greatly upset the Society for Psychical Research member Henry Sigwick, who wrote in a letter to James Bryce Sigwick on August 8, 1894, "The crisis is imminent." 3 leading members of our research group, Myers, Lodge, and Richet, professor of psychology from Paris, believed in the validity of physical spiritualistic phenomena. We read about the observations that were recorded during all sessions, and indeed, it is very difficult to understand how such phenomena can be produced with the help of ordinary physical means. At the same time, the Society for Psychical Research has long established a good reputation, which is explained by the sober and reasonable approach taken by the Society in exposing pseudo-mediums. As for the phenomena of euspia, they are very reminiscent of the tricks of the fraudsters we have exposed. Therefore, the fact to test euspia's abilities, Mr. and Mrs. Sigwick, along with Lodge, came to Richet at his castle in Carcaran, near Toulon. There, the researchers again observed the previously described phenomena under conditions that excluded the possibility of deception. The melon in a small wicker table flew out from behind the medium and ended up on the large table at which the researchers were sitting. They also felt the touch of invisible hands and saw them in the air. They also heard the piano playing, which the medium could not reach from her seat. Gould. 1968. p. 231. However, some members of the Society for Psychical Research still had doubts. To dispel them, Eusophia was invited to the Myers house in Cambridge, and she conducted an impromptu session especially for the Myers couple. Myers noted that on July 31, 1895, the session took place in bright light in the afternoon. He wrote, "Under such conditions, the table rose into the air 5 or 6 times within 10 minutes, completely taking off from the ground. Each time it seemed to us that some unknown force was lifting and holding it." Gould. 1968. p. 235. In total, Euspia performed 20 sessions at Myers' house. Many prominent researchers, including Lord Rayleigh, Thomson, Francis Darwin, the Maskelyne family, magicians, Richet, and Lodge, attended at least one session each. During the sessions, the same phenomena were observed as before. Gould. 1968. p. 235. In total, Euspia performed 20 sessions at Myers' house. Many prominent researchers, including Lord Rayleigh, Thomson, Francis Darwin, the Maskelyne family, magicians, Richet, and Lodge, attended at least one session each. During the sessions, the same phenomena were observed as before. Gould. 1968. p. 235. In total, Euspia performed 20 sessions at Myers' house. Many prominent researchers, including Lord Rayleigh, Thomson, Francis Darwin, the Maskelyne family, magicians, Richet, and Lodge, attended at least one session each. During the sessions, the same phenomena were observed as before. Gould. 1968. p. 235. Then the researchers invited Richard Hodgson to come to them from America. He found the last 7 sessions. Hodgson, who was very suspicious of Euspia, decided that she was simply fooling others. Deciding to bring her to clean water, he deliberately relaxed the supervision of Euspia. As a result, Hodgson found that in some cases, Euspia, when allowed to do so, tricked those sitting next to her and freed one hand. From this he concluded that the rest of the phenomena demonstrated by her at Cambridge are deception. Gould. 1968. p. 238. But the rest of the researchers disagreed with him. They knew that when Eusebius was out of sorts, she could indulge in cunning if given the opportunity, as had happened in England. They accused Hodgson of having created the conditions that allow and even encourage deception. Gould. 1968. p. 239. At the same time, supporters of Eusebius pointed out that the deception discovered by Hodgson did not explain even a small part of those phenomena that happened in her sessions. Gould. 1968. p. 240. The full account of the sessions at Cambridge was never published. Henry Sigwick wrote in the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, April 1896, the Society for Psychical Research does not pay attention to the actions of those mediums who are caught in systematic deception. In accordance with our tradition, I propose henceforth to ignore her actions as I do with all those who engage in similar fraud. Gould. 1968. p. 240. Myers, having received reports from Europe about new sessions of Eusebius, wanted to continue the experiments, but Sigwick refused to give permission. As for Richer, he continued to experiment on his own and in the end was finally convinced of the abilities of Eusebius. Gould. 1968. p. 241. Later, in 1898, Richer convinced Myers to come to him in France. Myers participated in 2 sessions on December 1 and 3 at Richer's home in Paris. There were also Theodore Flournoy, a psychologist from Switzerland, the Duke and Duchess of Montebello, the French ambassador to Russia and his wife, and Émile Boyarac, a supernatural researcher. The first session took place with sufficient lighting, dim light from a lamp, fireplace, and moon. All the details of Eusebius's clothes and her hands were visible. Eusebius's widespread arms lay on the table, and one of the participants in the session, who was under the table, was holding her legs. In other words, supervision of Eusebius was complete and visibility was good. A zither lay in a curtained window niche. The window itself was closed and locked. The researchers saw the movement of the zither and heard it play. The zither appeared from behind the curtain and approached the participants of the session from behind so that they were between the medium and the flying zither. Zither played again and appeared over Myers' shoulder, and then sank onto the table. Gould. 1968. pp. 241 to 242. Something similar happened in the second session. Myers, once again convinced of Eusebius's abilities, wanted to publish the report. But Hodgson was the editor of the journal and the notes of the Society for Psychical Research at the time. He did not allow the printing of a detailed account, but published only a short message from Myers, which said that recent research gave him reason to believe again in the ability of Eusebius. Gould. 1968. p. 242. Something similar happened in the second session. Myers, once again convinced of Eusebius's abilities, wanted to publish the report. But Hodgson was the editor of the journal and the notes of the Society for Psychical Research at the time. He did not allow the printing of a detailed account, but published only a short message from Myers, which said that recent research gave him reason to believe again in the ability of Eusebius. Gould. 1968. p. 242. Something similar happened in the second session. Myers, once again convinced of Eusebius's abilities, wanted to publish the report. But Hodgson was the editor of the journal and the notes of the Society for Psychical Research at the time. He did not allow the printing of a detailed account, but published only a short message from Myers, which said that recent research gave him reason to believe again in the ability of Eusebius. Gould. 1968. p. 242. Research continued. In the Paris Institute of Psychology, a group of scientists, which included Richer, in the period from 1905 to 1907 conducted a series of experiments with the medium, a total of 43 sessions. According to Richer, 1923. p. 420, experiments proved the existence of such a phenomenon as telekinesis. These were the very experiments in which the Curies took part as members of the Scientific Commission. The commission also included the philosopher Henry Bergson, Richet himself and the physicist Jean-Baptiste Perrin, who, like Curie, was a Nobel laureate in physics. Bergson won the Nobel Prize for Literature. Thus, the commission included at least 5 Nobel laureates. After several years of research, the commission published a report on the reliability of the phenomena in question, which, in particular, said, Hans, Euspia's legs and knees were under control, while the table suddenly rose, and now too. Now all 4 of his legs were lifted off the floor. Euspia, clenching her fists, stretched out her hands to the table, which then rose 5 times in a row and dropped with a thud. Then he fully rose again, with Euspia's hands resting on the head of one of the participants in the session. The table rose 30 centimeters from the floor and spent several seconds in the air. Euspia at this time kept her hands on the table, and a burning candle stood under the table. The table rose 25 centimeters and spent 4 seconds in the air. At the same time, Curie's hand lay on Euspia's lap, one of Euspia's hand lay on the table, and the other on Curie's head. The medium's legs were tied to the chair on which she sat. Carrington. 1931. p. 135. Clenching her fists, she stretched out her hands to the table, which then rose 5 times in a row and dropped with a thud. Then he fully rose again, with Euspia's hands resting on the head of one of the participants in the session. The table rose 30 centimeters from the floor and spent several seconds in the air. Euspia at this time kept her hands on the table, and a burning candle stood under the table. The table rose 25 centimeters and spent 4 seconds in the air. At the same time, Curie's hand lay on Euspia's lap, one of Euspia's hand lay on the table, and the other on Curie's head. The medium's legs were tied to the chair on which she sat. Carrington. 1931. p. 135. Clenching her fists, she stretched out her hands to the table, which then rose 5 times in a row and dropped with a thud. Then he fully rose again, with Euspia's hands resting on the head of one of the participants in the session. The table rose 30 centimeters from the floor and spent several seconds in the air. Euspia at that time kept her hands on the table, and a burning candle stood under the table. The table rose 25 centimeters and spent 4 seconds in the air. At the same time, Curie's hand lay on Euspia's lap, one of Euspia's hand lay on the table, and the other on Curie's head. The medium's legs were tied to the chair on which she sat. Carrington. 1931. p. 135. The table rose 30 centimeters from the floor and spent several seconds in the air. Euspia at this time kept her hands on the table, and a burning candle stood under the table. The table rose 25 centimeters and spent 4 seconds in the air. At the same time, Curie's hand lay on Euspia's lap, one of Euspia's hand lay on the table, and the other on Curie's head. The medium's legs were tied to the chair on which she sat. Carrington. 1931. p. 135. The table rose 30 centimeters from the floor and spent several seconds in the air. Euspia at that time kept her hands on the table, and a burning candle stood under the table. The table rose 25 centimeters and spent 4 seconds in the air. At the same time, Curie's hand lay on Euspia's lap, one of Euspia's hand lay on the table, and the other on Curie's head. The medium's legs were tied to the chair on which she sat. Carrington. 1931. p. 135. Richet participated in another series of sessions with Eusapia in Naples. In 1908, Everard Fielding, who had previously attended sessions at Cambridge, took part in new experiments with Hereward Carrington and W. Buggolly, a magician and skeptic. Carrington, a magician, and author of a book exposing deceiving mediums, writes of the sessions in Naples. In November and December 1908, Mr. Everard Fielding and Mr. W. Buggolly and I performed 10 sessions in our hotel rooms. Everything took place under the strictest control, and we became convinced of the reliability of metapsychic phenomena that could not be explained by any deception. Richet. 1923. p. 420. The sessions took place in Naples at the Victoria Hotel in specially rented rooms. Scientists carefully examined the room before each experiment. When Euspia came, she was also carefully examined to make sure that there was nothing suspicious on her and in her clothes. The rooms were located on the 5th floor of the hotel, with windows facing the street. When Euspia entered, the windows and doors were closed with metal shutters. Outsiders could not enter the room. A makeshift study was set up in the corner of the room, fenced off by two thin black curtains. On a small table in the study, the researchers placed bells, a guitar, and a toy piano. The cabinet was each time subjected to a careful examination, once before and several times during the session. Carrington. 1931. pp. 213 to 214. The researchers closely followed Euspia's arms and legs. Sometimes they tied her to a chair, while she was sitting at a table near the office. Carrington noted that all three researchers knew perfectly well all the tricks that mediums usually use to free their arms and legs, and therefore were always on the alert. Carrington. 1931. p. 215. Participants in the session recorded all cases of table levitation and unexplained movements of objects in the office. Richet. 1923. p. 420. From 1909 to 1910, the sessions took place in New York under the supervision of Carrington. Again, under close control, the same phenomena occurred. In front of Carrington's eyes, the table flew out from behind the curtain, and this happened with sufficient lighting to see that the medium did not touch the table. Carrington. 1931. p. 210. The table rose a meter into the air, bumped into a wooden partition in the room 5 times, turned upside down and fell. All this time, Euspia was closely watched. Some researchers held hands, and Carrington, by the legs. During the New York sessions, the researchers heard a mandolin playing from behind a curtain. The strikes on the strings coincided with the movements of Euspia's fingers on the head of one of the participants in the session. Carrington wrote, "Then the mandolin flew out of the office onto the table, and there, in full view of everyone, continued to play for about a minute. No one touched it. First one string sounded, then another." Carrington. 1931. p. 211. During this time, Euspia was also completely controlled and held tightly to her hands. On another occasion, scientists placed a flute-like instrument on a table behind a curtain. At some point, he found himself in the air right in front of one of the participants in the session. Carrington said, "Nobody saw the instrument get here. He just hung in the air about 1.5 meters from Euspia, so she, naturally, could not reach him." Carrington. 1931. p. 211. Carrington has witnessed more than once how the wooden chair, obeying the movements of Euspia's hand, moved back and forth and from side to side. At this time, I ran my hand between her arm and the chair to make sure that there was no hair, thread, or wires used for such manipulations. Carrington wrote. Carrington. 1931, p. 121. Sometimes Euspia would hand over control to Carrington by placing her hand on him, and then the chair obeyed Carrington until Euspia removed her hand. Richet wrote, "I insisted that Euspia had the ability to telekinesis, since this is probably the only medium with whom so many skeptical, scrupulous researchers have worked." For 20 years, from 1888 to 1908, the most famous experimenters from Europe and America worked with her. The experimental conditions were strict and not in the slightest doubt, and each time the best scientists, who were determined to prevent deception, confirmed that even large heavy objects moved without anyone touching. Richet. 1923, p. 421. Margaret Mead, anthropologist. Margaret Mead, 1901 to 1978, an eminent American anthropologist, was also involved in supernatural research. In 1942 she was elected trustee of the American Society for Psychical Research, and in 1946 she joined the Society's study committee. In 1969, with her assistance, the American Association for the Advancement of Science incorporated the Parapsychological Association as an affiliate. Mead herself was previously president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Mead believed that her own interest in psychic phenomena may be related to her family history. Mead's longtime friend Patricia Greenacre wrote, 2 of her paternal grandmother's relatives had unusual psychic abilities. her great-grandmother Priscilla Reese Ramsey and Louisiana's great-aunt Priscilla Ramsey Sandris. A century ago, there were rumors among the residents of Winchester, Ohio that a mother and daughter were diagnosing diseases, reading minds, and making tables fly. According to one of her relatives from the Ramsey family, Margaret also had psychic abilities as a child. Mead believed that in a previous incarnation she might well have been one of her gifted relatives, Grenager. 1999. p. 195. Throughout her life, Mead consulted with mediums, healers, and others, possessing unusual psychic abilities. For example, in 1936, before marrying Gregory Battison, she sought advice from a medium in Harlem, who approved her choice, Howard. 1984. p. 187. Towards the end of her life, Mead began to spend a lot of time with the famous psychic Jean Houston and the Chilean healer Carmen de Barraza. When Mead first met de Barraza with Houston, she asked her, "Is there anyone else in this room besides us?" De Barraza replied in the affirmative. Mead continued, "Do you see one tall man next to me and another shorter?" De Barraza said she saw. Mead explained that they were her guardian spirits, and that clairvoyants of all the tribes she studied always saw them, Howard. 1984. p. 412. She sought advice from a medium in Harlem, who approved of her choice, Howard. 1984. p. 187. Towards the end of her life, Mead began to spend a lot of time with the famous psychic Jean Houston and the Chilean healer Carmen de Barraza. When Mead first met de Barraza with Houston, she asked her, "Is there anyone else in this room besides us?" De Barraza replied in the affirmative. Mead continued, "Do you see one tall man next to me and another shorter?" De Barraza said she saw. Mead explained that they were her guardian spirits, and that clairvoyants of all the tribes she studied always saw them, Howard. 1984. p. 412. She sought advice from a medium in Harlem, who approved of her choice, Howard. 1984. p. 187. Towards the end of her life, Mead began to spend a lot of time with the famous psychic Jean Houston and the Chilean healer Carmen de Barraza. When Mead first met de Barraza with Houston, she asked her, "Is there anyone else in this room besides us?" De Barraza replied in the affirmative. Mead continued, "Do you see one tall man next to me and another shorter?" De Barraza said she saw. Mead explained that they were her guardian spirits, and that clairvoyants of all the tribes she studied always saw them, Howard. 1984. p. 412. Towards the end of her life, Mead began to spend a lot of time with the famous psychic Jean Houston and the Chilean healer Carmen de Barraza. When Mead first met de Barraza with Houston, she asked her, "Is there anyone else in this room besides us?" De Barraza replied in the affirmative. Mead continued, "Do you see one tall man next to me and another shorter?" De Barraza said she saw. Mead explained that they were her guardian spirits, and that clairvoyants of all the tribes she studied always saw them, Howard. 1984. p. 412. Towards the end of her life, Mead began to spend a lot of time with the famous psychic Jean Houston and the Chilean healer Carmen de Barraza. When Mead first met de Barraza with Houston, she asked her, "Is there anyone else in this room besides us?" De Barraza replied in the affirmative. Mead continued, "Do you see one tall man next to me and another shorter?" De Barraza said she saw. Mead explained that they were her guardian spirits, and that clairvoyants of all the tribes she studied always saw them, Howard. 1984. p. 412. At a conference on holistic medicine in Los Angeles, Mead said shortly before her death, "When I entered the university, I found that mainstream science denies and in every possible way hinders the study of psychic abilities. Our culture suppresses them. In Bali, however, things are different. Locals are familiar with trance, prophecy, the ability to find lost things, recognize a thief, and have a range of psychic abilities, from trivial to very important." Grenager. 1999. p. 252. Mead said that we need to study these abilities and, probably, look for opportunities to apply them in modern society. John Taylor, physicist mathematician. In 1974, Dr. John G. Taylor, a mathematician physicist at the University of London, appeared with Uri Geller on a BBC television show. Geller became famous for his ability to bend metal objects, which seemed impossible from the point of view of conventional physics. The first meeting with Geller upset Taylor very much. In the book Superminds Taylor, Taylor John. 1975. p. 49, writes, "The very first observation of Geller in action had a strong influence on me. It seemed to me that my whole worldview system collapsed at one moment. I felt insecure, surrounded by a hostile, incomprehensible universe. It took a long time before I could come to terms with this feeling. Some of my colleagues completely ignored the existence of the problem, refusing to pay attention to such strange phenomena. They can be understood, but such a position does not bode well for the science of the future." Taylor himself decided not to shy away from the challenge thrown to him. On February 2, 1974, Taylor conducted an experiment with Geller in a laboratory under the strictest control. The results were mixed. Geller tried unsuccessfully to bend the iron bar, which he could not touch. Nearby on a tray were aluminum strips required for the experiment. "We noticed," writes Taylor, "that one of the aluminum strips on the tray was bent, although no one, including Geller, touched it in front of us." Taylor John. 1975, p. 51. Taylor also tested Geller's famous spoon-bending ability using the Taylor spoon. He wrote, "I took the spoon by the end that serves to scoop food, and Geller lightly hit the opposite end with his hand. After about 20 seconds, the narrowest part of the spoon, at a half-centimeter length, suddenly became soft and the spoon broke in half. Both ends instantly solidified. We were able to repeat this experiment in the laboratory. Geller could not use force in any way, let alone do anything with the spoon beforehand. The spoon itself was perfectly normal. I had been using it for the past year." Taylor John. 1975, p. 51. In the same series of experiments, Geller bent an aluminum strip without touching it. The strip was in a hard wire container. In another experiment, Taylor found that Geller could bend a brass strip 10 degrees with a single touch. He applied a force equal to half an ounce, 14 grams, but the strip was bent to the other side. Taylor also noticed that the needle on the pressure scale was bent during the experiment. In another experiment, Geller tried to bend a copper strip without touching it. He also tried to act on a thin wire. At first nothing happened. "We took a break to measure the power of the electricity it emitted," Taylor wrote. "However, when I turned around a few moments later, I saw that the strip was bent and the wire was broken. Almost simultaneously, I noticed that the brass strip at the other end of the laboratory was also bent. I drew Geller's attention to this, and at the same moment a metallic sound was heard from the other end of the laboratory, from a distance of about 7 meters. There, on the floor by the far door, lay a folded brass strip. Hearing another sound, I turned around again. A small piece of copper, which lay next to a bent brass strip on the table, was next to her on the floor by the far door. Before I knew what was happening, I was hit in the legs by a plexiglass tube with a metal core. She also lay on the table before. Now it was at my feet, and the core was bent as far as the plexiglass body would allow." Taylor John. 1975, p. 160. During his experiments, Taylor observed such strange phenomena as the movement of pieces of metal on the floor of the laboratory from one wall to another and the rotation of the compass needle. Taylor said, "These phenomena seemed incomprehensible. If I had not witnessed such phenomena myself, I would have considered the reports of them complete nonsense. I could, of course, choose proven tactics and get rid of during his experiments." Taylor observed such strange phenomena as the movement of pieces of metal on the floor of the laboratory from one wall to another and the rotation of the compass needle. Taylor said, "These phenomena seemed incomprehensible. If I had not witnessed such phenomena myself, I would have considered the reports of them complete nonsense. I could, of course, choose proven tactics and get rid of. During his experiments, Taylor observed such strange phenomena as the movement of pieces of metal on the floor of the laboratory from one wall to another and the rotation of the compass needle. Taylor said, "These phenomena seemed incomprehensible. If I had not witnessed such phenomena myself, I would have considered the reports of them complete nonsense. I could, of course, choose proven tactics and get rid of assumptions that Geller was cheating, for example, by putting me into a trance state. However, while these objects moved by themselves through the laboratory, I retained the ability to monitor the operation of a number of instruments. I did not feel any changes in the state of my consciousness." Taylor John. 1975. p. 163. Taylor also conducted experiments with several children who claimed to be able, like Geller, to bend metal objects. Taylor found that they are capable of bending metal objects in the laboratory. Taylor John. 1975. p. 79. In one experiment, Taylor put straightened paper clips in a box. 2 boys managed to give them an S shape. In other experiments, the straightened paper clips were bent in half. Children could also tilt the compass needle to the side and rotate metal rods. Taylor believed that the best way to explain these phenomena is electromagnetism, although he could not prove this. Taylor John. 1975. p. 89. He suggested that the mind is a kind of electromagnetic formation, which is not only responsible for the nervous activity of the brain, but also creates an electromagnetic aura around the human head. Taylor John. In Taylor's next book, Science and the Supernatural, Taylor John. 1980, his views were strangely changed. Considering various supernatural phenomena, he missed most of them, with the exception of telepathy and remote vision. He admitted that the facts available on this account look convincing, but, nevertheless, contradict modern scientific views. How can this contradiction be resolved? Taylor suggested that, most likely, these facts were unreliable. Taylor John. 1980. p. 69. Consequently, further experiments were required to reveal exactly what this uncertainty was. As for the well-documented cases of psychokinesis in connection with poltergeists, Taylor wrote about them. The only remaining explanation is that a poltergeist is a combination of expectations. So what happened to Taylor between 1975 and 1980? In 1975, he acknowledged the existence of supernatural phenomena, which he observed during the experiments conducted by All the Rules with Uri Geller and some English children. He hoped to explain these phenomena by one of the 4 main types of interaction known to modern physics, namely electromagnetic. The other 3 types of interaction are strong, weak, and gravitational. Philosopher David Ray Griffin said, but Taylor soon learned that this topic had been discussed by parapsychologists for several decades. In particular, Russian parapsychologists, for all their Marxist materialistic orthodoxy, developed a method of conducting experiments clearly designed to show the electromagnetic nature of extrasensory and psychokinetic abilities. However, the results of their experiments led to something different. Griffin. 1997. p. 32. So, when Taylor realized that he could not explain supernatural phenomena with one of the interactions recognized by modern physics, he finally forgot about his own experiments and began to treat the experiments of other researchers as manifestations of deception, hallucinations, and gullibility. However, he never explained how Geller and the children who participated in his experiments managed to get around him. Edgar Mitchell, astronaut. The first American astronaut, Edgar Mitchell, was also interested in research in the field of the psyche. During the flight to the moon, he had a supernatural vision, which made him look at the world in a new way. Mitchell. 1996. p. 68. Upon his return to Earth, he began to study esoteric literature, trying to find an explanation for what he saw. He came to the conclusion, I am sure that I experienced exactly what the ancient Indians called savikalpa samadhi in Sanskrit. This sensation consists in the fact that at some point a person begins to see all things as separate and at the same time realizes that their separation is all only an illusion. And reality is the unity of all that exists. which is suddenly revealed to such a person, Mitchell. 1996. p. 69. This echoes the Vedic concept of asintubedabheda tattva, incomprehensible simultaneous unity and difference. This concept is mainly applicable to the relationship between God and his energies. According to the teachings of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all living beings have a soul, and together these souls constitute divine energy. Thus, souls are one with God and at the same time distinct from him. They are one in the sense that they consist of one spiritual substance, but the quantitative possession of this substance and their power are different. Bhaktivinoda Thakura. 1987. pp. 46-48. In 1972, Mitchell retired from NASA and devoted himself entirely to the study of consciousness, which, in his opinion, should bridge the gap between science and religion. Esoteric traditions, directly or indirectly, assume that consciousness is primary, while science, epiphenomenalism, claims that it is secondary. It seems to me that the study of consciousness is the only comprehensive approach to finding answers to questions about who we really are, how we came here, where, and why we are going. Mitchell. 1996, p. 72. To promote both his own and others' research in this area, Mitchell established the Institute for Spiritual Sciences. Edgar Mitchell participated in spoon-bending experiments with psychic Uri Geller at the Stanford Research Institute. Geller usually took the spoon in his hand and lightly tapped his finger on its handle at the narrowest point. The spoon was bent or folded at this point. Skeptics argued that Geller just had very strong fingers. Others believed that he was using a special solution to soften the metal. But Mitchell wrote, "No one has ever seen such a solution that could be used for such purposes. The physicists in our group could not explain how he managed to roll the spoon into a neat spiral with the touch of one finger." Mitchell. 1996, p. 86. The experimenters found that Geller could not bend the spoon with a single mental effort. This was proven when the spoon was placed under a glass cover. When it became known that Mitchell was studying the Geller phenomenon, the parents of the children began to call him, who, after seeing Geller's speech on TV, also began to bend spoons. Mitchell began to experiment with these children and, like Taylor in England, found these experiments even more convincing. Mitchell said, "I visited several families. Sometimes I took my spoons with me or picked at random one of the ones that were in the house. As a rule, these were boys under 10 years old. They lightly hit the spoon in the narrow part of the handle, while I held it by the tip with 2 fingers. Soon the spoon began to bend slowly, making, like Geller's, 2 full turns around its own axis. No tricks, no magic spells, just simple-minded children, with ordinary children's fingers, who did not yet know that such a thing was impossible." Mitchell. 1996. p. 87. Mitchell noted that during the 6 weeks of experiments with Geller at the Stanford Research Institute, many unusual things happened. Suddenly, a piece of video equipment to which no one had access was lost, and later this part was found in the next room. All of a sudden, jewelry disappeared, which was then found in a locked safe, the code for which Uri could not know at all. Mitchell. 1996. p. 87. In one psychokinetic experiment, Mitchell and researchers at the Stanford Institute placed a large bearing under a glass jar on a table. In the presence of Geller, according to Mitchell, the bearing began to shake and roll in different directions. Mitchell. 1996. p. 88. These movements were recorded on videotape. But when the tape was shown to other researchers at the Stanford Institute, they acted hostilely. Mitchell recalls, "They blushed, some went out, refusing to return to the laboratory. They accused Uri of deception, and all of us of stupidity and gullibility. But all of their accusations were really about serious scientific work, and I'm sure they understood this." Mitchell. 1996. p. 88. Modern research on supernatural phenomena. In addition to isolated experiments with individual subjects, like Geller, there is a lot of experimental data on deliberately induced supernatural phenomena. Basically, we are talking here about micropsychokinetic effects and distance vision. Research in this area received a lot of attention in the middle of the 20th century, and interest in them continues to this day. For a good overview of these kinds of experiments, see Dean Radin of the Consciousness Research Laboratory at the University of Nevada. The book is called The Conscious Universe, The Scientific Truth of Psychic Phenomena, Radin. 1997. Let's start by looking at experiments related to remote vision. Remote vision. The easiest remote vision experiment is card guessing. Nobel laureate Charles Richet conducted similar experiments, and in 1889 published a report on them. Richet hypnotized the subjects and asked them to guess which cards were in opaque sealed envelopes, Radin. 1997. p. 93. Later, in the middle of the 20th century, Dr. Joseph B. Rhine conducted more systematic research at Duke University, and Dr. S. G. Soule conducted similar experiments in England. In the course of research, the person receiving the information guessed the cards that the person transmitting information, isolated from him, saw. The number of correct answers significantly exceeded what can be explained by chance. Professor H. D. Eysenck, who headed the Department of Psychology at the University of London, said of these results. But not everyone thought so. In 1955, Dr. George Price, of the University of Minnesota School of Medicine, published a devastating article in Science magazine about experimenting with card guessing. Price referred to the famous statement by David Hume that it is wiser to admit that witnesses of miracles are victims of deception or deceivers than to admit violations of the laws of physics known to all. On this basis, Price argued that the results obtained by Rhine and Soule, which contradict the laws of physics, were nothing more than an undisclosed deception. Price. 1955. Years later, however, Price wrote a letter in Science about his 1955 article, which stated, "In years past I have corresponded with D.B. Rhine, who convinced me that I was completely unfair in my statements." Price. 1972. He regretted accusing Rhine and Soule of cheating. Of course, the possibility of deception or unintentional assistance to the subjects cannot be completely ruled out. However, Rhine and Soule did their best to prevent this from happening. A common guessing test involved using a deck of 25 cards with one of 5 characters, an asterisk, squiggly line, square, circle, or cross, on each. Thus, each sign was represented by 5 cards. In the very first experiments, the researchers gave the subject a shuffled deck of cards and asked him to guess the top one. Having named the card, he turned it over, checking the correctness of the answer, and then guessed the next one. Critics believed that the back of the card had a fingerprint printable print. To eliminate this possibility, cards were placed in opaque envelopes. To this, critics argued that the subjects could mark the cards with their fingernails in advance and then feel the marks through the envelope. After that, the researchers began to set up experiments in such a way that the subjects did not touch the envelope at all. Then the critics decided that the researchers indirectly give the subjects clues. To avoid this, the subjects began to be separated from the maps and experimenters with opaque screens, and in the course of further experiments, the researchers completely moved to other rooms and even buildings. Critics suggested that when recording the results of experiments, scientists made mistakes in favor of supernatural phenomena. To alleviate this suspicion, duplicate records and double-blind validation were included in the experimental design. Independent observers began to be involved in the work, whose duties included monitoring compliance with the conditions of experiments and preventing falsifications. This led critics to think that experimenters sometimes simply stop recording data when they reach an acceptable result. Then the experimenters began to carry out a predetermined number of attempts. Radin. 1997. pp. 94-95. In 1997, Dean Radin published the results of 34 card-guessing experiments conducted under the strictest conditions. The experiments were carried out by 24 researchers from 1934 to 1939. A total of 907,000 separate experiments were carried out. Only 1 in 5 matches can be explained by random guessing, and the hit rate would be 20%. Radin divided the studies into 4 groups based on precautionary measures taken and found that in all 4 groups the hit rate was significantly higher than random. Radin. 1997, p. 96. Critics argued that the high hit rate could be attributed to selective reporting of results. In other words, for every published report with positive results, there must be other reports with negative results, which scientists did not publish, but left in their filing cabinet. This is called a filing cabinet problem. However, according to the theory of probability, to find 34 positive reports, it would take at least 29,000 unpublished research results, as a result of which their ratio should be 1 in 861. Radin. 1997. p. 97. Such a huge amount of unpublished results seems unlikely. Further, Radin noted, if we consider that there were 186 messages published by dozens of researchers from all over the world about the tests for psychic abilities using maps conducted from 1882 to 1939, then the reliability of the result is enormous, more than 1 billion trillion to 1. To nullify this result, in 1974, the renowned English scientific journal Nature published a paper by physicist Harold Puthoff and Dr. Russell Targ on supernatural research carried out at the Electronics and Bioengineering Laboratory at Stanford Research Institute. Targ and Puthoff tried to test the subject's ability to see images hidden from normal vision. Among the subjects was Uri Geller, who was repeatedly accused of deception. Whatever the attitude towards such accusations, in each individual experiment, measures could be taken to prevent falsification. Targ and Puthoff stated the following: we conducted experiments with sufficient supervision, using visual, auditory and electrical barriers that blocked all normal channels of sensory perception. We were constantly taking action. 13 remote vision experiments were conducted with Uri Geller. In the first 10 cases, either Geller or the researcher was in a separate room. In most cases, Geller was in a room with sound and visual insulation, double steel walls, and double doors with locks. The researchers chose which drawings to show Geller only after he had retired to the room intended for him. Geller knew neither the researcher choosing the drawings nor the method he used. In most cases, the drawings were selected by scientists from the Stanford Research Institute who were not part of the research team. The drawings were in different places at a distance of 4 meters to 10 kilometers from the subject. Geller had a pen and paper and was asked to reproduce the drawing. He could also move on to the next drawing, if you haven't seen anything. If he drew what he saw, then he gave his drawing before the original was shown to him. In 3 additional experiments, the drawings were computer generated. In one case, the drawing was displayed on a computer screen. In the second case, the drawing was stored in the computer, but was not displayed at that moment on the screen. And in the third case, the drawing was displayed on the screen, but the contrast of the monitor was adjusted so that the drawing was not visible to the human eye. During these 3 tests, Geller was in a Faraday cage that attenuated electrical signals. Geller responded on 10 of 13 attempts. 2 experts from the Stanford Research Institute who were not part of the research team were selected to assess the similarity of the drawings. They were asked to compare Geller's drawings with the originals. Targ and Puthoff wrote, both experts recognized the error-free coincidence of the information transmitted and received. For each expert, the prior probability of such a coincidence under the null hypothesis of the absence of an information channel is 10. 1 equals 3, 10 to 7, Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 604. In each case when he submitted a drawing or a group of drawings for consideration. In another series of remote vision experiments, a Stanford Research Institute scientist made 100 drawings and placed them in double envelopes with a black cardboard insert. 20 drawings were selected for the experiment every day. Geller had to paint what he sees again. The experiment lasted 3 days. Targ and Puthoff wrote, the drawings obtained in the course of this experiment are not significantly different from what can be drawn by accident. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 604. In the last series of 10 experiments, Geller was shown a closed metal box with a dice inside. Before that, the box was shaken vigorously. In each experiment, Geller had to write which side of the dice fell up. In 2 experiments Geller did not answer. Targ and Puthoff wrote, in those 8 cases when the answer was given, it turned out to be correct. There were 2 deuces, 1 fours, 2 fives, and 2 6s in total. The probability of chance here was 1 in 106, 1 in 1 million. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 604. In another series of experiments with another test subject, Targ and Puthoff tried to understand whether psychic Pat Price, a former city councilor and police commissioner from California, could describe a place several kilometers away. Stanford Research Institute's director of computer science and engineering chose 12 different locations within a half-hour drive of the institute. Also, information was prepared on how to get to these places. The selected sites were not known to the experimenters. For each experiment, the director gave information about one of the places to a group of 2 to 4 people, who then went there. Price and one other person remained at the institute, and Price had to describe the place, and the description was recorded on a tape recorder. Price participated in 9 such experiments. Targ and Puthoff wrote, several descriptions provided fairly accurate information about the chosen location. Price's ability to describe buildings, roads, gardens, etc., including even building materials, color, surrounding space, and what happens in that place, often in great detail, indicates developed ability for remote vision. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 605. 5 independent experts from the institute came to the site and checked the description with reality. Targ and Puthoff wrote in the report, by a majority vote, 6 of the 9 descriptions were found to be correct. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 606. The reliability of the result was 5.6, 10 to 4. Often in the smallest detail, indicates a developed ability for remote vision. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 605. 5 independent experts from the institute came to the site and checked the description with reality. Targ and Puthoff wrote in the report, by a majority vote, 6 of the 9 descriptions were found to be correct. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 606. The reliability of the result was 5.6, 10 to 4. Often in the smallest detail, indicates a developed ability for remote vision. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 605. 5 independent experts from the institute came to the site and checked the description with reality. Targ and Puthoff wrote in the report, by a majority vote, 6 of the 9 descriptions were found to be correct. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 606. The reliability of the result was 5.6, 10 to 4. In the last series of experiments, the aim was to find out whether the brains of the subjects receiving the information are able to establish a correlation with the transmitting persons who are at a great distance and at which the blinking light is directed. In each experiment, either a blinking light, with a frequency of 6 or 16 flashes per second, or a non-blinking light was directed to the person transmitting the information for 10 seconds. The person receiving the information from the visually and electrically isolated room heard the signal to begin the experiment. It didn't know which lighting mode would be used, blinking or non-blinking. He was chosen at random. The degree of correlation between the brains of these 2 individuals was assessed by measuring the alpha waves in the brain of the person receiving the information. Under normal conditions, in humans, the amplitude of the alpha waves decreases under the influence of flashing light. That is, for the person receiving the information in this case, it should also have decreased. One of the subjects was found to have such an effect. When the person transmitting the information was exposed to a blinking light, the amplitude of the alpha waves in the receiving person decreased. This person was selected for further experiments, and the result was repeated. The average and maximum strength of alpha waves in this person's brain decreased when the person transmitting the information was exposed to blinking light at a frequency of 16 flashes per second. Targ, Puthoff. 1974. p. 607. This person was selected for further experiments, and the result was repeated. The average and maximum strength of alpha waves in this person's brain decreased when the person transmitting the information was exposed to blinking light at a frequency of 16 flashes per second. Targ. Puthoff. 1974. p. 607. This person was selected for further experiments, and the result was repeated. The average and maximum strength of alpha waves in this person's brain decreased when the person transmitting the information was exposed to blinking light at a frequency of 16 flashes per second. Targ. Puthoff. 1974. p. 607. All these experiments allowed Targ and Puthoff to draw the following conclusion: there is a channel through which one can obtain information about a distant place through a method of perception still unknown to science. Targ. Puthoff. 1974. p. 607. They also believed that the ability of remote perception is quite common, but since usually a person does not know about it, it is suppressed or goes unnoticed. Finally, they stated, our observations of this phenomenon make it possible to assert that experiments in the field of so-called supernatural phenomena can be carried out by scientific methods. We hope that other laboratories will conduct further research to replicate our results. An editorial was published in Nature, 1974, pp. 559 to 560, together with the article by Targ and Puthoff. In the opinion of the reviewers, the description of the purity of the experiments, including the measures taken against accidental or deliberate information leakage, was incomprehensible. Personally, I don't think so, but let the reader judge for himself. The reviewers also believed that a more careful approach to the goal-setting process should be taken. In this case, I also believe that the methods used by the researchers were quite adequate. In favor of the article, according to the editors of the journal Nature, the fact that its authors were two competent scientists from a large research institution spoke. The editors of Nature decided that this phenomenon is worthy of attention, even if most scientists are skeptical about it. As the magazine said, if ESP is a subject of discussion and controversy among scientists, then this subject clearly needs to be studied and described. The editors of Nature admitted that by refusing to print the article, they would inadvertently contribute to the spread of rumors in the scientific world that the Stanford Research Institute was engaged in large-scale research in the field of parapsychology, and even achieved outstanding results in this. The editors felt that the publication of this article, with its reticent statements, hints of a limited research agenda and modest data, would allow a more objective examination of the topic. The conclusion said, although the journal Nature is considered one of the most respected publications in the world, it is impossible, nevertheless, to focus only on the authoritativeness of publications. We are sure, what readers sometimes expect from us and adventurous articles. The fact that an article is published in a journal is not yet a sign of recognition from the scientific community, rather, it means that there is something in the article that deserves their attention. Nature. 1974. p. 560. However, there were many more experiments at Stanford Research Institute than described in Nature. Specialists from the Stanford Institute, along with general research designed to demonstrate the existence of remote vision, also carried out reconnaissance missions on behalf of the U.S. government and the military. To participate in these programs, candidates underwent a rigorous selection process. Testing of a large number of candidates revealed that only 1% of them actually had a pronounced ability for remote vision. Radin. 1997, p. 101. On July 10, 1974, a physicist working for the CIA came to the Stanford Research Institute with an assignment. CIA analysts were interested in some objects in the Soviet Union. The physicist gave Targ the coordinates of the place of interest, which was about 15,000 kilometers from the institute located in Menlo Park, California. Targ and Pat Price, one of the psychics remote vision specialists who collaborated with the institute, retired to a special experiment room, protected from electrical interference. Price focused on the coordinates and began to describe what he saw. He saw several buildings and a crane moving back and forth on the monorail. Price sketched the buildings and the crane, and then made a more detailed drawing of the crane. After a few days, he added a few more details to the drawing. The distance vision program at Stanford Research Institute was initially controlled by Stanford University, and in the early 1970s spun off into an independent organization called Stanford Research International, SRI. The distance vision program was developed by Harold Puthoff. Targ soon joined him, and a few years later the physicist Edwin May. In 1985, Puthoff retired from SRI and May was taken over as head. In 1990, the distance vision program was taken over by Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC, a major contractor for the Department of Defense. In 1994, the program, having existed for 24 years and received $20 million for research from the CIA, the U.S. Department of Defense Intelligence Agency, Military Intelligence, Naval Intelligence, and NASA, ceased to exist. At least, this is the official version. Radin wrote, "These organizations have studied remote vision for over 20 years because the SRI and SAIC programs have periodically provided them with valuable and very detailed information." Radin. 1997, p. 98. In one of the experiments on obtaining reconnaissance data using remote vision, the subject was presented with only the most general information about the object, saying that it was a technical device somewhere in the United States. In fact, the object was a high-energy microwave generator in the southwest of the country, Radin said. Without knowing this, the subject made drawings and gave a verbal description of an object similar in size and shape to this generator. The subject also said that the beam divergence angle was 30 degrees, which was true. May 1995. p. 204. Quoted from Radin. 1997. p. 99. In another experiment in the late 1970s, a subject was given the geographic coordinates of an object in the United States, which accurately described a top-secret military base in Virginia. Its very existence was kept in strict confidence at that time. Radin, Puthoff. 1996. Cited from Radin. 1997. p. 99, noted that the subject was able to accurately describe what and where in the base, and even named the code words on folders in closed filing cabinets. In 1977, a reporter who read a subject's report traveled to the designated location to verify the existence of the base. Seeing only hills and sheep grazing there, he decided that the report was false. But the base was really there, only underground. Radin. 1997. p. 99. In September 1979, the U.S. National Security Council became interested in what was happening in one huge building in northern Russia. Spy satellite images of the building's surroundings indicated that there was some massive construction going on inside, but council members wanted to know exactly what was being built there. Senior warrant officer of the Armed Forces Joe McMonigal, who possessed remote vision ability, was assigned to find out. McMonigal. 1993, Schnabel. 1997. Quoted from Radin. 1997. pp. 104 to 195. The project leaders initially did not show McMonigal the satellite imagery or reveal its content. They gave him only the geographical coordinates of the place and asked him to tell what he sees there. McMonigal began describing large buildings and chimneys in a cold place near a large body of water. After that correct answer, McMonigal was shown satellite images of the building of most interest and asked to tell what was going on inside. McMonigal said a submarine was being built inside. McMonigal sketched a vessel larger than any existing submarine, with a long flat deck and 18 or 20 rocket launchers. This raised doubts among the representatives of the council. The boat was too big, and the building was 100 meters from the water. In addition, none of the intelligence services received reports of the development of such a boat in the USSR. McMonigal predicted that within 4 months a canal would be dug from the building to the shore to launch the boat. In January 1980, satellite images showed a submarine, the largest in the world, which ran along a recently dug canal from the building to the pier. She had a flat deck and 20 rocket launchers. It was the first Typhoon-class submarine. Radin wrote, "The scientists who worked on these secret programs, including myself, were very upset that they received first-hand proof of the authenticity of the psychic phenomenon, but at the same time they could not present it to skeptics. It was also not subject to disclosure that a whole group of remote vision specialists serves in the American Army, which participated in more than 100 secret missions that over 10 years, the U.S. Department of Defense Intelligence Agency, the CIA, the Customs Service, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the FBI, and counterintelligence used the services of this group, and that sometimes the results were simply astounding." Radin. 1997. p. In 1988, Edwin May, director of SRI, analyzed the results of all psychotic experiments conducted at SRI between 1973 and 1988, which included more than 26 experiments conducted in 154 experiments. The probability that the high hit rate in these experiments is the result of a random guess is 1,020 to 1, that is, more than 1,000,000,000 to 1, Radin. 1997, p. 101. In 1995, the U.S. Congress asked American research institutes to verify the results of the CIA-sponsored remote vision research that SAIC had been doing from 1989 to 1993. The review team was led by Dr. Jessica Atz, a professor of statistics at the University of California at Davis who favored mental research, and renowned skeptic Dr. Ray Hyman. As Radin noted, SAIC conducted experiments under tight control and under the supervision of an ad hoc committee of experts from various fields. Radin. 1997, p. 101. Among them was a Nobel laureate in physics, world-renowned statisticians, psychologists, neurology, and astronomy specialists, as well as a retired Major General of the American Army, a physician by training. In her review, Jessica Atz wrote, "It is obvious to the author that anomalous abilities are, in principle, possible, which has been demonstrated." Utz. 1996. Quoted from Radin. 1997. p. 102. Utz also noted, "The statistical results of the studies examined go far beyond what can be explained by chance. Arguments that such results may be due to flaws in experimental methodology are completely groundless. Similar results have been obtained by other laboratories around the world. This sequence cannot be explained by error or deception." Utz. 1996. p. 3. Cited in Radin. 1997. pp. 4 to 5. Even Ray Hyman found no reason to criticize. "I agree with Jessica Atz that the results obtained by SAIC cannot be ignored as an accident. It is also unlikely that they can be explained by a large number of experiments, hiding inappropriate results, incorrectly performing statistical tests, or other abuses of statistical inference. Therefore, I join Professor Atz's opinion that the statistical results of SAIC and other experimenters in the field of parapsychology go far beyond what can be explained by chance. The experiments carried out by SAIC are well organized, and the researchers have worked hard to eliminate the flaws inherent in previous parapsychological research. In addition, I cannot even imagine what flaws in this methodology may be, if they exist at all." Hyman. 1996. p. 55. Quoted from Radin. 1997. p. 103. However, Hyman was not ready to admit that the mentioned experiments confirm the existence of psychic abilities. He suggested that there were flaws after all, although he could not find them, or even indicate where to look for them. Hyman insisted on a more independent repetition of experiments, although in 20 years this has already been done by researchers from SRI and other scientific organizations. Among the latter was the Anomalous Research Laboratory at Princeton. Remote vision experiments began there in 1978. The published report examines 334 tests conducted from 1978 to 1987. The final certainty of the result, calculated on the basis of the entire database of the laboratory, was 100 billion to 1, wrote Radin, 1997, p. 105. Gensfeld method. In years past, researchers of psychic phenomena have experimented with telepathy using the Ganzfeld method, Radin. 1997. pp. 69-72. This method is based on experiments in sleep telepathy conducted by psychiatrist Montague Ullman and psychologist Stanley Krinner at Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn, New York from 1966 to 1972. It turned out that if a waking person sends a mental image to a sleeping person, he can see this image in a dream. The subject slept in a closed room, soundproof and protected from extraneous electromagnetic waves. The electroencephalograph, which monitors the activity of the sleeping person's brain, signaled the beginning of the REM, rapid eye movement, phase, during which the sleeping person begins to dream. At this time, the second participant in the experiment, located in another place, tried to send the sleeping person a mental image of a picture chosen at random from several pictures, usually a. Contact between the participants in the experiment was minimized. The sender of the image only heard a signal indicating that the dreamer entered the REM phase, and on this signal sent him the image of the selected picture. At the end of the REM phase, the sleeper was awakened and asked to describe the central image in his dream. In some cases, the sleeper fell asleep again and the process was repeated. Independent experts then compared the dream descriptions to the entire set of 8 pictures. The paintings were classified according to the degree of similarity to the image from the dream. If it turned out that the picture, the image of which was sent to the sleeping man, was one of the 4 most suitable pictures for the description, then the experiment was considered successful. If we assume that nothing significant can be contained in the description of the dream, and take into account that the experts did not know which image was sent to the sleeping person, then the correspondence of 8 pictures to the image from the dream should be random. In this case, one should expect that the desired pattern will fall into the top 50% of the time. Radin noted, articles published from 1966 to 1973 reported 450 such trials. The overall hit rate is about 63%. The probability of a successful outcome 63% of 450 trials with a 50% chance of accidentally hitting in a low, plus, minus 4%. The confidence interval is 75 million to 1, Radin. 1997. p. 70. Sleep experiments were based on the premise that the mental impact on the sleeper's brain would be stronger if the amount of incoming sensory information was reduced. Parapsychologist Charles Honorton, who was also involved in the Maimonides sleep experiments, wanted to develop a method of immersing subjects in an artificial state in which sensory isolation would take place, as in sleep. This would allow researchers to more effectively monitor the progress of the experiment, since they would not have to wait until the person falls asleep and enters the REM phase. William Browd, a psychologist at the University of Houston, and Adrian Parker, a psychologist at the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, joined Honorton to create the so-called Ganzfeld method. Scientists were inspired to develop this method by cases of an altered state of consciousness that have come down to us from ancient traditions. Radin wrote, Honorton, Browd, and Parker noticed that descriptions of different types of psychic experience are common in stories about mystical, meditative, and religious states. And that the connection between mental tranquility and the spontaneous manifestation of psychic abilities has been noticed for a long time. It was spoken about in the sacred books of India, the Vedas. For example, in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, one of the first books on yoga, written at least 3.5 thousand years ago, it is taken for granted that long-term practice with deep meditation allows one to obtain all kinds of sthis, or psychic abilities, Radin. 1997. p. 73. This is often stated in Vedic literature. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.15.1, it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Uddhava, one who controls the senses, balances the mind, controls the breath, and concentrates on me can attain the mystic powers of yoga. In the Vedic tradition, God is called Yogeshvara, the master of all mystical powers, and it is believed that a yogi who calms the mind through concentration on God gains sthiti. One of them, Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.15.6, calls Durasravnadarsanam, the ability to see and hear from a distance. The entire 15th chapter of the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam is devoted to siddhas and how they can be obtained. Interesting that these are considered obstacles to spiritual development, since people who acquire these tend to use them for selfish purposes. In the Gansfeld method, the recipient was in a soundproof room in a comfortable reclining chair. The recipient's eyes are closed with halves of a white table tennis ball. Light is directed at them, which creates a homogeneous visual field. The recipient hears white noise through the headphones. The recipient also does some relaxation exercises to release internal tension. In this way, the effect of a homogeneous state of reduced sensory perception is achieved, which in German is called Gansfeld, which means whole field. While the recipient was in this state, the sender, located elsewhere, randomly selected one of 8 images, photograph or frame on videotape, and mentally sent the image to the recipient. The transmission lasted 30 minutes, and at this time the recipient constantly talked about all the images, emotions, and thoughts that arose in his mind. At the end of the session, the recipient was shown 4 images and asked to choose the one that was given to him. He chose the image that most closely matched the images in his stream of consciousness. A coincidence is possible in 25% of cases, but the results showed that the recipients correctly named the image much more often. Psychologist D.D. Boehm of Cornell University wrote in 1996, "To date, more than 60 experiments have been organized using the Gansfeld method." A 1985 meta-analysis of 42 Gansfeld studies carried out at that time in 10 independent laboratories showed that the recipient hit rate averaged 35%. Such a result cannot be obtained by chance, since the probability is less than 1 in a billion. Additional analyses showed that this overall result could not be attributed to selective disclosure of successful results or incorrectly conducted experiments, when the recipient could obtain the desired information in the traditional way. Boehm. 1996. pp. 163 to 164. The 1985 meta-analysis described by Boehm was carried out by Honorton, 1985. A second study of the same cases was conducted by the skeptical Ray Hyman, 1985a, 1985b. Even Hyman was forced to admit that these results were not related to incorrect work with statistics, information leakage, or deception. Radin. 1997, p. 82. Hyman suggested that the problem lies in incorrect randomization, although Honorton refuted this assumption. Radin noted, in this case, 10 psychologists and statisticians wrote commentaries on the Honorton and Hyman debate, and everyone, including Honorton and Hyman, agreed that the results of the Gansfeld method were not obtained by chance. Not because of selective reports of positive results and not due to information leakage. All but one convinced skeptic, Hyman, also agreed that the results were not due to the misuse of randomization. Radin. 1997, p. 83. Nevertheless, Honorton, in a joint official communication with Hyman, agreed to change the experimental protocol in accordance with Hyman's wishes. Hyman, Honorton. 1986. Quoted from Radin. 1997. p. 84. This played into the hands of the researchers, since it made it impossible for Hyman to make such unfounded accusations of incorrect results in the future. It turned out that Honorton had been conducting experiments according to the Gansfeld method since 1983, which fully corresponded to Hyman's strict conditions, when the choice of the image was carried out not by the experimenter, but by the computer. The entire procedure for recording information was automated. The recipient was even more isolated, and the whole procedure of the experiment and the protocol was checked by 2 professional magicians who confirmed that deception was impossible in this case. Radin. 1997. pp. 85 to 86. From 1983 to 1989, 240 people took part in 354 experiments using the new automated Gansfeld technique. Honorton, Schechter. 1987, Honorton et al. 1990. Successful results were achieved in 37% of cases. The reliability of the result, thus, was 45,000 to 1. Radin. 1997. p. 86. Hyman, a skeptic of skeptics, has demanded independent repetition of experiments. Hyman. 1991. Honorton's experiments were replicated by several researchers, Katie Dalton and her colleagues from the Kessler Department of Parapsychology at the University of Edinburgh, Professor Dick Bierman, Department of Psychology. University of Amsterdam, Professor Daryl Boehm of the Department of Psychology, Cornell University, Dr. Richard Broughton and colleagues at the Rhine Research Center in Durham. North Carolina, Professor Adrian Parker and colleagues from the University of Gothenburg, Sweden, and doctoral student Rens Wesselman from the Institute of Parapsychology in Utrecht, Holland, Radin. 1997. pp. 87-88. The total number of experiments documented in 1985 using a meta-analysis and conducted in 1983 to 1989 under the direction of Honorton is 2,549. More recently, Boehm and Honorton have published an important report on the study of Ganzfeld telepathy. Here is what Science News said about this report. New evidence supporting the existence of what is commonly called telepathy differs from many others in that it has received positive expert reviews and has been published in a well-known journal of psychology, Bauer. 1994. In an article for Science News, Boehm wrote, "I used to be skeptical about such reports, but in this case we adhered to strict principles of research, and our results are significant from a statistical point of view. We hope that our discoveries will inspire others to repeat these results." The report itself was published in January 1994 in the Psychological Bulletin. Boehm and Honorton combined the results of 11 experiments with 240 subjects using a statistical meta-analysis. The hit ratio was 1:3, while in case of a random coincidence it is 1:4. And in one of the experiments in which 29 students from theater, music, and ballet schools participated as subjects, the hit ratio was 1:2. One of the reviewers, the article in the Psychological Bulletin was by Robert Rosenthal, a psychologist at Harvard. He wrote, "The article by Boehm and Honorton is replete with statistics, so the results of their research cannot be ignored." Bauer. 1994. In which 29 students from theater, music, and ballet schools participated as subjects, the hit rate was 1:2. One of the reviewers of the article in the Psychological Bulletin was Robert Rosenthal, a psychologist at Harvard. He wrote, "The article by Boehm and Honorton is replete with statistics, so the results of their research cannot be ignored." Bauer. 1994. In which 29 students from theater, music, and ballet schools participated as subjects, the hit rate was 1:2. One of the reviewers of the article in the Psychological Bulletin was Robert Rosenthal, a psychologist at Harvard. He wrote, "The article by Boehm and Honorton is replete with statistics, so the results of their research cannot be ignored." Bauer. 1994. However, this time, not everyone believed the facts. In a lecture on parapsychology at the Royal Institution on February 5, 2000, which I attended, psychologist Richard Wiseman of the University of Hertfordshire claimed that his own meta-analysis of experiments carried out using the Ganzfeld method after 1987 gave an overall hit rate of 27%. Which does not exceed the level of random expectation, he said. In doing so, he acknowledged the results of a study that one of his colleagues conducted shortly thereafter. In it, the hit rate of the latest experiments from 1997 to 1999 was 37%. Summarizing what has been said, we can assume that experiments using the Ganzfeld method really confirm the existence of supernatural abilities in the subjects. Modern research on psychokinesis. Now that we have reviewed some of the latest research in the field of distance vision and telepathy, it is worth paying attention to another phenomenon, psychokinesis, which, in my opinion, is explained by the influence on matter of such a subtle element as the mind. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, prominent scientists reported on such exceptional manifestations of the macro-psychokinetic effect as flying tables. Researchers later focused on reproducible micro-psychokinetic effects. One example of such research is experiments with dice, when the subjects tried to mentally influence the result. In 1989, psychologists Diana Ferrari and Dean Radin, then at Princeton, performed a meta-analysis of all such experiments reported in the then-published English-language magazines, Radin, Ferrari. 1991. They found 73 reports from 52 different researchers published from 1935 to 1987. In total, these reports covered 2.6 million dice rolls performed by 2,569 subjects in 148 experiments. The reports also contained the results of control studies, when the subjects did not try to exert mental influence on the result of the throw. The hit rate in the case of control studies was 50.02%, while the hit rate in the case of experiments was 51.2%. Radin wrote, "This is not so much, but according to statistics, the reliability of the result is more than 1,000,000,000 to 1. Radin. 1997. p. 134. Radin and Ferrari subjected the statistical results to careful scrutiny. Maybe the whole point is that most of the positive results were concentrated only in separate experiments out of many. After exclusion from the database of studies with the most successful results, it turned out that all the same, the remaining studies allow us to speak of a positive result with a reliability of more than 3,000,000 to 1. Or maybe this should be explained by the fact that most of the positive results were concentrated in a large number of studies conducted individual researchers. Radin and Ferrari found that even if we exclude the researchers who conducted the bulk of the research from the database, the results would still be positive, with 1,000,000,000 to 1 confidence. Couldn't the positive results then be explained by the suppression of unsuccessful experiments? However, to negate the positive results, there must be 17,974 unpublished reports of failed studies. That is, for every published study, there should be 121 unpublished studies. Radin. 1997. pp. 134 to 135. One of the problems that existed in early experiments and was recognized by researchers was the tendency according to which large numbers, especially 6, dropped out more often than small ones. This is because the 6-dot side of the die is lighter, since each dot is in a small depression. This makes the corresponding side easier and makes it more likely to be rolled. Therefore, if the subjects are faced with the task of trying to make the 6 fall out, then they will more often get the desired result, but not because of their supernatural abilities, but because the 6 naturally falls out more often. Then the researchers began to keep protocols of experiments, which took into account a carefully regulated change in the desired figure. Of 148 studies in the total sample, analyzed by Radin and Ferrari, 69 studies had such protocols. The authors wrote that in these studies, there was still convincing evidence of the mind's influence on matter, and the reliability of the result exceeded 1,000,000,000 to 1. Radin. 1997, p. 137. Recently, dice have been replaced by a random number generator. It contains an element that either emits particles of chaotic radioactive decay or produces chaotic electronic interference. In both cases, chaotic voltage surges appear on the generator microcircuit. These jumps lead to the interruption of a special digital time sensor, which generates a sequence of alternating ones and zeros several million times per second, 10101010101001. The microcircuit is designed so that the device records the state of the digital sensor, 1 or 0, during a power surge. If these flashes occur chaotically with a frequency of 10,000 per second, then the generator will record a random sequence of ones and zeros per second. For example, 10001100001110101010. Modern random number generators are protected from external influences and record data automatically. The percentage of ones when randomly generating a large number of numbers is approximately 50%. But if during the experiment the subject by an effort of will tries to get more ones than zeros, then the percentage of ones rises to a level that cannot be expected with a random choice. Modern research with the random number generator actually began with Helmut Schmidt, a physicist at the Boeing laboratory. Robert Jean, head of the Princeton School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, began his own research program using a random number generator, and this research is still ongoing at the Anomalous Research Laboratory in Princeton. In 1987, Dean Radin and Roger Nelson, a psychologist at Princeton, performed a meta-analysis of all the random number generator experiments known to date. Their report was published in the prestigious scientific journal Foundations of Physics. After analyzing data from 597 experiments conducted from 1959 to 1987, they found that the total hit rate was greater than 51%. It may not be much, but the reliability of the results obtained exceeded 1 trillion to 1. Radin, Nelson. 1989. p. 140. Could such results be attributed to a selective approach to data release? It would take 54,000 unpublished reports, or about 90 unpublished reports for each published one, to nullify the evidence for psychic influence. Radin, Nelson. 1989, p. 142. Another series of 1,262 experiments conducted by the Anomalous Research Laboratory at Princeton from 1989 to 1996 was analyzed by York Dobbins, a mathematician at Princeton University. His analysis confirmed earlier findings. Dobbins. 1996. It would take 54,000 unpublished reports, or about 90 unpublished reports for each published one. Radin, Nelson. 1989, p. 142. Another series of 1,262 experiments conducted by the Anomalous Research Laboratory at Princeton from 1989 to 1996 was analyzed by York Dobbins, a mathematician at Princeton University. His analysis confirmed earlier findings. Dobbins. 1996. It would take 54,000 unpublished reports, or about 90 unpublished reports for each published one. Radin, Nelson. 1989, p. 142. Another series of 1,262 experiments conducted by the Anomalous Research Laboratory at Princeton from 1989 to 1996 was analyzed by York Dobbins, a mathematician at Princeton University. His analysis confirmed earlier findings. Dobbins. 1996. Analyzing experiments with a random number generator as such. Nelson and Radin wrote, the main conclusions based on all the available data indicate that 1. Experiments conducted over 40 years show a slight but statistically unambiguous effect of the influence of the mind. 2. This effect was independently reproduced by researchers from dozens of universities around the world. 3. This effect was also reproduced within the framework of experiments carried out according to a new scheme, with the participation of skeptical independent observers. A huge number of theoretical justifications for the effect of such an influence have been proposed, from the observer effect in quantum mechanics to foresight. Nelson, Radin. 1996. Assessment of modern laboratory psychology research. Several studies carried out by various U.S. government agencies have opened the way for further study of psychic phenomena. A review by the Congressional Research Service, published in 1981, stated, recent experiences with remote vision and other parapsychological research indicate some kind of relationship between the human brain and matter. U.S. Library of Congress. 1983. Cited from Radin. 1997. p. 4. A few years later, the U.S. Army Research Institute submitted a report on the status of parapsychology. It was made public in 1985. The report said that all the facts considered in it are real scientific anomalies, which have not yet been adequately explained. Palmer. 1985. Quoted from Radin. 1997. p. 4. In 1987, U.S. Army officials asked the National Research Council to review the state of parapsychological research. A committee of the National Research Council recommended that the Army authorities take control of parapsychological research in the United States and the Soviet Union and begin funding it. The committee also acknowledged that it could not provide explanations for certain categories of parapsychological phenomena that were not related to supernatural forces. One of the committee members, skeptical Dr. Ray Hyman, professor of psychology at the University of Oregon, later said, the parapsychologists must be jubilant. This is the first time a government committee has recognized that their work can be taken seriously. Chronicle of Higher Education. 1988. September 14th. p. 5. Quoted from Radin. 1997. p. 4. Macropsychokinetic effects. Although scientists have recently been mainly engaged in the study of micropsychokinetic effects in remote vision, research continues in the field of macropsychokinetic phenomena, begun in the late 19th, early 20th centuries. Richard Broughton discusses some of these in his book Parapsychology, The Controversial Science, Broughton. 1991. I will consider two examples from this book, one related to Russian and the other to Chinese studies. In both cases, the studies were conducted and published by professional scientists. I will also cite a particularly well-documented case of a poltergeist, where the independent movement of objects was confirmed by numerous witnesses. In June 1968, in Moscow, Drs. Denek Ryadak from Czechoslovakia and some other scientists from the countries of the socialist camp showed Western scientists a recording of experiments with the Russian medium Nina Kulagina. Broughton wrote, in one excerpt from the film, she moved an upright cigar container over a playing card inside a closed transparent plastic box. In another excerpt, she selectively moved one or two matches from several lying on the table, and also simultaneously moved several objects in different directions. The Kulagina phenomenon has been quite actively studied by Soviet scientists. In addition to these studies, which demonstrated the interest of Soviet scientists in mental phenomena, Kulagina was studied by commissions and individual researchers from various independent scientific and medical organizations. The researchers were very careful in their experiments to rule out deception. Kulagina was always examined for the presence of magnets, threads, and other devices that could simulate psychokinetic effects. For one series of experiments, which were also filmed, Kulagina was X-rayed to detect hidden magnets or fragments from war wounds that could theoretically act like magnets. Usually Kulagina moved objects made of non-magnetic materials in closed boxes to remove suspicions of using magnets or hidden threads. Broughton. 1991. p. 144. Which can simulate psychokinetic effects. For one series of experiments, which were also filmed, Kulagina was X-rayed to detect hidden magnets or fragments from war wounds that could theoretically act like magnets. Usually Kulagina moved objects made of non-magnetic materials in closed boxes to remove suspicions of using magnets or hidden threads. Broughton. 1991. p. 144. Which can simulate psychokinetic effects. For one series of experiments, which were also filmed, Kulagina was X-rayed to detect hidden magnets or fragments from war wounds that could theoretically act like magnets. Usually Kulagina moved objects made of non-magnetic materials in closed boxes to remove suspicions of using magnets or hidden threads. Broughton. 1991. p. 144. In October 1970, the phenomenon of Kulagina in the USSR, in Leningrad, was studied by Gator Pratt, who was then working at the Department of Parapsychology at the University of Virginia, USA. With him was his colleague Champ Ransom. Also present at the experiments were Kulagina's husband, a marine engineer, and two Soviet scientists, physiologist Gennady Sergeyev, who studied the Kulagina phenomenon, and mathematician Konstantin Ivanenko. Broughton. 1991, p. 141. The meeting took place in a hotel room. Pratt and Ransom brought with them some items they wanted to use in their experiments, including a compass and a matchbox. Sergeyev put these objects on the table in front of Kulagina and asked those present to move away from the table for a few minutes so that Kulagina could enter the desired state. Standing not far away, Pratt saw Kulagina stretched out her hands over objects. The matchbox moved a few centimeters towards her. She put the boxes back in the center of the table and repeated the experiment. The box moved towards her again. Then Kulagina said she was ready to start. Broughton. 1991. p. 142. One experiment used a small, non-magnetic cylinder. Pratt recorded everything on an amateur movie camera. Broughton wrote, while Pratt was adjusting the camera, Ransom sprinkled aquarium gravel in the center of the table, placed a cylinder in the center, and a tall glass turned upside down on top of it. Kulagina concentrated. Pratt turned on the camera, and after a few moments the cylinder began to work its way through the gravel around the perimeter bounded by the glass. Ransom raised his glass, and Kulagina got ready again. The cylinder, maintaining its vertical position, began to move again, pushing the gravel apart. Browden. 1991. pp. 142 to 143. In April 1973, British physicist Benson Herbert and his colleague Manfred Cassirer conducted experiments with Kulagina in a makeshift laboratory in a hotel room in Leningrad. Browden noted, the main instrument in this laboratory was a hydrometer, a device made of a glass flask and a tube for measuring specific gravity, floating in a saline solution. The entire device was covered with a grounded shield. Herbert hoped that Kulagina would be able to drown the hydrometer, and thus it would be possible to measure the applied psychic force. Browden. 1991, p. 145. Kulagina was ill at that time and at first did not want to participate in the experiments at all, but she managed to cause minor movements of the hydrometer. This exhausted her, and she sank into a chair within the meter of the hydrometer. Sitting there, she concentrated on the instrument. Browden wrote, she slowly stretched out her hands towards the device. A moment later, the hydrometer, which had previously been motionless, swam in a straight line to the far edge of the container in which it was. After a couple of minutes, he returned to its original position and then continued on his way to the near edge. All this took place under the close supervision of two English scientists who could ensure that there were no threads or wires between the medium and the device. Browden. 1991. p. 145. In the same experiment, Kulagina tried to move the compass needle, but the success was negligible. Then Herbert saw the compass itself turn clockwise 45 degrees. The next minute, Browden recalled, while Herbert was moving his hand over and under the table, checking for threads, the compass began to perform zigzag dances on the table. From 1978 to 1984, the Kulagina phenomenon was studied by physicists and other scientists from the Leningrad Institute of Fine Mechanics and Optics, the Moscow Research Institute of Radio Engineering and Electronics, as well as the Moscow Higher Technical University. Bauman. The aim of the research was not to test the psychokinetic abilities of Kulagina, their existence was already considered proven, but to try to discover those biophysical forces that could explain them. In other experiments, writes Browden, Kulagina weakened the intensity of the laser beam, affecting the physical properties of the gas through which it passed. Browden. 1991. p. 145. Zhang Baozheng was born in Bengzi City in Liaoning Province, on the northern coast of China. Local researchers learned of his supernatural powers in 1976. Chinese scientists have been studying supernatural phenomena for some time, calling it the study of unusual functions of the human body. Browden. 1991. p. 166. Interest in them increased significantly in the late 1970s, which caused a negative reaction from some scientists and representatives of the Communist Party. In April 1982, the National Science Committee resolved this problem by inviting adherents of research on unusual functions of the human body and critics of these studies to participate in joint experiments with the country's leading psychics. Zhang was brought to Beijing and the experiments gave excellent results, which could not be said about other psychics. Browden. 1991. p. 166. In the following years, Zhang was investigated in several laboratories in Beijing. A major contribution to this research was made by Lin Shuhuan, a physics professor at the Beijing Pedagogical Institute, who also participated in the experiments in April 1982. A group of 19 researchers worked under Lin from December 1982 to May 1983. According to Browden, in one of the experiments, specially marked pieces of paper were treated with a special chemical composition and placed in a glass test tube, after which it was melted in the middle. Then, on top of the test tube, they placed pieces of cotton wool soaked in other chemical reagents, which, in contact with the pieces of paper, would react. After that, the test tube was sealed with special paper. 4 researchers from different locations observed the experience. The test tube was placed in front of John, and 5 minutes later, the pieces of paper lay on the outside of the empty test tube. The seal remained intact. In another experiment from the same series of experiments, a labeled live insect was placed in a test tube. The tube was sealed in such a way that if you tried to open it, a thin hair glued from the inside would break. In 1984, the closed Institute of Applied Space Medical Research began researching Zhang's abilities. This meant the end of the publication of reports on experiments. But sometimes information still leaked out. Broughton wrote, in 1987, the Chinese scientific community was amazed when the Spaceflight Department awarded a second-class award to a group of scientists from the Institute for Applied Space Medicine for a film about one of their experiments with John. From articles in the press and in a Chinese scientific journal, it followed that the scientists of the Institute filmed how the tablet passed through a sealed glass test tube. The color film was recorded on a high-speed, 400 frames per second, Japanese camera. The reports said that 3 frames clearly show the passage of the tablet through the glass, entering the glass wall, being inside and exiting it. While no one outside of China likely saw this film, in the late 1990s, scientists in China and elsewhere were surprised by the appearance of the new Chinese Journal of Somatic Science. It published a report on the latest experiments with Zhang at the Institute for Applied Space Medicine. As an illustration of the report, photographs of frames from a movie shot at high speed, 400 frames per second, were included, which show the tablet exiting through the bottom of the test tube held by Zhang. The report did not indicate whether it was still from the film that won the award. Broughton. 1991. pp. 167 to 168. Were surprised by the appearance of the new journal, Chinese Journal of Somatic Science. It published a report on the latest experiments with Zhang at the Institute for Applied Space Medicine. As an illustration of the report, photographs of frames from a movie shot at high speed, 400 frames per second, were included, which show the tablet exiting through the bottom of the test tube held by Zhang. The report did not indicate whether it was still from the film that won the award. Broughton. 1991. pp. 167 to 168. Were surprised by the appearance of the new journal, Chinese Journal of Somatic Science. It published a report on the latest experiments with Zhang at the Institute for Applied Space Medicine. As an illustration of the report, photographs of frames from a movie shot at high speed, 400 frames per second, were included, which show the tablet exiting through the bottom of the test tube held by Zhang. The report did not indicate whether it was still from the film that won the award. Broughton. 1991. pp. 167 to 168. Held by Zhang. The report did not indicate whether it was still from the film that won the award. Broughton. 1991. pp. 167 to 168. Held by Zhang. The report did not indicate whether it was still from the film that won the award. Broughton. 1991. pp. 167 to 168. Conclusion on the first part, there is such an independent element as the mind. Experimental data obtained over the past 2 centuries by researchers in the field of telepathy, clairvoyance, and psychokinesis cannot be ignored. Among the scientists who reported positive results of the experiments were even Nobel laureates, including the spouses Curies, Richet, and Crookes. Subsequently, other, less well-known, scientists carried out thorough studies of various supernatural phenomena, and their experiments were reproducible. The observed phenomena were so reliable that governments and the military began to invest heavily in research into the practical applications of remote vision. The available data allow us to talk about the existence of the mind as a separate element associated with the human body. Apparently, this element has sensory abilities. Part 2. Signs of a self-aware particle that may exist apart from body and mind. The mind is a subtle material element capable, among other things, of receiving information about objects that are beyond ordinary perception, and manipulating ordinary matter in a supernatural way. In this case, the mind itself does not give the body a conscious experience. Consciousness has a different source, which in Sanskrit is called Atma, or Ri. According to the Sanskrit Vedic literature, this I is the smallest particle of the spirit, which illuminates the body and mind with consciousness. Although we cannot see the Atma, we can judge the presence of the Atma on its basis, consciousness. This self-conscious particle is able to exist separately from the body and mind, and below we will consider the scientific evidence for its existence. As is the case with the mind, I will limit myself to the material accumulated from the middle of the 19th century to the present. In addition, I will consider here only those materials that indicate that there is a self-conscious particle in the body, which is not a product of mind or matter. As for the evidence that this particle continues to exist after the death of the body, they will be considered in the 8th chapter. William James on consciousness. William James noted that delayed brain development leads to dementia, that blows to the head lead to loss of memory and consciousness, and that brain stimulants and poisons alter the quality of our thoughts. Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 284. A large number of such observations led many scientists of that time to the conclusion that consciousness is a product of the activity of the brain and depends on it constantly. When the brain ceases to function, then the consciousness associated with it ceases to exist. However, there is still no generally accepted explanation of exactly how consciousness arises as a result of brain activity. Moreover, any such theory should explain the origin of millions of episodes of consciousness in a person's daily life. James said in this regard that such a theory of the emergence of consciousness cannot be called simpler or more reliable than other acceptable theories. It's just a little more popular. Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 294. James believed that in relation to consciousness, the brain can play the role of not a source, but a conductor, just as a prism plays the role of a conductor in relation to light. Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 290. The prism itself is not a source of light, but only refracts it. Likewise, the brain can facilitate or hinder the transmission of the stream of consciousness to varying degrees. James wrote, depending on the state in which the brain is located, the degree of conduction can increase or decrease. When the brain is working at full strength, the degree of conduction increases so much that the flow of spiritual energy overwhelms the person. At other times, only random thoughts enter the brain, as happens during sound sleep. And when the brain finally ceases to function, that is, dies, the stream of consciousness it conducts completely disappears from this world. However, that sphere of being, from which consciousness originates, still remains unchanged. It is quite possible that consciousness to this day continues to exist in that more real world, with which it has never lost contact, even being here. Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 292. Apparently, James was impressed by the hypothesis that consciousness is a living stream, and not a separate, conscious soul. In any case, James considered the existence of consciousness as separate from matter. Not a detached, conscious soul. In any case, James considered the existence of consciousness as separate from matter. Not a detached, conscious soul. In any case, James considered the existence of consciousness as separate from matter. In support of the hypothesis that the brain is only a conduit of consciousness that exists independently of it, James quoted the English philosopher Ferdinand Canning Scott Schiller. 1891. Matter is an elaborate mechanism that serves to regulate, limit and restrain what is in there is consciousness in it. A simple and coarse material shell, as in lower organisms, practically does not allow consciousness to manifest itself. In the case of a more complex and finely organized shell, the consciousness has much more opportunities to manifest itself. Murphy, Ballou. 1960, p. 300. Out-of-body experience. Conditions close to death, SBS, and exits from the body, HIT, indicate that consciousness can exist completely independently of both gross matter, body, and subtle matter, mind. The SBS and HIT phenomena are mentioned in the history of many peoples of the world. In a study of different cultures, Dean Shales wrote, to study the perceptions of different peoples about the out-of-body experience, HIT, we used data gleaned from 70 different cultural traditions, excluding Western ones. These data show that in 95% of world cultures, people recognize the possibility of HIT, and these cases are striking in their similarity, despite the differences between cultures and their geographic distance from each other. 3 traditional explanations for HIT have been tested, namely social predetermination, crisis, and dream theories, but none have been found to be adequate. Therefore, it can be assumed that the specificity and breadth of distribution of ideas about HIT are explained by the reality of this phenomenon itself. Shells. 1978. p. 697. HIT cases not only prove the existence of a conscious particle that can sense without the aid of the gross physical body, but also suggest the existence of a conscious particle that does not die after the death of the gross physical body. As Shells himself writes, before talking about life after death, you first need to prove that there really is something that can survive the death of the body. Shells. 1978, p. 700. In addition to evidence gleaned from different cultural backgrounds, there is also scientific and medical research supporting the existence of a conscious particle independent of mind and body. That the specificity and breadth of distribution of ideas about HIT are explained by the reality of this phenomenon itself. Shells. 1978. p. 697. HIT cases not only prove the existence of a conscious particle that can sense without the aid of the gross physical body, but also suggest the existence of a conscious particle that does not die after the death of the gross physical body. As Shells himself writes, before talking about life after death, you first need to prove that there really is something that can survive the death of the body. Shells. 1978, p. 700. In addition to evidence gleaned from different cultural backgrounds, there is also scientific and medical research supporting the existence of a conscious particle independent of mind and body. That the specificity and breadth of distribution of ideas about HIT are explained by the reality of this phenomenon itself. Shells. 1978. p. 697. HIT cases not only prove the existence of a conscious particle that can sense without the aid of the gross physical body, but also suggest the existence of a conscious particle that does not die after the death of the gross physical body. As Shells himself writes, before talking about life after death, you first need to prove that there really is something that can survive the death of the body. Shells. 1978, p. 700. In addition to evidence gleaned from different cultural backgrounds, there is also scientific and medical research supporting the existence of a conscious particle independent of mind and body. One of the most comprehensive studies of SBS was conducted by Kenneth Ring. His attention was drawn to the popular book by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and Raymond Moody on SBS. Although Ring agreed with their findings, he believed that this issue requires a more scientific approach. Ring. 1980, p. 19. The Ring brought together a group of people at least 18 years of age who have experienced a near-death condition as a result of illness, accident, or suicide attempt. He found some through hospitals and psychiatrists, others responded to an advertisement in the newspaper, and still others themselves learned about the upcoming survey and offered themselves as volunteers. None of the subjects were told anything about out-of-body research. A total of 102 people were selected. They were first asked to speak freely about their SBS experience. Then they were asked leading questions to determine the presence or absence of those basic characteristics of the SBS that Moody wrote about. Ring. 1980, p. 28. The respondents were immediately warned that they were participating in the survey on condition of anonymity. Optionally, they were also informed about the purpose of the survey, but only after they had answered all the questions. Interviews were conducted from May 1977 to May 1978. Ring wrote, 102 people were interviewed who reported 104 cases of SBS. Of these, 52 were on the verge of death due to serious illness, 26 in an accident and 24 in a suicide attempt. Ring. 1980, p. 29. Among the respondents there were approximately equal numbers of men and women, and all, except for 7 respondents, were of white race. Almost all of the respondents considered themselves to be believers. Their average age at the time they survived SBS was 38 years old. A third of those surveyed were interviewed less than a year after the SBS, 60% of those surveyed less than 2 years later. Ring analyzed the results of the survey based on the list of the main signs of SBS, based on the book, Life After Death, compiled on the basis of a point system. Below are these signs and the corresponding number of points. Ring. 1980. pp. 32 to 33 feeling of being dead. 1 point, feeling of peace and quiet. 2 or 4 points, depending on the strength of sensation, feeling of separation from the body. 2 or 4 points, depending on the clarity of the description, immersion in darkness. 2 or 4 points, depending on the presence of movement, the sounds of someone's voice or the sensation of someone's presence. 3 points, pictures of the past. 3 points, bright light. 2 points, admiring beautiful flowers. 1 point, entering the world. 4 points, the presence of visible spiritual beings. 3 points. Thus, the respondents could score from 0 to 29 points. A point for each criterion was awarded by the unanimous decision of 3 experts. Those who received less than 6 points were not considered to have experienced the SBS described by Moody. If the respondent received between 6 and 9 points, they were considered to have experienced SBS only to some extent, and those who received 10 or more points were considered to have experienced deep SBS. Ring found that 49 subjects, 48%, described all the features of SBS that Moody had spoken about. Ring 1980, p. 32. Of these, 27 people, 26%, experienced deep SBS and 22% experienced moderate SBS. That 49 subjects, 48%, described all the signs of SBS that Moody spoke about. Ring 1980, p. 32. Of these, 27 people, 26%, experienced deep SBS and 22% experienced moderate SBS. That 49 subjects, 48%, described all the signs of SBS that Moody spoke of. Ring 1980, p. 32. Of these, 27 people, 26%, experienced deep SBS and 22% experienced moderate SBS. Some of the subjects' stories deserve special attention. The sister of one of the subjects worked as a nurse in the hospital where the subject experienced SBS during a heart attack. While in this state, the subject saw her sister arrive at the hospital. She walked in shortly after the alarm sounded and went to her workplace, the intensive care unit. Someone told her what had happened, and she hurried upstairs. I saw her at this time and watched her ride in the elevator. Later, the subject's sister confirmed her words. Ring 1980, p. 51. Ring also included in his work a case described by the English researcher F.W.H. Myers in his classic work The Human Personality and the Continuation of Life After the Death of the Body. Physician A.S. Wilts contracted typhoid fever in 1889 and was dying. Having suffered a coma, he then recalled how at first he felt sleepy, and then lost consciousness. Drive S. H. Rains, who treated Wilts, said that for 4 hours the patient had no pulse or heartbeat. Here is what Wilts experienced at that time. I again, as it seemed to me, regained consciousness and found that I was still in the body, but at the same time I did not feel anything to do with it. Wilts felt like a living soul, woven into the tissues of the body. Then this connection with bodily tissues began to break, and he left the body through the head. It seemed to me that I was transparent. I have a bluish tint and completely naked, recalled Wilts. When I turned, my left elbow touched the hand of one of the 2 gentlemen who stood at the door. To my surprise, his hand effortlessly passed through my hand, after which my hand became whole again, without any pain, as if it consisted of air. Then Wilts looked at his own dead body. But at that moment the body opened its eyes and Wilts, feeling himself inside the body again, asked the question, "What happened to me? Should I die again?" Ring 1980, p. 230. Then Wilts looked at his own dead body. But at that moment the body opened its eyes and Wilts, feeling himself inside the body again, asked the question, "What happened to me? Should I die again?" Ring 1980. p. 230. Then Wiltz looked at his own dead body. But at that moment the body opened its eyes and Wiltz, feeling himself inside the body again, asked the question, "What happened to me? Should I die again?" Ring. 1980. p. 230. Ring wrote that the best explanation for a state close to death is out of the body. Ring. 1980. p. 232. This separates something from the physical body, but Ring prefers not to use the word soul. He does not consider it a scientific term, since this word has different meanings in different religions. This ambiguity could have been avoided by giving the term soul a strict definition. However, I do not mind the solution proposed by Ring. He says, suffice it to say that the out-of-body phenomenon allows us to empirically determine the possible origins of the concept of the soul. I would prefer to limit this term to a religious context. If we proceed from the hypothesis of separate existence, then I agree that consciousness, with or without a second body, can function independently of the physical body. Ring. 1980, p. 233. In heading toward Omega, Ring. 1984, Ring provides further research that further supports his suggestion that SBS is an exit from the body. Ring describes several more SBS, in particular, when the respondents entered the realm of light, feeling themselves, pure consciousness, and telepathically communicated with friendly-minded spiritual beings, leading them to enlightenment. For example, one of the interviewees, who identified himself as Mr. Dupont, said that his most recent memory before the SBS was a prayer to God. Then Dupont felt that he was in a different state of consciousness. I was standing in the middle of a blossoming paradise meadow, in a different time, in a different place and, probably, even in a different universe. The sounds of divine music were heard. Everything that happened went beyond everything, what Dupont had experienced earlier, but was still familiar to him. Like many others, he said that this experience cannot be described in words. In the halo of beautiful light, he saw a beautiful radiant creature, which he considered his creator. This golden creature, which Dupont found unusually familiar, radiated light and love. He saw other creatures as well. Dupont felt that all living were part of the light, and the light was part of all living. Ring. 1984. pp. 61-66. A woman named Anne described the SBS she experienced during her second birth in 1954. When the crisis hit, she felt herself moving rapidly towards a distant light. The pain was left behind, and in its place came love and peace. While in this state, she felt someone approaching. When this creature appeared, the woman greeted him as her closest friend. The creature telepathically informed Anne that it had come for her child. Anne was happy at first, but soon felt sad because she realized that she did not have a child. The creature gently stroked my hand and assured me that I became a mother and that I have a child. There was just some delay, Anne recalled in a letter to Ring. Then the creature moved its hand in front of us, and the haze disappeared. I was in the delivery room again, saw the doctors, nurses and my child. The creature informed Anne that her child would only live for 4 days. When Anne found out that she could not change anything, she refused to return. The creature protested that she should return, since her time had not yet come. The creature came only for the child and will return for him in 4 days. Anne calmed down and readily returned. She regained consciousness from the fact that the nurse beat her on the cheeks and called her by name. Anne found out that she had given birth to a girl and named her Terry. Anne felt she had to tell the doctors something, but she couldn't remember what it was. On the second day, Anne's doctor diagnosed the girl with cerebral hemorrhage, and it became clear that she would soon die. On the 4th day, the girl died. The doctor told the nurses not to tell Anne about this. He wanted to tell her the news himself. However, for some reason, he never did, and it was time for Anne to check out. Then one of the sisters said, "God, your doctor should be here. I was forbidden to tell you this, but I can no longer continue to maintain in you the confidence that Terry is alive. She died early this morning." And then Anne remembered what had happened to her in the SBS. Ring. 1984. pp. 77-84. Ring used in the title of his research omega, the last letter of the Greek alphabet, as an indication of the end of life or, more positively, the purpose of life. Ring believed that this goal is the evolution of consciousness. Ring. 1984. p. 252. He viewed SBS as just one of a number of similar phenomena contributing to this evolution, which is characterized by the opening of the dormant spiritual potential in man. Ring. 1984. p. 255. Another prominent researcher of SBS and HIT is Michael B. Subham. While studying cardiology in his freshman year at Florida State University at Gainesville, he heard from psychiatrist Sarah Krutziger about Dr. Raymond Moody's life after death. Subham wrote, "My biased scientific mind could not take seriously such strange descriptions of posthumous existence." Subham. 1982, p. 3. However, Subham and Krutziger decided to do a little research. Subham selected patients who experienced a condition close to physical death. Here he included any condition of the body resulting from severe physical trauma, accidental or not, which in most cases leads to irreversible biological death and requires immediate medical attention, if available. Subham. 1982. p. 9. These conditions included serious injuries, heart attacks, and deep coma. In their interviews with patients, SAB and Krutziger initially did not mention that they were interested in a state close to death. They simply asked the patients to remember what happened to them both immediately before the loss of consciousness and in the unconscious state. Some patients answered that they did not remember anything except the loss of consciousness itself. Others, suspecting something, they asked, "Why are you interested in this?" To this, Subham or Krutziger responded that some of the unconscious patients had unusual experiences, and that they, as researchers, want to collect more information about such experiences. After that, the patients usually shared their memories, which usually began with the phrase, "You certainly won't believe it." Subham. 1982. pp. 9-10. In his book, Subham described many aspects of SBS. Of these, I was most interested in the experience of autoscopic observations, when a person saw his own body from the side. For example, a 57-year-old construction worker found himself floating above his own body at a height of about a meter during an operation. He saw doctors and nurses who operated on him. At some point, one of the sisters looked to where he was floating in the air, right in his face. But he realized that she did not see him. Subham. 1982. p. 10. In another case, an American soldier, blown up by a mine in Vietnam, lost both legs and an arm. While being evacuated from the battlefield by helicopter, he passed out and experienced an out-of-body experience. At the same time, he was next to the body and could see it. The body was taken to a field hospital. Doctors started operating on the body and he wanted to stop them. In an interview, he said, "I remember how I grabbed the doctor. I tried to grab him, but either he was not there, or my hand just went through him." Subham. 1982, p. 33. He also said that, being out of the body, he returned from the hospital to the battlefield and saw how the wounded were picked up and the dead were put into special bags. Trying to stop one of the soldiers, he suddenly found himself in the hospital again. "It seemed that I just materialized there, and then returned back in the blink of an eye." Subham. 1982. p. 33. The rest of the respondents also talked about similar cases. The night watchman experienced SBS in autoscopic conditions during cardiac arrest and described how he moved around the operating room where his body was located. He could move as he liked. According to him, it happened as follows: "I seemed to say to myself, what is happening now in the parking lot? And my brain was there, looked what was happening, and came back to tell me everything." Subham. 1982. p. 34. Subham stated, all respondents noted that during autoscopic SBS, they felt completely separated from the physical body. Subham. 1982, p. 34. Autoscopic SBS ended up with consciousness returning to the body at a turning point in treatment. One of the interviewees, who had a cardiac arrest, described how he hovered over his own body. He saw doctors placing defibrillators on his chest. He did not feel the first shock, but just before the second he remembered his family, and decided that it was time for him to return to the body. He said, "I just took it and returned to the body." Savum. 1982. p. 35. Many interviewees talked about what Savum called a transcendental state close to death. Savum. 1982, p. 39. The autoscopic experience described above involves a person's perception of his own body, environment, and other people, as if he saw it all, being in a normal state. In the transcendental state, however, a person found himself in another reality, outside of ordinary experience, and could meet dead friends or relatives or divine and angelic beings. Of those interviewed by Savum, 41 people reported a similar transcendental SBS. Savum. 1982, p. 41. One of the patients who had a heart attack said that it happened to him when he was being taken to the hospital. His entire life passed before his eyes, including the moment when he believed in Christ. Then he fell into a dark tunnel, at the other end of which I saw a bright yellow light. At that moment, he sank into a state of rest. He heard voices, saw steps, and decided that it was a staircase leading to the gates of paradise. Savum. 1982, p. 40. Some of Savum's patients spoke of a combination of transcendental and autoscopic SBS. From a scientific point of view, the most interesting cases were when people talked in great detail about the course of a surgical operation, which they observed while outside the body. At first, Savum was skeptical about these stories. He thought they were very easy to explain. Savum, who has accounted for hundreds of rescued cardiac arrest patients, wrote, "In essence, I contrasted my experience in cardiology with the visual memories of non-medical patients. In doing this, I knew that there would inevitably be errors in the stories of the patients, and this would serve as proof that their observations were mere guesses." Savum. 1982, p. 7. But as a result of his research, Savum came to a completely different conclusion. Here is one of the cases that made him change his mind. Subject, a 52-year-old night watchman, had 2 heart attacks at the time of the interview. He told Savum about the hit that had occurred during the first heart attack, but at first did not want to talk about the second hit case, believing that Savum would not believe him. Savum persuaded the patient, and he began to describe what he saw during the second attack. Savum. 1982. pp. 64 to 67. During the story, he jumped from one event to another, so I decided to arrange everything in chronological order. First, he was given an anesthetic injection into a vein and passed out. Then he says, "Suddenly I kind of came to my senses. I was in the operating room at a height of 1 meter from my own head, as if I were a different person." He saw that his body was covered with several layers of cloth. His chest was opened, the chest cavity was held open by a metal device. He saw his heart, and the color of one part of it was unusual. He saw the doctors insert something into his vein and heard them talk about bypass surgery. The doctor then removed part of the heart. He saw how during the operation surgeons twice made some injections in the heart. After the operation, he saw 2 surgeons stitch up his chest, first from the inside, then from the outside. As during the operation, surgeons twice made some injections in the heart. After the operation, he saw 2 surgeons stitch up his chest, first from the inside, then from the outside. As during the operation, surgeons twice made some injections in the heart. After the operation, he saw 2 surgeons stitch up his chest, first from the inside, then from the outside. The patient's account almost completely coincided with the surgeon's notes about the operation, which the patient himself had never read. The patient lying on his back was given general anesthesia halothane. He was prepared for the operation and wrapped from chin to ankles in ordinary sterile tissue. The cage was opened in the center and a self-retaining retractor was inserted. After the heart was exposed, Two Argyle 32 venous catheters were inserted through a counter opening in the right atrium. One of the catheters reached the inferior vena cava, the other, the superior vena cava wide veins through which venous blood enters the heart. The patient was connected to a heart-lung machine, a ventricle with an aneurysm large area of the heart. In the description of the operation, the patient provided many other details not mentioned in the surgeon's report. For example, the patient recalled that sponges were inserted into the chest cavity to absorb blood. These details were too insignificant to be included in the report, but they were fully consistent with the progress of the operation. Savum gave other examples of very detailed accounts of surgical procedures, mentioning details that are usually unknown to patients. For Savum, such stories, backed up by doctors' reports, were compelling confirmation of the reality of the out-of-body phenomenon. Of the people interviewed by Savum, 32 people spoke in detail about the course of their treatment. Savum. 1982, p. 83. To assess the extent to which these stories might be conventional guesses, he interviewed a control group of 25 cardiac patients, whose medical history was similar to that of patients with SBS. Savum. 1982, p. 84. They were familiar with the therapy for cardiac arrest, and many reported seeing such surgeries on television. Savum asked subjects in the control group to imagine they were in an operating room watching doctors who save a person during a heart attack, and to describe in detail everything that, in their opinion, should happen in this case. 2 respondents were unable to provide any description at all. Of the 23 respondents, 20 made many gross mistakes. The most common mistake was the mention of mouth-to-mouth respiration. In hospitals, other means of supplying the patient with oxygen are used. 3 of the respondents limited themselves to short descriptions, which, however, did not contain any gross errors. Savum. 1982, p. 85. And of the 32 interviewees who spoke about their experience of SBS during a heart attack, 26 gave detailed descriptions without significant errors. According to Savum, these descriptions were generally consistent with the known circumstances of a near-death state. Savum. 1982, p. 87. According to the respondents, they thought more about what was happening to them, and not about the actions of doctors, and therefore could not remember all the details. Savum. 1982, p. 86. The maximum detailed description of the operation, which was fully confirmed by the doctor's report, was given by 6 people. So, in the control group, 20 out of 23 people made gross mistakes, and in the group of 32 people who experienced SBS, none were mistaken and 6 gave very detailed descriptions that fully corresponded to the doctor's reports, although the patients did not read these reports. This led Savum to the idea that these cases of SBS are not like fictional stories based on the patient's general understanding of the course of treatment. Savum. 1982, p. 87. Savum believed that more thorough research would be required to back up his findings. Based on the patient's general understanding of the course of treatment. Savum. 1982, p. 87. Savum believed that more thorough research would be required to back up his findings. Based on the patient's general understanding of the course of treatment. Savum. 1982, p. 87. Savum believed that more thorough research would be required to back up his findings. At the end of his research, Savum wondered, is it possible that the consciousness separated from the physical brain was the very soul that continues to exist after the death of the body, as some religious teachings claim? Savum. 1982, p. 183. Of course, Savum also had critics, for example, Susan Blackmore. Previously, she recognized the reality of going out of the body, but later came to the conclusion that no separate conscious being was going out of the body. Thus, there are 2 approaches to explaining it. The extrasomatic explanation implies that the person's I does indeed go out of the body. The intrasomatic explanation implies that there is only an inner impression of an out-of-body existence. Supporters of the second explanation also deny the very existence of a conscious particle, not to mention its exit from the body. Blackmore, who takes this point of view, wrote, "Nothing leaves the body with HIT, and nothing continues to exist after the death of the physical body." Blackmore 1982, p. 251. According to the intrasomatic theory. In parapsychology, philosophy, and spirituality, a postmodern exploration, philosopher David Ray Griffin discusses the arguments against intrasomatic theory, the main ones of which I will describe below. Griffin. 1997. pp. 232 to 242. The main of these arguments, I consider the clarity of sensations and perceptions that is observed during the stay outside the body. In most reports about HIT, people are convinced that it is real and that it is not a hallucination or a dream. Some people who were not anesthetized reported pain relief during HIT. This can be explained by the action of natural pain relievers such as endorphins. But people said that the pain returned when they returned to the body. If the pain was alleviated by endorphins, this would not happen. The only relevant explanation here is that the conscious particle actually leaves the body, temporarily separating from the bodily sensations. Intrasomatic theory is also contradicted by the fact that visual perception prevails in the case of HIT. When a person who is on the verge of death gradually loses consciousness, usually he first ceases to see, and only then, to hear. From this we can conclude that a dying person is more likely to remember sounds than images. In this regard, it should be noted that in patients with schizophrenia, hallucinations are usually auditory rather than visual. The fact that the visual observations of a person in an unconscious state correspond to reality excludes the version that people come up with stories about leaving the body in order to get rid of the fear of death, to gain public recognition, or to establish their religious beliefs. It seems odd that such hallucinations should be limited to describing their surroundings. The correspondence between visual images and the real environment rules out the hypothesis of hallucinations caused by anoxia, lack of oxygen in the brain, and hypercapnia, increased content of carbon dioxide in the blood. According to Sabom, the lack of oxygen causes a confused state of consciousness, which does not fit in with the clarity of consciousness in HIT. Sabom. 1982. pp. 175 to 176. Excessive levels of carbon dioxide can cause hallucinations in the form of flashes of light and other effects, but it is unlikely that a person can see their surroundings. Moreover, in one of the cases described by Sabom, doctors took blood for analysis during heart surgery. The oxygen content in the blood turned out to be increased, and the carbon dioxide content, on the contrary, decreased. Sabom. 1982. p. 178. There were also suggestions that the cause of HIT should be sought in the paroxysm of the temporal lobe of the brain, but, according to Sabom, the perception of reality in this case would be completely impaired. Sabom. 1982. pp. 173 to 174. To explain the accuracy of visualizations in HIT cases, Blackmore and others have suggested that the mind of a fainting person uses tactile and auditory senses to recreate the correct visual image without ever leaving the body. But in many cases, visual images of such objects arose that a person could not learn anything about through touch or hearing. One of Sabom's patients said he saw a pointer arrow on one of the medical devices, defibrillator, that moved exactly the way it was supposed to move. Blackmore suggested that he could have obtained this information after surgery, for example, on television, and then included in his story. Blackmore. 1993. pp. 118 to 119. Of course, you can assume anything you want, but if you believe the patient, then he did not see the programs on TV. Another patient of Saboma said that he saw how he was injected in the right side of the groin. Strictly speaking, it was not an injection. Doctors took blood for analysis, and Sabom said that these procedures can be quite confused if you look at them from the outside, since in both cases a needle is inserted. If a person had come up with this from the words of doctors, he would hardly have made such a mistake, because doctors would have been talking about taking blood. Blackmore objected that the situation could be recreated not by the doctor's words, but by the tactile sensations. But there is an important detail here. The medical report says that the blood was taken from the left side of the groin, and the patient was talking about the right. If he came up with this based on his feelings, he would feel the prick on the left, not the right. If you look from the side, says Sabom, it is quite possible to confuse the right side with the left. Blackmore called the case unconfirmed, ignoring the fact that Sabom spoke to the patient's wife, who confirmed that the husband told her and his daughter about his experience shortly after the operation, and again some time later, and the story was repeated word for word. This should rule out the hypothesis that the story was invented and was gradually supplemented with new details as information became available. Sabom. 1982. pp. 109 to 111. Griffin. 1997. p. 248. Griffin. 1997. p. 248. Griffin. 1997. p. 248. From the point of view of refuting Blackmore's theory, stories about hit with observation of events that took place at a distance from the patient are of great importance. In 1976, one of Sabom's patients suffered a heart attack in the hospital. While they were helping him, he saw his relatives. I didn't hear anything. Not a sound. And I remember that I saw my relatives downstairs, in the hall, very clearly. There were my wife, eldest son, eldest daughter, and a doctor with them. I knew for sure that they were there. It did not follow from the operation report that the patient could see relatives or receive any information about them. He was not expecting anyone that day, as he was supposed to be discharged. Even if he was waiting for someone, he could not know exactly who would come to him. He had 6 grown children, and they came to him in turn with their mother. On that day, the patient's wife and their 2 older children met and suddenly decided to come together. They arrived at the hospital just as the patient was being taken to the operating room. The relatives were stopped in the lobby, and the patient could not see them in any way, since his face was turned in the other direction. His wife recalled that she saw only the back of his head, and then at a very great distance. He was immediately taken to the intensive care unit. The wife said, "It is possible that he saw us." Blackmore did not comment on this case. Sabom. 1982. pp. 111 to 113. Griffin. 1997. pp. 249 to 250. That she saw only the back of his head, and then at a very great distance. He was immediately taken to the intensive care unit. The wife said, "It is possible that he saw us." Blackmore did not comment on this case. Sabom. 1982. pp. 111 to 113. Griffin. 1997. pp. 249 to 250. That she saw only the back of his head, and then at a very great distance. He was immediately taken to the intensive care unit. The wife said, "It is possible that he saw us." Blackmore did not comment on this case. Sabom. 1982. pp. 111 to 113. Griffin. 1997. pp. 249 to 250. Dr. Kimberly Clark, a professor of medicine at the University of Washington and a social worker at the Harborview Medical Center, reported another case that is difficult to explain as hallucinations based on touch and hearing. An expatriate named Maria suffered a heart attack in Harborview. After the surgery, she told Clark about her hit experience. Maria hovered over the body and looked down at the doctors. Clark decided that she could imagine the operating room environment from what she saw and heard while she was still conscious. Maria said that she then flew out of the intensive care unit through the corridor leading into it. Clark decided that Maria previously could see the corridor and has now included it in her story. Then Maria noticed that something was lying on the ledge of the 3rd floor of the hospital building. She flew closer and saw that this is a tennis shoe. Maria described it in every detail, the scuff from the little finger and the lace wrapped under the sole. Clark went to check it out and didn't see anything at first. She went up to the 3rd floor, looked out from several windows, and from one, at last, she saw a shoe. Moreover, the ledge was not so clearly visible from the window. To notice him, you had to literally press your nose into the glass and squint your eyes down. And even from there, Clark could not make out the details that Maria was talking about. Clark wrote, "The only way to see a shoe this close is to fly up to it from the outside." When the shoe was taken out, it turned out that it corresponded to the description of Mary Clark. 1982. p. 243, Griffin. 1997. p. 250 to 251. Blackmore ignored the case, calling it exciting but unsubstantiated. Blackmore 1993, p. 128. However, Griffin noted, Katie Kill, a nurse at a hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, spoke of a woman who had a heart attack who also experienced HIT. This happened in 1985. Kill said, "She told me that she soared above the body, watched for a while as they tried to revive her, and then suddenly climbed several floors higher. She was above the roof and realized that she was seeing the sky over Hartford. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something red. It was a shoe." When Keeln told this story to a doctor undergoing residency at the hospital, he just grinned and turned a deaf ear to her story. But on the same day, a cleaning lady called him to the roof and showed him a red shoe. The doctor took the shoe with him and showed it to Kyln, convinced of the veracity of her story. Griffin 1997, p. 251, Ring, Lawrence 1993, pp. 226 to 227. Such cases are not isolated. In 1954, Ornell Hart published a study of out-of-body experiences in which patients learned information that required supernatural ability to obtain. Hart studied 288 cases mentioned in various scientific articles, and determined that in 99 of them the information was confirmed, that is, the stories were true. Hart. 1954. Moreover, in 55 cases, witnesses saw a ghost of the patient away from the location of his body. Griffin. 1997. p. 254. In some cases, people deliberately induced HIT, and in other cases it was spontaneous. Ian Stevenson and his colleague Pusricha Satwant have written about interesting cases of HIT in India. Satwant, Stevenson. 1986. Stevenson was a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia School of Medicine, and Satwant was a clinical psychologist at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurology in Bangalore, India. Satwant and Stevenson heard stories about SBS while collecting information to research past life memories. All 16 people who spoke about the SBS were Indians from the northern part of the country. Their stories invariably featured Yamaraja, the Hindu god of death, to whose judgment the respondents were brought by the Yamaduta, the messengers of Yamaraja. At the court of Yamaraja, the respondents met a creature with a book or scrolls, which meant Chitragupta, Yamaraja's secretary, who keeps records of all the actions of each person. Based on these records, the next birth of a person was determined. In the SBS cases cited in the Satwant and Stevenson reports, it turned out that the man had been brought to Yamaraja's trial by mistake, so he was brought back. Here are some typical cases. Vasudev Pandey recounted in 1975 and 1976 what happened to him at the age of 10, around 1931. He was dying of typhoid fever and was about to be cremated. When the boy showed signs of life, he was taken to the hospital, where he lay unconscious for 3 days. Recalling his SBS experience, he said that he was taken by two beings and brought to Yamaraja, who told them, "I asked you to bring me Vasudev the gardener. And you brought Vasudev the schoolboy." The same servants of Yamaraja brought Vasudev back to earth. When Vasudev regained consciousness, he saw Vasudev the gardener, alive, with friends and family, who had come to visit him. The gardener looked perfectly healthy, but died the same night. Satwant, Stevenson. 1986. p. 166. Durga Jaitov recounted his experiences in 1979 when he was 50 years old. At the age of 20, he contracted typhus, and at some point his family decided that he was dead. Later, Jaitov told his relatives that 10 beings had taken him away. When he tried to escape, his legs were chopped off to the knee. Then he was taken to some place where many people were sitting at the tables. One of them said that his name was not on the list of those who needed to be picked up, and they decided to send him back. Jatov objected that he could not return without legs. They attached his legs back and told him not to bend them at the knees for a while. Saitwant and Stevenson wrote, Sister Durga and his neighbor noticed that a few days after he recovered, marks appeared on his knees. They weren't there before. These folds, or deep grooves. Chajabanya said that during the SBS, 4 beings brought him on trial to Yamaraja, and he saw an elderly woman with a pen and several employees there. Yamaraja was sitting in a high chair. He had a white beard and yellow robes. We don't need Chajabanya, said one of the employees. We asked to bring Chajakumbar. Send him back and bring another. Chajabanya did not want to return. He asked Yamaraja to leave him, but was driven away and at that moment regained consciousness. Saitwant and Stevenson wrote, Chaja later learned that a man named Chajakumbar died at about the same time that he, Chajabanya, came to his senses. Saitwant, Stevenson. 1986, p. 167. The roots of such stories are deeply rooted in history. One of the oldest sacred books, Srimad Bhagavatam, tells about a Jamila, 6.1 to 6.3. As a child, he was a Brahmana, but one day he saw a dissolute man publicly embracing a harlot. This picture was imprinted in the memory of a Jamila. He went out of the way of serving God and began to cohabit with a prostitute, from whom he had many children. To provide for his family, a Jamila gambled and plundered. His whole life passed for these studies. When he was about to die, the servants of Yamaraja came for him. Seeing them, a Jamila began to call Narayana, his youngest and beloved son, who was nearby. Yamaraja's servants continued to drag a Jamila to court. All of a sudden, the servants of Vishnu appeared and stopped the servants of Yamaraja, saying that they were wrong. As it turned out, by pronouncing the name of his son, named after Vishnu, a Jamila atoned for his sins. Freed from the servants of Yamaraja, a Jamila returned to life and completely changed. Completely purified, he died, and the servants of Vishnu took him to the spiritual world to abide there with God forever. In another case, described by Saitwant and Stevenson, an elderly Indian named Mangal Singh was lying on a bed when 2 beings came for him. They took him to the gate, where a man met them and asked, Why did you bring the wrong person? Mangal Singh saw 2 vats of water boiling, although no fire was visible. With the words, Bring Mangal back, the man pushed him, and the man's hand was very hot. Mangal woke up and felt pain on his left hand, as if from a burn. Saitwant and Stevenson write, he had a burn on his arm. Mangal went to the doctor, and he applied ointment to the sore spot. 3 days later, the burn passed, but a stain remained, which we had the opportunity to observe. Around the same time, another person died nearby, but the Mangal family did not know either his name or the cause of death. Saitwant, Stevenson. 1986, p. 167. Indian SBS experiences differ from Western ones. In most cases, Indians do not mention that they saw their own body from the outside. And in the West, those who underwent SBS rarely mention that someone was sent to pick them up. Westerners who traveled to other worlds sometimes saw Christ or angels instead of Yamaraja and his messengers. Based on these and other differences, skeptics may conclude that SBS reports are culturally imaginary and do not reflect actual events. To this, Saitwant and Stevenson argue, if we have suffered death and are in another world, then we should expect that there are the same differences that we observe in different parts of this world. For example, upon arriving in Delhi, a traveler immediately sees dark-skinned customs officers, whose behavior is very different from that of their Western counterparts, which can be seen in London or New York. But we are not saying that the story of one traveler is true, and that of another is not true. So here too, the reception given to us after death in the other world can be different, as well as the persons who receive us. It may depend on what culture the deceased belonged to. Saitwant, Stevenson. 1986. p. 169. Doctors are still collecting messages about SBS. In February 2001, a group of researchers from the University of Southampton in the UK released a report on successful studies of near-death conditions associated with cardiac arrest. The report was published in the journal Resurrection, Parnia et al. 2001. The team was led by Dr. Sam Parnia, a senior research fellow at the university. On February 16, 2001, the university posted the following progress report on its website, Darcy. 2001. Researchers at the University of Southampton recently published a report on their latest discoveries in near-death states, which suggests that consciousness and mind can continue to exist even when the brain ceases to function and the body becomes clinically dead. Researchers for a year observed people who were in the intensive care unit of the City General Somatic Hospital as a result of a heart attack. Patients were brought back to life after clinical death when they had no pulse, no breathing, and no dilation of the pupils. Independent EEG studies showed that the electrical activity of the brain, and therefore its activity, had already stopped at that time. However, 7 out of 63, 11%, patients who experienced clinical death during cardiac arrest reported emotions and visions, which they experienced in an unconscious state. The question arises how they could remain in a sane mind if their brain was dead. Dr. Parnia writes, during cardiac arrest, brain activity dies out very quickly. The brain is not able to think clearly and remember anything. The research team also took into account two of the most common explanations for SBS. The first is the appearance of visual hallucinations from a lack of oxygen or from specific medications. But oxygen levels were carefully monitored, and none of the survivors of SBS dropped below normal. No one was given specific drugs or combinations that could cause visions. The second explanation is that visions are the mind's attempt to avoid the awareness of the fact of death. However, Dr. Parnia notes that these SBS were different from random hallucinations, because they were structured, consistent, and a person remembered them easily and distinctly. Dr. Parnia adds, the importance of SBS is that it can clarify the connection between mind and brain that modern philosophers, psychologists, and neuroscientists cannot agree on. Our findings require more extensive research. And if the results can be reproduced, then this will indicate that the mind can continue to exist after the death of the body. The phenomenon of past life memories is another argument in favor of the theory that it is the exit of a conscious particle from the body. Ian Stevenson and his colleagues report many cases where children accidentally recalled that they already lived some time before. Published studies confirm that people with whom children identified in a past life did exist. Moreover, it is unlikely that children could find out about these people in the usual way. The veracity of the facts was verified by cross-examining the child and people who personally knew the person with whom he identified himself. Stevenson spoke about 64 children from different countries interviewed, complementing the story with a lot of documentary evidence. He was aware of another 2.6 thousand trustworthy cases, studied by him personally or by other scientists. Shukla Gupta was born in 1954 in India in the village of Kampa in West Bengal. From the age of 1.5, she began to constantly play with a piece of wood. Shukla would wrap a piece of wood in cloth, treat it like a child, and call her Meena. When Shukla grew up and learned to speak, it turned out that Meena was her daughter. Shukla also said that she had a husband. As is customary among married Indian women, she did not call her husband by name. Shukla said that she remembers going to the cinema with her husband. She also named two other men, Ketu and Karuna, and said that they were her husband's younger brothers. According to Shukla, they lived in Rattala, in the village of Butpara, 20 kilometers south of Kampa, on the road to Calcutta. Stevenson noted, the Guptas knew a thing or two about the village of Butpara, however, they had never heard of Rattal and the people. When she was almost 4 years old, Shukla asked to be taken to Butpara, threatening that if the family did not take her there, she would go herself. Shukla said that if she was brought to Butpara, she would find her father-in-law's house. According to Indian tradition, newlyweds usually lived in the house of their father-in-law. Shukla's father, K.N. Sengupta, a railway worker, once told his colleague, Ch. Palu, who lived near Butpara, about what he had heard from his daughter. Through his family, Pal learned that in Butbar there really was a man named Kita, in a place called Rattala. Stevenson writes, Pal found out that Kita had a daughter-in-law, Mana, who died several years ago, in January 1948, and had a little daughter, Minu. When Sri Pal told about this to Shukla's father, he himself wanted to take the girl to Butpara. Another family also agreed to this, including its head, Sri Amritalal Chakravarti, Stevenson. 1974, p. 53. In the summer of 1959, the entire Shukla family went to Butpara. Ch. Pal also joined them. Shukla led everyone to the house of Amritalal Chakravarti, Mana's father-in-law. As Stevenson writes, although the road was straight, there were many turns and houses where Shukla could turn if she did not know the way. The path also ran through a large intersection. Shukla walked ahead of the others. Only Pal knew the way, and he walked behind the girl, Stevenson. 1974. p. 58. Shukla found the house she needed, but at first she could not find the front door. Stevenson commented, after Mana's death, the front door was moved to the other side of the house. Therefore, Shukla's confusion is understandable. Stevenson. 1974. p. 58. While Shukla and everyone else were still outside, Amritalal Chakravarti accidentally left the house. Shukla immediately recognized him and lowered her eyes, as Indian women do in the presence of an older male relative. There were from 20 to 30 people in the house. Shukla was asked if she recognized her husband. She immediately pointed to Haridana Chakravarti, who, according to her, was the father of Minu, Stevenson. 1974. p. 59. She also immediately recognized Kita, calling him Uncle Mina, Stevenson. 1974. p. 60. After some time, an elderly man entered the room and asked Shukla if she knew who he was, Stevenson. 1974. p. 60. Shukla replied Karuna, recognizing her younger brother-in-law. Most of those present did not know his real name Karuna, but called him Kudi. Seeing Mina, Shukla burst into tears and began in every possible way to show signs of love for the girl, who at that moment was 12 or 13 years old, Stevenson. 1974. p. 59. At the same time, Shukla then just turned 5 years old. Shukla's grandmother, who also came with them, asked Shukla to show her ex-mother-in-law. Shukla pointed to the woman who was indeed Mana's mother-in-law, Stevenson. 1974. p. 60. At the same time, Shukla then just turned 5 years old. Shukla's grandmother, who also came with them, asked Shukla to show her ex-mother-in-law. Shukla pointed to the woman who was indeed Mana's mother-in-law, Stevenson. 1974. p. 60. At the same time, Shukla then just turned 5 years old. Shukla's grandmother, who also came with them, asked Shukla to show her ex-mother-in-law. Shukla pointed to the woman who was indeed Mana's mother-in-law, Stevenson. 1974. p. 60. A week after Shukla's visit to this family, Haridan Chakravarti, Mana's husband, Reba Nani Pathak, Mana's maternal aunt, and Meena came to Shukla in Kampa. Reba Nani Pathak asked her, "Who did you leave Meena with when you died?" Shukla replied, "With you." Stevenson wrote, "The last thing that Mana said before her death was her request to her aunt to take care of Meena, and the aunt promised Mana to fulfill her request." Stevenson. 1974, p. 61. Shukla asked her family to prepare a special dish for Haridan Chakravarti, and it turned out that it was his favorite food. Reba Patat recalled that while visiting Shukla, they asked her if she had any other children besides Maidu. Shukla correctly answered that she had a son who died in infancy, even before Maidu was born. Shukla was asked if she lived anywhere else besides Butpara, and Shukla again answered correctly, who used to live in Kudgapur. Haridan Chakravarti and his wife Mana lived there for about a year. Reba Pathak and Haridan Chakravarti asked Shukla about her clothes. She said that Mana had 3 saris, 2 of them silk, brought from Benares. 2 weeks later, on her next visit to Butpara, Shukla pointed out 3 saris among a large number of other clothing belonging to other people. Stevenson 1974, p. 63. At the same time, Shukla said that the Chakravarti family had 2 cows and a parrot. The cows had died by that time, and the parrot flew away after Mana's death. Shukla remembered that she had a copper jug in one of the rooms of the Chakravarti house. Stevenson wrote, Shukla went to this room and found a jug there. She did not visit that room on her first visit. This room turned out to be Mana's former bedroom. Stevenson 1974, p. 63. Shukla showed correctly where Mana's bed used to be. Seeing the sewing machine on which Mana often sewed, Shukla burst into tears. Shukla became very attached to Mana's ex-husband, Haridan Chakravarti. He confirmed her story about going to the movies. Since going to the cinema is considered to be something common for most readers, this fact will not seem significant to them. But, as Stevenson writes, this event was memorable because it was the only time in Mana's life when she went to the movies with her husband. This act of Mana displeased her mother-in-law, Stevenson. 1974. p. 58. Shukla was very much looking forward to the visits of Haridan Chakravarti. He visited her several times. Whenever she saw Minu, Shukla expressed strong affection for her and always behaved like a mother, although she was younger than Minu. Stevenson. 1974. p. 57. Once, a member of the Pathak family, while visiting Kampa, lied to Shukla that Minu was very ill. Shukla cried until she was convinced that it was not true. Next time, writes Stevenson, when Meena really fell ill and Shukla found out about it, Shukla was very upset, cried, and demanded that she be taken to Butpara to see Meena. The family was never able to calm the girl down until the next day she saw Meena, who was already feeling better. Stevenson 1974, p. 57. Stevenson carefully considered the likelihood that the families could communicate with each other, and this explains Shukla's knowledge of the situation in the second family. Stevenson wrote, members of both families denied that they had previously known about the existence of each other. Stevenson. 1984. p. 54. The Gupta family moved to Kampa from West Bengal in 1951. Shukla's father was only once in Butpara, where he gave a magic show at school. The Chakravarti and Pathak families have long lived in Butpara. The likelihood of their acquaintance with the Gupta family is also diminished because the families belonged to different castes. The Chakravarti and Pathak families belonged to the Brahmana caste, and the Gupta family belonged to the Bani or merchant caste. Shukla did not want to eat with other children in the family. When she was 3 years old, she said, "Why should I eat with you? I belong to the Brahmana caste." Stevenson 1974, p. 57. Sh. C. Pal, who worked with K. N. Sen Gupta on the railway, lived near Butpara, but he did not know anything about the Chakravarti family or the Pathak family until Gupta told him about his daughter's memories of life in Butpara. By that time, Pal had known the Gupta family for only a month and had never been to their home. Therefore, Shukla's revelations, which had lasted for several years by that time, cannot rely on the information she received from Pal. Stevenson. 1974. p. 55. Another possible source of information is Atuldar, another colleague of Shukla's father, who was superficially familiar with the Chakravarti family. But Stevenson noted that Sri Atuldar never spoke of the Chakravarti family with Sri Sengupta. Stevenson. 1974. p. 55. Here is another case described by Stevenson. Ahmad Ilawar was born in 1958 in the village of Cornell in Lebanon to a Druze family, members of a Muslim sect that recognizes the reincarnation of the soul. From the age of 2, Ahmad talked about his past life in the village of Kribi, in the Boumza family. He often spoke of a man named Mahmud. He also called the names Amin, Adil, Talal, or Talal, said, Tufik, Salim and Kemal. Ahmad also remembered a woman named Miaiba. Ahmad's father scolded his son for inventions. But Ahmad's mother and his grandmother and grandfather were inclined to believe him. When Ahmad was 2 years old, Salim el-Ashkar, a resident of Kribi, came to Cornell. Grandmother Ahmad said that when Ahmad saw Salim, he rushed to him and hugged him. Salim asked him, "Do you know me?" Ahmad replied, "Yes, you were my neighbor, Stevenson." 1974. p. 276. Salim el-Ashkar did live in the neighborhood of one deceased member of the Boumza family. Shortly after this incident, Ahmad's parents met a woman who lived in a village near Kribi. She confirmed that there were people there with such names, who were called by Ahmad, Stevenson. 1974. p. 276. In December 1963, Ahmad's father was in Kribi for a funeral and met several of the people Ahmad had spoken about. This was his first visit to Kribi, and before that he had not met anyone from the Boumza family. Ahmad behaved rather strangely. The first word he said was Jamila, the name of a woman he apparently knew in a past life. He described her beauty and knew that she loved Western clothes. Ahmad repeatedly showed his affection for this, he said, a beautiful woman, which was not quite usual for a 2-3-year-old boy. He avoided his peers and liked strong tea and coffee, just like the grown-up villagers. He often asked his father to take him hunting with him. Ahmad said that in a past life he had a rifle and a double-barreled gun, and said that he hid the rifle at home. At school, he very quickly mastered French. When his sister was born, he asked to be named Thin. Ahmad was very afraid of buses and trucks and often talked about the 2 accidents. As a result, the first truck ran over a man and he lost his legs, and the victim and the truck driver were at enmity with each other. In the second case, Ahmad was himself a bus driver who had an accident while not driving himself. Ahmad described in detail the house in which he lived. In addition, he often expressed joy at being able to walk. From all these stories, Ahmad's parents concluded that he once lived in Kribi and that his name was Mahmoud Boumzi, and his wife was the beautiful Jamila. Mahmoud was killed when he was hit by a truck, losing both legs. The truck hit him because there was a feud between him and the truck driver. The parents also decided that the people whose names were called by Ahmad were the sons, brothers, and other relatives of Mahmoud. For example, from the boy's words it was clear that Amin was his brother and lived in Tripoli, where he worked in court. His other brother's name was Said. He had 4 sons, Adil, Talal, or Talal, Kemal and Salim. He also had friends Joseph el-Khalibi and Ahmed el-Khalibi. In addition, he had a sister named Huda. In 1962, Stevenson learned of this incident and in 1964 came to Lebanon to meet with the Ilawaris. In March 1964, when Ahmad was 5.5 years old, Stevenson traveled with him and his father from Cornell to Kribi. Cornell is located in the mountains, 25 kilometers east of Beirut, and Kribi is located 40 kilometers south of Cornell. A distant relative of the Ilavarif knew the Boumza family. But Ahmad's father told Stevenson that this relative never mentioned Boumza. When Stevenson, Ahmad, and his father came to Kribi on March 17, 1964, Stevenson spoke to some of the villagers. 2 of them said that in June 1943, a member of the Boumza family died under the wheels of a truck. But it was not Mahmoud, but Said Boumza. As for Jamila, according to the respondents, she was not Said Boukamza's wife. Stevenson also managed to find Joseph el-Khalibi, who by that time was already old and sick. He said that he was friends with Said Boumza. Stevenson wrote, "On our first visit, Ahmad correctly showed where his former house is, and uttered a few more phrases, from which it was clear that, for some inexplicable reason, he knew this village well. However, at that time we did not meet any of the Boumza family." Stevenson. 1974. p. 279. The next day Stevenson returned to Kribi alone, without Ahmad and his father. He received several more confirmations that Said Boumza had nothing to do with Jamila. He also found out that the house described by Ahmad, in which he allegedly lived earlier, does not correspond to the house of Said Boumza. Among other things, there was already one person in the village who claimed that in a past life he was said Boomsy. Thus, Stevenson received rather contradictory information that called into question the whole story of Ahmad as presented by his relatives. But then Stevenson learned new facts about another member of the Boomsy family, named Ibrahim, who was Said's cousin. Ibrahim did indeed have a relationship with a woman named Jamila, who was his mistress. Ibrahim died on September 18, 1949 from tuberculosis. The disease struck the spine, and it was very painful for Ibrahim to walk. Stevenson also learned that Ibrahim had an uncle named Mahmoud. From further questioning of Ahmad and his family, Stevenson learned that in reality, Ahmad never claimed to be Mahmoud. Nor did he claim that he was the person who died in the accident. These were just the assumptions of his family, who tried to logically connect all the facts and names heard from Ahmad. Their mistakes exclude the possibility that they themselves invented the story of the past life of Ahmad, using information received in the usual way from the inhabitants of Kribi. Stevenson began to develop a theory that in a past life Ahmad could have been Ibrahim. Then everything fell into place. Ibrahim's mistress, Jamila, was famous for her beauty and did wear European clothes, a red dress and high-heeled shoes, which was very unusual for a Lebanese woman in the 1940s. Ibrahim spoke French fluently, having learned this language in the army. Ibrahim had a close relative named Amin who lived in Tripoli. Amin was a civil servant and his office was located in the courthouse in Tripoli. But Amin was not the brother of Ahmad, as the boy's parents had assumed. Lebanese often refer to their close friends and relatives as brothers. Ibrahim also had a relative, Miaiba. Ahmad's parents decided that in his former life she was his daughter. Ibrahim also had cousins Adil and Khalil. Stevenson suggested that the boy's name Talal was a distorted name, Khalil. Both Talala and Adillah were mistakenly believed by Ahmad's parents to be sons. Ahmad mentioned the name Tufik, who was initially considered his brother, and Kemal, who was considered his son, but it turned out that they were also Ibrahim's cousins. Salim, who was also considered one of the sons, turned out to be Ibrahim's uncle, with whom he lived. Ibrahim Boumsi had a sister named Huda. Joseph al-Kalibi, whom Ahmad called a friend, was actually a friend of the entire Boumsi family. Ahmed Kalibi was Joseph's brother. Ibrahim Boumsi was indeed a bus driver who had an accident. It happened at the moment when Ibrahim parked the bus at the side of the road and left for a minute. The bus at this time itself rolled down a slope. As a result, several passengers were injured. Thus, Ahmad's statement that the bus had an accident when he was not driving was confirmed. Ibrahim really loved hunting. He had the double-barreled shotgun that Ahmad mentioned. He also had a rifle, which he hid, since civilians were prohibited from holding such weapons. Stevenson. 1974. pp. 286 to 290. Ahmad said that his house was in the center of Kribi, near the slope. Ibrahim's house fit this description. Ahmad mentioned two wells, one dry and the other with water. Stevenson writes about this fact: when Ibrahim was alive, there really were two wells, and we were shown both. After the death of Ibrahim, the wells were no longer used. But these were not ordinary wells with water, but special concrete containers for storing grapefruit juice. They were used in turn. After the rainy season, water remained in one of them, and the second, which was smaller, dried up. Thus, one well was indeed empty and the other full. Stevenson. 1974. p. 293. Ahmad also spoke about the new garden. Ibrahim's brother Fuad confirmed that a new garden had been planted shortly before Ibrahim's death. Ahmad correctly said that cherries and apple trees grew there. Stevenson saw them himself when he visited Ibrahim's house. Ahmad said he owned a small yellow car, a bus, and a truck. All this really was in the hands of the Boumsi family members, with whom Ibrahim lived. Stevenson went to Kribi for the third time on March 19, 1964, this time with Ahmad and his parents. They came to the house of Ibrahim Boumsi, where Ahmad made 14 correct statements. Stevenson. 1974. p. 299. For example, He showed the place behind the toilet where Ibrahim hid the rifle. Ibrahim's mother confirmed this, since only she knew about the rifle. At the house, Ahmad was shown a photograph of a man. He was told that this was probably Ibrahim's uncle or brother, but he correctly answered that it was himself, Ibrahim. The house was also attended by Ibrahim's sister, Kuda. She asked Ahmad if he knew her, and Ahmad gave her name correctly, Stevenson. 1974. p. 301. A little later, Huda said to Ahmad, "You said something right before you died. Do you remember this?" Ahmad replied, "Huda, call Fuad." Stevenson wrote, "It was like that." Shortly before this, Fuad went out, and Ibrahim wanted to see him again, but not in time. Stevenson. 1974. p. 301. There were 2 beds in the bedroom, of which Ahmad immediately pointed to the one on which Ibrahim died. He showed her how she stood, since then the location of the bed was different. When asked how he interacted with friends during his illness, Ahmad pointed to the window. Stevenson noted, when Ibrahim fell ill, friends could not come to him, because the disease was contagious, and they communicated through the window, and the bed was so that he could see them and talk to them. Stevenson. 1974, p. 300. Ahmad also told Stevenson about another life of his, which lasted from 1949, when Ibrahim died, to 1958. He claimed to have been born again in a place called Dar Amr, but did not remember enough details for Stevenson to confirm this information. Stevenson. 1974. p. 318. According to philosophy professor David R. Griffin, the following circumstances indicate the reliability of the past life memories that Stevenson investigated. 1. Similar memories appear spontaneously in children aged 2 to 4 years. At an older age, such memories are less common, and they usually disappear completely at 5 to 8 years of age. In the case of falsifications, memories come to a person much later. 2. The time interval between the birth of one person and the death of another, with which the child identifies his past life, is usually short. In the case of fabricated memories, people usually say that they remember that they lived several centuries ago. 3. The previous birth was usually in the same culture and in the same area. In fictional memories, this is often not the case. 4. Usually, memories of a past life, which can potentially be verified, coincide with the facts by 80 to 90%. 5. The child's memories of his past life are usually confirmed by someone other than his parents. 6. Neither children nor their relatives benefit from these memories, neither money, nor any privileges. 7. Past life memories are sometimes supported by behavior, talents, language skills, birthmarks, or birth defects associated with past lives. Griffin. 1997. pp. 193 to 194. Another interesting transmigration incident occurred in Alaska with William George, a Tlingit Indian. He was famous as a good fisherman. The Tlingit tribe believed in the transmigration of the soul. George told his son Reginald and his daughter-in-law, "If transmigration really exists, then I will return to this world as your son. And you will recognize me, because I will have the same birthmarks as now." He had one birthmark on his left shoulder and another on his left forearm. He later gave Reginald his gold watch and told him to keep it until his next birth. Reginald gave the watch to his wife and conveyed his father's words to her. She hid the watch in the box. A few weeks later, William George disappeared at sea, and after some time, Reginald's wife became pregnant. Before giving birth, she saw William George in a dream. He told her that he was impatient to see her son. He was named William George Jr. and had birthmarks in the same places as his late grandfather. In his youth, William George Sr. injured his right ankle while playing basketball and limped his entire life, while his right leg was slightly twisted. When the child learned to walk, he began to limp just like his late grandfather. When William Jr. was 5 years old, his mother opened a box with him, in which he noticed a gold watch. The boy grabbed them and said, "This is my watch, Griffin." 1997. pp. 197 to 198, Stevenson. 1974. pp. 232 to 234, 240. I will mention a few more cases of coincidence of birthmarks in the 9th chapter, where we will talk about paranormal changes in biological forms. In his youth, William George Sr. injured his right ankle while playing basketball and limped his entire life, while his right leg was slightly twisted. When the child learned to walk, he began to limp just like his late grandfather. When William Jr. was 5 years old, his mother opened a box with him, in which he noticed a gold watch. The boy grabbed them and said, "This is my watch, Griffin." 1997. pp. 197 to 198, Stevenson. 1974. pp. 232 to 234, 240. I will mention a few more cases of coincidence of birthmarks in the 9th chapter, where we will talk about paranormal changes in biological forms. In his youth, William George Sr. injured his right ankle while playing basketball and limped his entire life, while his right leg was slightly twisted. When the child learned to walk, he began to limp just like his late grandfather. When William Jr. was 5 years old, his mother opened a box with him, in which he noticed a gold watch. The boy grabbed them and said, "This is my watch, Griffin." 1997. pp. 197 to 198, Stevenson. 1974. pp. 232 to 234, 240. I will mention a few more cases of coincidence of birthmarks in the 9th chapter, where we will talk about paranormal changes in biological forms. His mother opened a box with him, in which he noticed a gold watch. The boy grabbed them and said, "This is my watch, Griffin." 1997. pp. 197 to 198, Stevenson. 1974. pp. 232 to 234, 240. I will mention a few more cases of coincidence of birthmarks in the 9th chapter, where we will talk about paranormal changes in biological forms. His mother opened a box with him, in which he noticed a gold watch. The boy grabbed them and said, "This is my watch, Griffin." 1997. pp. 197 to 198, Stevenson. 1974. pp. 232 to 234, 240. I will mention a few more cases of coincidence of birthmarks in the 9th chapter, where we will talk about paranormal changes in biological forms. There are other explanations for the similarity of birthmarks and prophetic dreams, in which a deceased relative announces his intention to be born again. Wishing to avoid mentioning that a conscious being, which appears in such dreams, may persist after a person's death, Griffin suggested the following. Griffin. 1997, p. 200. Let's say that Tom during his lifetime tells Mary about his desire to return in another body. When Tom dies, the woman, from whose womb he will be reborn, telepathically learns about this from Mary, who is still alive. Or the expectant mother can receive this information from the ethereal thoughts of Tom, contained in the ether. This theory, according to which the content of the mind continues to exist after the death of a person in the form of a certain ethereal computer file, is introduced by Griffin in order to avoid the concept of the existence of a conscious particle, or soul, which does not collapse after the death of the body. Be that as it may, the expectant mother receives information from Mary or from the ethereal thoughts of Tom, and then this information is presented to the subconscious as a prophetic dream. In some cases, information can be transmitted from mother to baby while he is still in the womb, and after birth, the child can talk about his conscious decision to be born with these parents, although in fact it did not exist before. The child's memories do not really belong to him. As for birthmarks, the knowledge received about them by the mother telepathically can affect the fetus, which is explained by the supernatural psychokinetic abilities of the mother. But this explanation seems more than far-fetched. Why, Griffin asks, the mother will not pass these past life memories as her own. Why is she passing information on to the child? Griffin. 1997. pp. 201 to 202. If the memories of a past life are nothing more than information received by living people from the dead, which has somehow been preserved in space, then these memories should not extend beyond death. But Stevenson and other researchers report such cases where the memories capture the events that took place after the person's death. These memories of the period between incarnations suggest that the simplest explanation for them will be reincarnation. These memories seem to be fairly common. Of the 230 cases in Burma that Stevenson writes about, in 52 people remembered the period between incarnations. In 21 out of 38 cases in Thailand, people also reported this period. Griffin 1997. pp. 202 to 203. An example is a person's memories of their own funeral or a vision of their new family. Many of these memories are impossible to confirm or deny, but there are exceptions. In India, a 4-year-old boy Veer Singh said that in a past life he was a man named Somadutta Sharma. Sharma died 11 years before Veer was born. Singh talked about various events in the Sharma family over the 11 years, including the birth of a boy and 2 girls. When he met them, Singh immediately recognized them. Griffin. 1997. p. 203. A resident of Burma, Mong Yin Mong, said that he was met even after his death, while he was not yet incarnated in his current body. Griffin. 1997. pp. 202 to 203. Moreover, if the memories of past lives are only caused by reading the thoughts of the deceased, then we can assume that these will be confused memories of several lives, while usually all such stories very consistently describe only the last life of a person. In any case, this assumption makes it clear that the surrounding space is replete with someone's thoughts, which are waiting to be read and included in memories of a past life. Griffin. 1997. pp. 206 to 207. Summarizing what has been said, it can be argued that the existence of a conscious particle that continues to live after the death of one physical body and migrates to another, best explains the memories of a past life and the phenomena associated with them, birthmarks and prophetic dreams. Intrauterine memories. In Changes in Consciousness, Wade. 1996, published by New York State University Press. Psychologist Jenny Wade writes that, in general, developmental psychology denies the existence of consciousness as a separate element. However, according to Wade, recent research in this area emerges a new theory, more consistent with the Eastern and ancient mystical ideas about the world. Wade. 1996. p. 2. She believes that, for psychology, perhaps, a system of concepts that takes into account the phenomenon of consciousness is more suitable. Wade. 1996. p. 4. According to the theories that currently prevail in psychology and neurology, consciousness exists only under the condition of a certain interaction of the nerve cells of the brain. But Wade says there are plenty of facts to disprove these notions. There is empirical evidence that human consciousness can operate independently of a physical basis. Wade. 1996. p. 18. Italics Wade. Among these data there are both SBS and memories of past lives, which we have already discussed, but Wade, referring to the studies of D.B. Chamberlain, Helen Wambach, S. Groff and others, speaks of another category of facts, intrauterine memories. Wade writes of research in this area. These findings are recent and not yet fully understood. Nevertheless, they represent a sequential chain of facts, collectively suggesting that mature human consciousness appears before birth, sometimes even before conception, and does not die with the death of the body. Wade. 1996, p. 19. According to research in the framework of basic science, the development of the nerve cells responsible for consciousness begins in the fetus at a fairly late stage. Brain waves, which are associated with consciousness, appear only in the 7th month of pregnancy, at 28 to 32 weeks. Spaleman. 1981. Cited in Wade. 1996. p. 28. And even at this time, brain activity is very limited, since the neural connections of brain cells develop mainly after birth. But Wade acknowledges that there is a large body of data on intrauterine memories, from which it is clear that consciousness appears in the fetus even before the development of the brain. Wade suggests that there are two kinds of intrauterine consciousness. Wade. 1996. pp. 42-43. The first type includes limited consciousness, which develops as the nerve cells of the brain develop, and the second, a more complete, mature consciousness associated with the transcendental body of the fetus, but not limited by the degree of development of the brain and sense organs. As Wade writes, these two sources of consciousness organically complement each other in a single organism. Wade. 1996, p. 44. Therefore, it can be assumed that consciousness is primarily a property of the transcendental body and that sometimes it is transmitted by the brain of a fetus, child, or adult and manifests itself depending on the restrictions imposed by the stage of human development. According to Wade, the transcendental body of the fetus is part of a larger conscious particle. Wade. 1996. pp. 13-14. Atma, Ri, is an eternal particle of the ever-existing Paramatma, or higher I. S. Groff and D. B. Chamberlain have written about intrauterine memories obtained by hypnotic regression, spanning the period up to conception. Groff. 1985, Chamberlain. 1990. According to Wade, these memories were verified against information obtained from the mother, relatives, obstetricians, and gleaned from the medical record. Wade. 1996, p. 44. In addition to memories of conception, there were also memories of attempted abortion. In most cases, it does not seem that the respondents learned about this from their parents after birth, because very rarely parents tell such facts to their children, which is quite understandable. But in many cases, the parents confirmed this information, which the subjects reported under hypnosis. Here is one such case. I have just begun to develop, and my mother is trying to wash me out with the help of some means. I feel a burning sensation. I know that she wants to get rid of me. I'm just a little bubble. I don't know how I know this, but it is. My aunt is giving my mother some advice. I hear her voice and the voice of another woman. She is anti-pregnancy. She doesn't know about me. But the remedy didn't help. It has a pungent, unpleasant odor, similar to that of a disinfectant like ammonia. I see where I have been. I was up there, very small. I knew that no one wanted to see me, but I firmly decided to stay. I was already a fighter then. My poor mother would have died if she had guessed that I knew everything. Chamberlain. 1990. p. 179. She is anti-pregnancy. She doesn't know about me. But the remedy didn't help. It has a pungent, unpleasant odor, similar to that of a disinfectant like ammonia. I see where I have been. I was up there, very small. I knew that no one wanted to see me, but I firmly decided to stay. I was already a fighter then. My poor mother would have died if she had guessed that I knew everything. Chamberlain. 1990. p. 179. She is anti-pregnancy. She doesn't know about me. But the remedy didn't help. It has a pungent, unpleasant odor, similar to that of a disinfectant like ammonia. I see where I have been. I was up there, very small. I knew that no one wanted to see me, but I firmly decided to stay. I was already a fighter then. My poor mother would have died if she had guessed that I knew everything. Chamberlain. 1990. p. 179. Another category of memories is visual images of the birth itself. According to Wade, such cases are one of the strongest arguments in favor of the existence of a transcendental source of consciousness. Wade. 1996, p. 47. From the point of view of psychology, such cases are impossible, because the newborn must be unconscious. Moreover, the eyes of a newborn are usually closed, and even if they open immediately after childbirth, he still does not have vision in the usual sense of the word. In some cases, memories of childbirth are caused by hypnotic regression, and sometimes they are spontaneously told about them in childhood, mainly from 2 to 3 years old. Jason, at the age of 3.5, told his mother how she gave birth to him. He said that he heard her screams and recalled how he tried to pass the birth canal, and he was very cramped and damp. He felt something coiled around his neck. He felt his head hit and his face scratched. Chamberlain. 1988. p. 103. Quoted from Wait. 1996. p. 48. Chamberlain commented, Jason's mother said that she never told him about childbirth, never, but what he said was true. An umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck, an electrode was installed on his head, and the child was pulled out with forceps. A photograph taken immediately after childbirth shows scratches on his face. Chamberlain. 1988, p. 103. Studying the memories of childbirth, told under hypnosis, Chamberlain compared the stories of children and their mothers, and they largely coincided. Before the hypnosis session, children, whose average age was 16, did not remember anything about childbirth. Wade writes of hypnosis memories. The stories listed sequentially the events of the day, the place, the people, the tools, the mother's position at birth, the medical staff who were present. Memories also span several more days, and the sequence of feedings, water, artificial feeding, breast milk, the layout of the wards, details related to discharge and return home were correctly indicated. Wade. 1996. p. 49. Chamberlain found some discrepancies in the stories of mothers and children, but they were minor and did not contain serious contradictions. Could it be that childhood memories were actually received from the mother and immediately forgotten? Chamberlain considered this unlikely, as children often provided details unknown to their mothers. Below is one account of such memories. Wade. 1996. p. 50. Here is what my mother said about childbirth. They put her on my stomach, but they still hold her. I see a lot of blood and white grease. The girl is crying. I can see the umbilical cord. My hands are tied, I cannot touch her. I want them to pick her up and wrap her up. I speak with doctors. It seems to me that they put a white hat on me. Finally they untied my hands, and my sister brought the girl to me from the left side. But I still can't reach her. I am very upset. I say hello to her, and ask the doctor how much she weighs. And here is how the girl herself recalls the birth. They put me on my mother's stomach. The doctor speaks to mom. Everything seems to be okay, and she's okay too. I feel bigger and heavier. I can see her, but I am not with her. The mother's hair is tied back, as if wrapped in curlers. She looks tired, drenched in sweat. No one talks to me. They seem to be talking about me, but not with me. They act as if they know that I am here, but as if I myself do not know that I am here. My sister is wiping me away with something. Then they lay me down next to my mother. The mother does not cry, but she is ready to cry. She was the first to speak to me, saying to me, hello. Nobody else seems to think that I am really here. Then she talked to the doctor and they took me away again. In another case, Deborah described how at birth she first felt separate from her infant body, and then somehow her consciousness connected with her body, then suddenly this yellow room and people appeared. Then I began to understand what was happening. I was not very happy about this. At first I did not understand that I was capable of screaming. It happened somehow by itself. It was also very strange to breathe. I had never done this before. Before that I identified myself with the mind. When I found myself in a similar situation, meaning birth, I didn't really like it. I saw how everyone around me was literally going crazy. Then I thought I was smarter than them, because I understand that the situation is related to me, and they, apparently, do not understand this. These people seemed to ignore me. They did something to my body, thinking that it was me. Chamberlain. 1988. pp. 155 to 157. Helen Wambach has recorded stories of over 750 people put into hypnotic regression, Wambach, 1981, and their memories of intrauterine development and birth are quite consistent with Wade's theory of two sources of consciousness. Wade writes of the Wambas interviewed, they did not identify with the growing fetus or its stream of consciousness, although they recognized that it was their body. They identified themselves with the physically transcendental source of consciousness, which existed apart from the fetus for 6 months from conception. Moreover, many people really did not want to combine their consciousness with the bodily consciousness of the fetus. The Wambach interviewees described themselves as a disembodied mind hovering alongside mother and fetus, being inside and outside the fetus and telepathically learning about the mother's emotions during pregnancy and childbirth. The subjects explained the unwillingness to connect with the fetus by negative emotions associated with the very fact of birth. About 68% expressed unwillingness to be born and related anxiety. They viewed physical life as an unpleasant duty that was forced upon them by a will. Wade, 1996, p. 52. If we add to this memories of a past life, then the complete sequence of the development of consciousness, according to Wade, allows us to talk about the existence of a transcendental body before and after the current incarnation. According to some researchers, writes Wade, the transcendental body, during conception and birth, begins to identify itself first with the subtle energy fields that surround the physical body, and then with the body itself. In general, writes Wade, from the stories of the respondents, it follows that the I of a person, his immortal consciousness as a form of life energy, including accumulated karma, descends from the external level of the energy field surrounding the body to the internal ones, levels closest to the body, and then goes into the body itself, merging with its cellular structure when the body is born in this world. If the karmic tasks are not solved, more energy is accumulated during a lifetime in order to fill the source of consciousness with highly charged material. Until it is used up, this accumulation of energy will continue to exist through time and incarnations. Wade, 1996, p. 43. Wade's interpretation reflects the concept of devolution, according to which a conscious particle is gradually covered, first by a shell of mind, and then by matter. Conclusion of the 6th chapter. Any scientific explanation always starts with an axiom, or unproven assumptions. If we demand proof of the initial assumptions, then we find ourselves in a vicious circle of proof of assumptions, proof of assumptions, and so on ad infinitum. Therefore, it is usually assumed that the starting hypothesis simply must be valid and consistent with the available facts. Today, most scientific explanations of the origin of man begin with the assumption that man consists only of gross matter, of known chemical elements. Although this assumption has not been proven, based on the available data, it is considered reasonable. However, in making this assumption, scientists do not take into account all of the available data. Of course, I'm talking here about data like the ones mentioned in this chapter. Even the famous skeptic Carl Sagan, the attacker in his book, The Demon-Haunted World, on the Defenders of Supernatural Phenomena, said, at the time of writing this work in the field of extrasensory perception, there are 3 statements that, in my opinion, deserve a separate study. 1. That one thought alone can influence a sequence of numbers generated by a computer. 2. That people with moderate loss of sensory abilities can perceive thoughts or images sent to them. 3. That young children sometimes talk about their memories of past lives, which are confirmed when checked, and the children could not obtain this information in the usual way. Sagan, 1995, p. 302. I am convinced that there are other categories of such data that deserve careful study. And if we take into account all these facts, then the assumption that such an alternative research program should be welcomed by science. Those who argue that mind and consciousness are derivatives of matter as a result of the activity of nerve cells in the brain, inevitably face difficulties. They cannot convincingly explain how molecules interact with each other according to the well-known laws of physics, so that consciousness appears. This led some researchers, Griffin, 1997, p. 132, to the idea that material atoms, among other characteristics, have a certain degree of consciousness. Combined together, these small particles of consciousness are supposedly merging into a single highly concentrated consciousness that we experience. This theory is called panpsychism. But if each atom is only insignificantly conscious, what is it conscious? Most likely, he can only be aware of the presence of other atoms. Exactly how this localized vague consciousness grows into a common individual global consciousness is not intelligibly explained. Griffin, following the philosophy of Alfred North Whitehead and the early ideas of Leibniz, suggests that many individuals at one level can obey a dominant individual at a higher level, with more experience and power. Griffin. 1997, p. 133. In other words, according to this theory, among the individual atoms of the human body, each of which has an individual particle of consciousness, there is a dominant atom with a much higher level of consciousness, to which all other atoms obey. This goes beyond the theory of panpsychism and is already more like the Vedic concept of the existence of Atma, an individual conscious particle. Thus, making a rather radical distinction between the properties of different types of material particles, Griffin involuntarily returns to the dualistic theory of matter and consciousness, from which he tried to get away with the help of the theory of panpsychism. This dualistic atomic panpsychism is potentially compatible with the Vedic model. Verse 35 of Brahma Samhita, a Sanskrit hymn to the creator of the universe, says that the supersoul, Paramatma, enters into every atom. In a conversation with disciples in London, August 17, 1971, my Guru A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada explained that the individual soul, or Atma, is also present in every atom along with Paramatma. Conversations. 1988. Volume 2. p. 351. Thus, the bodies of living beings are composed of many atoms, and each has a soul and an supersoul, but the manifestation of the soul's consciousness under such conditions is oppressed by its strong covering. Also, the bodies of living beings also contain the dominant pair of the soul and the oversoul, which are the soul and the oversoul not of an individual atom, but of the whole organism. And it is their presence that explains the developed individual consciousness associated with the consciousness of God. Some scientists have suggested that consciousness can be explained in terms of quantum mechanics. These researchers include physicist David Bohm, physiologist Carl Pribram, Nobel laureate physicist Brian Josephson, mathematician Sir Roger Penrose, and neurobiologist Benjamin Libet. Stuart Hameroff, an anesthesiologist at the University of Arizona, has drawn attention to the microstructures of brain cells, called microtubules, as possible centers of quantum effects associated with the emergence of consciousness. Radin. 1997. pp. 284 to 285. But there is no evidence that consciousness is associated with these microtubules of brain cells. Moreover, it remains unclear why consciousness should appear as a quantum mechanical effect in structures consisting of ordinary molecules. Modern quantum mechanics knows nothing about the origin of consciousness. Radin, 1997. p. 287, notes, adequate psi theory undoubtedly will not be quantum theory as it is currently understood. Rather, quantum theory should be seen as a special case of the behavior of inanimate matter under certain conditions. Physicist Helmut Schmidt conducted some rather unusual psi experiments with random number generators. As we already know, the random number generator uses the decomposition of radioactive particles to interrupt the flow of zeros and ones. This decomposition is the result of quantum transitions that trigger the ejection of electrons. According to quantum theory, these emissions are random, therefore, the sequence of zeros and ones will also be random. This means that over a long period of time in the resulting series of digits, the ratio of zeros and ones will be approximately the same. But Schmidt discovered in the course of experiments that with the help of mental efforts a person can influence this ratio, and it will be different than the theory of probability can admit. Schmidt wrote, the result of quantum transitions, which quantum mechanics considers accidental, can be influenced by a person with his thought. It turns out that quantum theory is wrong when applied to systems that include the human factor. Schmidt. 1993. p. 367. In other words, quantum theory is wrong in this case, because its solutions are not applicable to experiments with a random number generator. Schmidt added that it is not entirely clear whether the quantum model can be changed to take into account psychic effects as well. It is highly doubtful that this can ever be achieved. This indicates the impossibility of a full description of reality using quantum mechanics, as well as the impossibility of finding a simple set of formulas to explain everything that exists in the universe. Quantum mechanics is applicable to certain areas of life, but it is not all-encompassing. Therefore, the goal of a universal mathematical theory will always remain unattainable. That quantum theory is wrong when applied to systems that include the human factor, Schmidt. 1993, p. 367. In other words, quantum theory is wrong in this case, because its solutions are not applicable to experiments with a random number generator. Schmidt added that it is not entirely clear whether the quantum model can be changed to take into account psychic effects as well. It is highly doubtful that this can ever be achieved. This indicates the impossibility of a full description of reality using quantum mechanics, as well as the impossibility of finding a simple set of formulas to explain everything that exists in the universe. Quantum mechanics is applicable to certain areas of life, but it is not all-encompassing. Therefore, the goal of a universal mathematical theory will always remain unattainable. That quantum theory is wrong when applied to systems that include the human factor, Schmidt. 1993, p. 367. In other words, quantum theory is wrong in this case, because its solutions are not applicable to experiments with a random number generator. Schmidt added that it is not entirely clear whether the quantum model can be changed to take into account psychic effects as well. It is highly doubtful that this can ever be achieved. This indicates the impossibility of a full description of reality using quantum mechanics, as well as the impossibility of finding a simple set of formulas to explain everything that exists in the universe. Quantum mechanics is applicable to certain areas of life, but it is not all-encompassing. Therefore, the goal of a universal mathematical theory will always remain unattainable. Any material explanation of consciousness as a derivative of the work of nerve cells or as a quantum mechanical effect associated with microtubules of neurons would contradict the possibility of changing these brain particles. The brain is made up of approximately 10 billion neurons. Each of them has about 10,000 connections with other neurons. Every day a person loses an average of 1,000 nerve cells in the brain, Radin. 1997. p. 259. The fact that consciousness and its mental components can remain whole with such a powerful random destruction of the structure of the brain, which, presumably, creates consciousness, is very difficult to believe. It is much more logical to assume that the consciousness of a living being is an unchanging component of reality and only uses the brain as a tool. The interplay of matter, mind, and consciousness may seem to sometimes disrupt the upward causal relationship held by reductionist scientists. According to their theories, we are primarily composed of molecules, which then form both mind and consciousness. Radin. 1997. p. 260, and other researchers believed that a living organism is part of a system in which development goes in both directions, that is, the state of matter can affect the state of mind and consciousness, and vice versa. Radin believed that the general model of such a system with two-way communication can put quantum or subquantum physics at the very bottom, putting up spirit or super-spirit, Radin. 1997, p. 261. This is consistent with the Vedic concept, which really puts the oversoul, i.e., Paramatma, or supersoul, above all. Radin gives the following characteristic of an adequate physical theory regarding living beings. This theory should explain how information can be transmitted over long distances without being tied to the usual restrictions imposed by time and space. Such a theory should also explain not only the principle of obtaining information through time and space, but also how you can get a very definite information. The theory should explain why this information does not constantly overwhelm us. It should explain how it is possible to act on chaotic processes by mental effort. This theory should explain the phenomena associated with the continued existence of a certain particle after the death of the body. Among such phenomena are the appearance of ghosts, possession of spirits, out-of-body, HIT, and near-death states, SBS. The theory should also explain the phenomenon of poltergeist, which serves as the main evidence of manifestations of large-scale interaction of mind and matter, Radin. 1997. pp. 278-80. The theory based on the Vedic model of the universe is able to explain all of these phenomena. Matter, mind, and individual soul come from God. God is in every atom and is associated with every individual soul as Paramatma or Supersoul. The Oversoul is by definition present in and outside all states of time and space. The Oversoul is omniscient. Therefore, through the Oversoul, information can be transmitted from one person to another outside of time and space, in our understanding. There are many proofs of this in the Vedic literature. Bhagavad Gita, 15.15, states that it is from the Supersoul that each individual soul receives memory, knowledge, and forgetfulness. The Oversoul is therefore able to control the type and amount of information supplied to each individual soul through conventional or supernatural means. Since the Supersoul is present in every atom of matter and at the same time knows about the intentions of consciousness, it may well cause phenomena associated with the unusual work of random number generators. In response to the wishes of the experimenters and the intentions of the subjects, the Oversoul can change the ratio of ones and zeros during the experiment. The Vedic model that asserts the existence of a self-aware eternal particle, Atma, explains life after the death of the body. According to the Vedic model, a self-aware eternal particle, unless it returned to the spiritual level of reality, remains in the material world covered with a subtle mental body. This mental body consists of a subtle material element, mind, which, with the participation of the Supersoul, can influence ordinary matter. This explains both poltergeists and the appearance of ghosts. The mental body also includes the subtle senses, which can function independently of the normal bodily senses. This explains the visual images observed by a person in a state of exiting the body. So the Vedic model explains so much. This model eliminates the contradiction between mind and matter that exists in the classical Cartesian dualistic theory. In Cartesian philosophy, mind is identified with consciousness. It is a common misconception that Descartes considered the pineal gland of the brain to be a mediator in the interaction between the mind, consciousness, and the body. According to him, this organ is sensitive to both the mind and the body, and therefore can serve as a link between them. According to the conviction of modern philosophers, Descartes only assumed that the pineal gland is the place where this interaction takes place. However, Descartes could not say exactly how it happens. Griffin. 1997. p. 105. Nicola Malebranche and Arnold Geilinx, two main followers of Descartes philosophy, accepted Descartes' assertion that mind and body were separate and concluded that no interaction between mind and body was possible. As an explanation for their apparent interaction, they proposed the philosophical doctrine of occasionalism. Griffin wrote, "According to this doctrine, if my hand hits a hot stove, then God will make my mind feel pain and I will decide to remove my hand. Unfortunately, my mind cannot make my body move by itself, just as my body cannot make my mind feel pain. Therefore, if I decide to remove my hand, God will do me a favor and take it away for me. All apparent interactions between mind and body require this constant supernatural intervention." Griffin. 1997, p. 105. Unfortunately, my mind cannot make my body move by itself, just as my body cannot make my mind feel pain. Therefore, if I decide to remove my hand, God will do me a favor and take it away for me. All apparent interactions between mind and body require this constant supernatural intervention. Griffin. 1997, p. 105. Unfortunately, my mind cannot make my body move by itself, just as my body cannot make my mind feel pain. Therefore, if I decide to remove my hand, God will do me a favor and take it away for me. All apparent interactions between mind and body require this constant supernatural intervention. Griffin. 1997, p. 105. The Vedic model of the relationship between matter, mind, and consciousness is somewhat reminiscent of occasionalism. In the Vedic model, the mind, a subtle variety of matter, is located along with ordinary matter on one side of the Cartesian division. The soul, or the element of pure consciousness, is located on the other side. But all the same, the question remains, how can there be any connection between the soul, consciousness, and matter in its two manifestations, ordinary matter and the subtle material mind? The supersoul is the key to the solution. She is the primary source of the souls of living beings, as well as the element of the mind in ordinary matter. The supersoul monitors the desires and intentions of the souls of living entities and makes the mind and matter transform according to these desires. The Vedic model also includes the dualism of Spinoza, who believed that there is a single substance, spirit, which is perceived differently depending on its application, in the same way that electricity can be used for both heating and cooling. The supersoul has spiritual potency, which it can manifest in various ways. Spiritual energy can become matter when used to cover the original spiritual consciousness of the individual soul. But the same energy, with the permission of the supersoul, can return to its original spiritual state. The presence of the oversoul can explain the complex anomalies encountered in the study of consciousness. Neuroscientist Benjamin Libet has published research on the connection between intentions and brain states. He asked the subjects to bend their finger at the same moment when they made such a decision. A study of brain waves showed a delay of 1/15th of a second between making a decision and actually moving the muscles of the finger. But the same study says that the subject's brains were active 1/3 of a second earlier than the subject consciously made the decision to bend the finger. Libet suggested on this basis that our free will is not actually free, but reflects the unconscious brain activity that precedes the conscious manifestation of the decision. Consequently, free will is an illusion, Libet. 1994. Quoted from Radin. 1997. pp. 283 to 284. But this is not necessarily the case. According to the Vedic model, the supersoul deeply controls the soul, its actual self-consciousness. Anticipating the soul's desire to move a finger, the oversoul starts the process even before the desire manifests itself in the form of conscious intention. In Margins of Reality, John Dunn. 1987, Robert Jen and Brenda Dunn propose a theory that uses analogies from quantum mechanics while explaining the workings of consciousness in a way that does not contradict the Vedic model. As in the Vedic concept, their model assumes the existence of a particle of consciousness as a component of reality. Jen and Dunn believe that consciousness has a dual-wave particle nature, much like atoms or photons in quantum mechanics. They suggest that our ordinary individual materialized consciousness can be compared with the possibility of waves of experience, which are limited by a kind of container or well of potential, representing the environment in which this consciousness is located. John Dunn. 1987. p. 242. Ordinary connections of consciousness can be determined using the interactions of limited waves, in accordance with the conditions determined by the physical body and the environment. But, as in quantum mechanics, there are effects of a system of tunnels, when a wave of consciousness in a certain well of potential can affect the wave of consciousness in another well of potential in ways that are usually unacceptable. According to the authors, it is possible to represent various kinds of anomalous ways of obtaining information, including remote perception and remote psychokinetic effects. John Dunn. 1987. p. 243. Jen and Dunn add, if any of the stationary wave systems receives enough energy to rise from the level of attachment to a particular frequency to the level of a free wave, it can access all space-time consciousness and interact in a similar manner with any other center systems. As a result, many anomalies can arise, including remote sensing and remote human-computer interaction, as well as more controversial and strange phenomena such as the out-of-body state, spiritism, and the existence of the soul after the death of the body. John Dunn. 1987. p. 243. The only question is the Atma, or soul, in the Vedic model, receiving enough energy to get out of the energy well? Again, the supersoul can be the answer. Only she can have sufficient energy, in no way connected with any other energies. and she is able to impart enough energy to the individual particles of consciousness so that they overcome the limitations. But such particles of consciousness will never reach the level of freedom that the supersoul possesses, therefore they need constant connection with it in order to remain free. Chapter 7. Space Hierarchy, Exploration in Different Cultures. Science knows a sufficient amount of evidence in favor of the fact that a person consists of three components: body, mind, and consciousness. Hence, it can be assumed that the entire cosmos is divided into areas where matter, mind, and spirit, respectively, prevail. Such cosmological concepts are found in a wide variety of cultures from different eras. In these concepts, there are hierarchies of beings adapted to life at different levels. The structure of hierarchies is complex and differs in many ways across cultures, but there are common key points. At the top of such a ladder, there will always be a higher mind in one form or another. Underneath is the creator god, or demiurge. From the creator originate various demigods, people, flora and fauna, spirits, demons, ghosts. On the upper level, the highest manifestation of God is always pure spirit. At the levels of the creator god and the higher demigods, spirit, and subtle material element, mind, mix in different proportions. Below, where the demigods of a lower level, people, animals, and plants, live, all three substances are present: spirit, mind, and ordinary matter in significant quantities. These lower spheres can include the lowest, demonic, worlds. In the bodies of people and other living beings on earth, there is a spiritual principle, or a soul that descends from the highest levels of being. This spiritual being is first covered with mind and then with matter. I call this course of development devolution. The process of devolution begins when desires appear in the individual consciousness that are incompatible with the harmony of the higher spiritual worlds. According to the degree of separation from the original spiritual harmony, these conscious beings receive more subtle or gross material bodies and the corresponding spheres of activity. Demigods of a higher level, who retain their consciousness of spiritual reality to a significant extent, receive bodies, consisting mainly of a subtle material element, the mind, and the corresponding sphere of activity. Those whose desires are more material receive not only a body of the mind, but also a body consisting of a significant amount of gross matter in accordance with activities in the area where gross matter predominates. Any body has a program for the duration of its existence. At the end of the allotted period, the soul receives another body in accordance with its desires and level of awareness. The soul can completely purify its desires and return to its original spiritual position. Otherwise, she gets another body for another specific period of time. Materialistic and spiritual cosmologies. There are millions of different worldviews and opinions about the world order, some of which are materialistic and speak mainly of gross matter and the mechanical processes of its transformation. Others focus on mysticism or spirit and talk about the influence of God or gods and goddesses on the processes of transformation of gross and subtle matter. Depending on the specific place and time, one or another cosmological concept prevails, which is adhered to by the most influential social groups. But all other points of view do not disappear anywhere, and they always have their supporters either among ordinary people, or, conversely, among the educated elite. In ancient times, people were more prone to mysticism, but materialistic concepts of the world order also existed. For example, in ancient Greece, some philosophers, including Democritus, decided that everything in the universe consists of physical particles, atoms. But there were much more supporters of the spiritual approach. Their opinions were listened to. Today the picture is exactly the opposite. Materialistic theories prevail both in scientific circles and in the bulk of ordinary people, but the spiritual approach is not alien to many. Moreover, now the number of its supporters is growing, and it is quite possible that this scale will soon outweigh. And this position will be taken by the majority of the population of our planets. There are billions of people in the world for whom the spiritual understanding of the world is much closer to materialism. This includes the orthodox believers of all world religions, and adherents of the teachings of voodoo, Santeria, shamanism, black magic, etc. Even in technologically advanced countries, surprisingly many people are interested in spiritual cosmology and everything connected with it. In 1990, The Gallup organization conducted a survey in America. The list listed 18 types of paranormal activity associated with spiritual cosmologies. Only 7% of respondents did not believe in any of the presented cases. About 50% believed in the reality of 5 or more points. Gallup, Newport. 1990. p. 1. For example, 70% of Americans believed in life after death, 49% in psychic abilities, 36% in telepathy, 46% of those surveyed believed in energy healing, and 29% in ghosts. Who live in houses? Gallup, Newport. 1990. p. 5. In addition, many respondents stated that they themselves have similar experiences. The Gallup report stated that 1 in 4 Americans believed they had experienced telepathy by communicating with another person without using their normal senses. Every 6th American communicated with the deceased in some way. 1 in 10 said that he saw or was near a ghost. Gallup, Newport. 1990. p. 1. Belief in paranormal phenomena is inherent not only to poorly educated people. According to one study, Wagner, Monet. 1979, 57% of American university professors believe in psychic abilities. But among the sea of adherents of spiritual cosmological concepts, an archipelago of islets was formed from that part of the learned elite, which categorically stands on the side of materialism. From these islets all over the planet, economic, political, cultural organizations have grown, built on the foundation of materialism, which somehow began to rapidly grow stronger and acquire a more significant influence in comparison with the organized manifestation of spiritual concepts. I am writing this book for those people who turned out to be involuntarily connected with such systems where the materialistic worldview dominates, but who at the same time suffocate under its pressure and want to restore the predominance of spiritual concepts in the world. The first step here will be a detailed, well-founded critique of the premises underlying materialistic concepts in their organized manifestation, and this is especially true for educational institutions. Simply put, students need to be taught at least to think about the validity of the materialistic theories that teachers impose on them. And teachers, in turn, can question the truth of the beliefs of their bosses, and those of theirs, etc. Representatives of such institutionalized manifestations of materialistic concepts need to oppose the defenders of the polar point of view in such a way that they can communicate and discuss the subject. This is already possible to some extent. Representatives of such institutionalized manifestations of materialistic concepts need to be contrasted with defenders of the polar point of view in such a way that they can communicate and discuss the subject. This is already possible to some extent. Representatives of such institutionalized manifestations of materialistic concepts need to be contrasted with defenders of the polar point of view in such a way that they can communicate and discuss the subject. This is already possible to some extent. In January 1999, I went to South Africa, Cape Town, to give a presentation of the work on forbidden archaeology at the World Archaeological Congress there. At one of the meetings where I was present, a woman archaeologist spoke, who carried out large-scale excavations of a Hittite settlement in the Turkish city of Şitilgayuk. She described how project leaders, funded by major multinationals such as Shell, GlaxoSmithKline, and Visa, have developed various alternative cosmologies for digging stakeholders, including New Age practitioners. This modern religious teaching is an occult teaching and in many key respects is very different from the way this woman represented it, and I suspect that this is how many professional archaeologists who advocate the materialistic approach think of it. Archaeologist Jan Hodder of the University of Cambridge in England led the excavations at Şitilgayuk. Many archaeologists are fighting to maintain control over the ability to restore the past and present it in a finished form to the whole world. But there are also people like Hodder who began to pay attention to the development of the situation in the world and to other people, for example, professing New Age, or the supporters of the Vedic concept represented in my person. In an easy-to-understand article in Antiquity, Hodder wrote, "Academic science is finding it increasingly difficult to maintain its position in interpreting the past. Interest in alternative theories is constantly growing and is already spreading to the mainstream in science." Hodder. 1997. p. 699. Prohibited archaeology also made a significant contribution to this process. For the past few years, I have been working on exactly what to challenge the dominant beliefs. Indeed, after presentations at archaeological conferences, my work began to appear in rather conservative academic publications, which indicates a gradual spread of the spiritual vision of the world into the area of the currently dominant theory. Of course, this is not only about me and my work, but also about many other works in the fields of alternative history and alternative archaeology. Hodder drew attention to the alternative concepts of many internet communities, noting that many of them have significant knowledge. Hodder. 1997. p. 699. In his opinion, it is no longer so easy to understand who belongs to academic science and who does not. Hodder. 1997. p. 700. With Hodder's assistance, New Age followers and ecofeminists were involved in the development of the Catalhuk site. I would like to hope that everything will develop in this direction, that is, professional archaeologists and educated representatives of alternative theories will cooperate and look for new ways to study and interpret history. Hodder cited the example of an attempt by North American archaeologists to collaborate with Native Americans and use their oral tradition to properly understand archaeological finds. Hodder 1997, p. 694. The American archaeologists themselves, who have made such attempts, say that scientific knowledge is not the main and only correct view of history, it is just one way of studying the past. Enian et al. 1996. p. 15. Human Devolution and Cosmology. The theory of human devolution can only be understood in the context of esoteric cosmology, where three levels are involved: gross matter, mind, and soul. In the first part of this chapter, we will talk about spiritual cosmologies in Western interpretation, from the ancient Greeks and Romans to Newton. In this way, I hope to provide a cultural foundation for any spiritual concept that may now appear in the West, and provide it with a lot of corroborating facts from history. In the second part of the 7th chapter, I will clearly show the reader that at all times in various cultures there have been spiritual cosmologies very similar to Western ones. My conclusions are based on materials about the traditions and religions of people from different parts of the world, collected by scientists and researchers of different religions over the past 2 centuries. These scientists and researchers have developed various theories about the origin of religious spiritual cosmologies with completely different conclusions. I do not intend to unravel their disputes and contradictions, but simply want to present valuable and detailed observations confirming that among a huge variety of people and cultures on this planet, the spiritual worldview predominates both before and now. We will make several test wells at different times and locations, chosen at random. If we decide that somewhere there are deposits of information of interest to us, we can dig deeper in that place, and if our guesses are confirmed, then we can safely draw a conclusion about the validity of our assumptions. Determining the size of these deposits in depth and breadth, in order to understand their purity and concentration, will require a much deeper systemic study. But the first results will justify these efforts. The only problem here may be different terminology and different formulations of concepts, which, despite some general characteristics, are still different. You need to be ready for this, but in order to be able to analyze the relationship between the components of these cosmologies, I want to present a basic cosmology, which will become the starting point for comparing all other cosmologies. How different currencies of the world are compared with the dollar. The currencies of different countries are completely different. They have different origins, but there is a practical need to convert one currency to another, and for this one chosen currency is used. In our case, the dollar will be the ancient Indian cosmology, which we know about from the ancient books in Sanskrit. Of course, my personal preference and my confidence in that this particular cosmology is the best for solving the problem. I will call this cosmology Vedic, using the word in its broadest sense, that is, speaking not only of the 4 Vedas, but of all Vedic literature, including the Puranas. Basic spiritual cosmology. In the book of the Srimad Bhagavatam, also known as the Bhagavata Purana, the basic spiritual cosmology is clearly expressed in chapters 25 to 29 of the 4th canto. These chapters present an elaborate cosmological allegory of the City of Nine Gates. The versatility of this allegory and the potential for explaining many phenomena should force scientists to take a closer look at the alternatives to materialistic concepts of the world order. The City of the Nine Gates is seen as an allegory in the Srimad Bhagavatam itself. The sage Narada Muni answered King Prasenabharisha's questions about human nature, telling him about every element of this allegorical image. I want to emphasize that it was not I who decided that the images of the Bhagavata Purana were an allegory, and I did not myself interpret them within the framework of spiritual cosmology. This is how they were stated in the original text. The main character in the City of Nine Gates is King Puranjana. One of the meanings of the Sanskrit word Puranjan in the context of the allegory, he who enjoys in the body. The dualism of soul and body, therefore, is embedded in the very name of the king. King Puranjana first existed as a spirit soul in the spiritual world, in the highest consciousness, in God. Materialists may object to mentioning another reality that exists outside the material universe known to science. But even in materialistic cosmological science there is a place for a transcendent reality, or, shall we say, a reality that does not exist in the material world and from which the universe emerged as a result of the Big Bang. This transcendental reality, which lies beyond time and space, is called the quantum mechanical vacuum and is presented by scientists as a region of pure energy, where particles appear and disappear. From this sea of particles, some expand, thanks to which they can exist physically. According to many cosmologists, our universe is precisely the result of this expansion. That is, both Srimad Bhagavatam and the Big Bang Theory speak of the existence of an eternal transcendental reality, from which our material universe originated with the characteristics of time and space. If you agree with this, then you can then choose a version that can explain most of the phenomena. Modern theoretical scientists are constantly faced with problems, trying to find explanations for a multitude of very different phenomena in a very understandable and simple universe, which, according to their theory, unfolded from a quantum mechanical vacuum. One such problem is the origin of consciousness. So, to resolve the situation, you need to find a reality that in itself will be multifaceted and will be able to offer a solution to the problem of consciousness. In the spiritual world, King Puranjana was originally in a certain personal relationship with Lord Krishna. After leaving the abode of the spiritual world due to the misuse of freedom, King Puranjana began his journey through the material world. According to Vedic cosmology, the material world is manifested by a special expansion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This expansion, which is called Mahavishnu, rests in a dream state on the waters of the causal ocean. From the pores on the skin of Mahavishnu, millions of material universes appear. They appear in the form of grains, which then, receiving the energy of Lord Mahavishnu's gaze, begin to expand to a certain size. Here you can draw interesting analogies with the modern theory of the Big Bang, which also speaks of many expanding universes. The expansion of Mahavishnu is present in every universe, and from him in every universe appears the subordinate creator god Brahma. Brahma is a soul that has tremendous power over matter to fulfill its functions of creation. From Brahma there are many other subordinate gods who control various aspects of the material universe. Surya is the sun god, Chandra is the lord of the moon, Varuna is the water god, etc. Brahma also creates various material bodies, into which souls enter, such as the soul of Puranjana. In total, from microbes to demigods, there are 8.4 million life forms. Varuna is the god of water, etc. Brahma also creates various material bodies, into which souls enter, such as the soul of Puranjana. In total, from microbes to demigods, there are 8.4 million life forms. Varuna is the god of water, etc. Brahma also creates various material bodies, into which souls enter, such as the soul of Puranjana. In total, from microbes to demigods, there are 8.4 million life forms. On his journey through the material world, Puranjana is accompanied by a Vijayadaseka, unknown friend. The unknown friend means the supersoul, the expansion of God, which is present in the heart of every living being. The moment Puranjana left the spiritual world and God, he lost his memory of them. But, unknown to him, God accompanies him all the way through the material world. As Srimad Bhagavatam says, God accompanies all souls in the material world as an unknown friend who observes and directs their actions. In the West, the French philosopher René Descartes spoke about the dualism of mind and matter. He argued that there is 1. Matter existing in space, and 2. Mind, existing outside space. Cartesian dualism is characterized by the presence of an interaction between mind and matter, but it is rather difficult for the proponents of this theory to explain exactly how this interaction occurs. For example, how are impressions transmitted from the reality of matter to a completely different reality of the mind? According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, both matter and soul in the material world are energies of God, that is, they have one spiritual source. Thus, the philosophy of Srimad Bhagavatam is essentially dualistic and monistic at the same time. The mediator of soul-body interaction is the Super-Soul, who is present in every atom and accompanies every spirit soul. With the help of the Oversoul, impressions from physical experience are transmitted to the soul, and the intentions of the soul affect the body. How this happens is clearly described in the allegory with Puranjana. After leaving the spiritual world, Puranjana with the unknown friend, the Super-Soul, travels through the material worlds. He wants to find a place for himself to have fun. In other words, he is looking for a suitable body, trying to live in a wide variety of bodies on different planets. It should be noted here that any form of life is a soul that dwells in a specific body. This is where the views of Descartes and Srimad Bhagavatam diverge. Descartes believes that only a person has a soul, and animals are a kind of automata. Gradually Puranjana approaches the place of Navadvarapura, the city of 9 gates, and he likes it. The city of 9 gates is a human body with 9 openings, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, a mouth, anus, and a genital opening. Puranjana travels through the gardens of the city and meets a delightfully beautiful woman. Both of them are drawn to each other, and she becomes his queen. Puranjana, as we have already understood, is self-awareness. A beautiful woman is buddhi, intelligence. Earlier, in order not to complicate things, I called the subtle material body mind. But according to Vedic philosophy, the subtle material body consists of subtle sensations, mind, intelligence, and false ego. According to the Srimad Bhagavatam, intelligence is a subtle material energy with the ability to distinguish and compare, like in systems with artificial intelligence. The attraction between King Puranjana and the Queen is the cause of the materialization of consciousness. It should be noted that the king has a clear awareness of himself, intangible psychic abilities, which are immersed in a dormant state after his connection with the Queen. The Queen, subtle material element called intelligence, allows Puranjana, self-awareness, to enjoy being in the city of 9 gates, gross physical body. If we draw an analogy with a computer, then Puranjana can be imagined as a user, the city of 9 gates, with hardware, and the Queen, with software that allows the user to use the hardware for his own purposes. The Queen has 11 protectors and a snake with 5 heads. The protectors are the mind and the 10 subtle senses. The 10 subtle senses consist of 5 senses of receiving information and 5 acting. The first 5 are sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. The 5 active senses are movement, hand, reproduction, excretion, and speech. All 10 subtle senses are associated with the mind. They are its servants. Each servant has hundreds of wives. Wives are material desires under the influence of which the senses work. According to this system, the subtle senses are different from the physical senses. The subtle senses, together with the mind and intelligence, are part of the invisible subtle material body, in which the soul is dressed. Physical organs of perception, eyes, nose, tongue, ears, skin, hands, feet, mouth, genitals, anus, are part of the visible gross physical body. The gross body and its physical organs are composed of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether.